Chapter 1. He wants to play? Okay, let's play. My mate stands on the cottage porch, golden green eyes dancing with amusement as he watches me shake out my reddish fur. His black hair and beard are messy from last night's activities, but his bare tan skin has all of my attention as his muscles flex while he walks. 1 minute, Christian is a man, the next he's shifting midair, landing on the soft grass in his hulking black wolf, staring at me with predatory intent. Excitement surges in me, and I swish my tail playfully in his face as I turn and run into the thick forest underbrush. The chilly fall air is warming nicely in the sun, which makes my coat look like a living flame. My heart pounds as my paws dig into the forest floor, ducking and jumping over fallen trees and branches as I hear him crashing behind us, falling further away. Cyrus, Christian's wolf, may be twice our size, but he's no match for Ember's more petite, more agile frame as we twist and navigate the thick undergrowth. I can feel his mounting frustration as he struggles to keep up, and it only feeds our excitement further. The sights and smells of the forest bring a whole new level of peace to us, and we delight in the chase, feeling entirely at ease for the first time in a long time. A foreign feeling catches me off guard and stops me in my tracks as I scan my surroundings. Ember is so busy focusing on my mate that I miss the other presence beeline for us, hunting us. My heart starts to race, and anxiety blooms in me as the first man steps out of the tree line, eyes locked on mine. The black-haired male is big and powerfully built, dressed in a blue uniform of sorts, but his keen brown eyes never waver from me. I drop my head low, raising my hackles, and let out a deep warning growl, pausing the man for a moment. Movement to the left draws my attention as a second male steps out, dressed the same. He looks at me, then at his friend, who nods, before both men continue walking towards me. "Hang on, baby, I'm coming," Christian links me, clearly having picked up my distress. I hear him crashing through the thick brush, but the men are closing in faster. Pushing my fear down, I take a threatening step forward, gnashing my teeth as my menacing growl fills the space. Both men exchange looks and their faces set into deep frowns before turning their attention back to me. They separate, slightly looking to close in on me from either side and flank me. Before they get too far, I lunge, snapping and snarling at the black-haired male, pushing him back to his friend. My body screams at me to do something, to run, to fight, anything but wait, but my mind knows Christian is almost here. As if summoned, Christian comes charging out of the thicket and closes the gap between us as he takes a defensive stance beside me. His shimmering black fur stands on end as he takes in the intruders, pulling his lips back in a fearsome snarl that reveals his deadly fangs. All I can feel is his outrage at these men and his concern for me. The tension is thick in the air as both men look between us and each other, barely moving, not wanting to upset the snarling newcomer. Their eyes have a faraway look, as if they are engaged in mind-link communication as they bide their time. Where are the guardians? They were supposed to be watching the forest. Did something happen to them? My thoughts are cut short as a third bulky male appears. Even through the angry haze that is Christian, I can make out that he has a more powerful aura than the other two. Christian growls loudly at the newest male and takes a threatening step forward. If the newcomer thought he could challenge Christian, he's sadly mistaken. The power difference is sickening. "Took you long enough," the biggest male growls to the black-haired male on the left as he stalks forward, his eyes never leaving us. "She's fast," the black-haired male huffs in defense, rolling his eyes. But I wasn't sure we had the right wolf till he showed up. He nods towards Christian, setting me off further. Another feral snarl slips past my lips, and I step closer, warning him. "No, it's them," the second male affirms. His brown eyes lock on us and never turn to the newcomer. "Good, I'm tired of chasing them," the largest male growls. "It's about time we caught up and had a little chat." Christian has had enough, and I feel him tense beside me, ready to attack. "Vincent, you jerk. What part of wait did you not understand?" Derwin yells, running up to him with Mackenzie and Dex in tow. My eyes are glued to Derwin, trying to understand what's happening. His energy boils, and the scowl on his face warns that he's clearly upset as he closes in. Faster than I can comprehend, Derwin clocks Vincent square in the cheek, sending him to the ground. "You miserable fool!" Vincent yells, pushing up off the ground with murderous intent in his eyes, driving his shoulder into Derwin's gut. Christian relaxes slightly but presses against me, grounding me as we watch Derwin and Vincent fight. "Who are they?" I ask Christian. "I don't know, but clearly the Guardians know," he replies, never taking his eyes off the strangers. Derwin drives his knee into his opponent's ribs, winding him before bringing both fists down hard on his back, driving the man to the ground. Vincent's friends, seeing his state, move to step in, but a dagger landing in front of their feet stops them dead in their tracks. "I'd think twice about that," Mackenzie warns, her wild brown curls swishing around her face in the warm breeze. The men exchange glances, but nod to the fierce green-eyed woman before taking a step back. Both Derwin and Vincent are breathing heavily now, but seem to have beaten each other enough, for now. "You good, princess?" Derwin asks, turning his chocolate gaze on me. Aside from breathing heavily, there were no other bruises or signs that he had been in a fight. I nod, turning my attention back to Christian and tucking myself under his neck. His massive frame gives me a strong sense of security as he drops his heavy head over me, pulling me close. The steady, even beats of his heart and rhythmic breathing calm me down further as I snuggle against him. "Head back," Derwin says, turning his attention back to Vincent as he gets up and brushes himself off. "We're going to have a quick chat and we'll meet you there." The growling threat is clear as Mackenzie and Dex nod to us and Christian urges me on. The journey back to the edge of the forest is quick, but the earlier fun and lightness have left us. I feel like I have a hangover from the emotional whiplash. One minute I'm on cloud 9, frolicking in the woods with my mate, and the next, the rug is pulled out from under me as strangers close in on us. Christian's head warrior, Soraya, paces by the edge of the forest, the anger rolling off her in waves as her mate, Nex, scans with his dark eyes, calling to her as he spots us. Her attention snaps to us as she jogs over, her dark eyes scanning us for any damage. Thank the goddess, she breathes as her shoulders sag in relief. We had no idea they had snuck off like that, they were warned to wait. Soraya tucks her short brown hair behind her ears as she takes a deep breath, trying to even out her temper. Miyamore next breathes, placing a tender kiss on her temple. "Why don't you take Jessie and get her dressed and ready to go, and I'll catch Christian up." My eyes snap to Christian automatically, not wanting to separate, not that I don't trust our pack, but the bond screams for us to stay close. "It'll just be for a few minutes. I'll be right here when you're ready," Christian reasons, nudging me with his snout. I huff, but follow Soraya towards the cottage where we prepared for last night's Luna ceremony. She opens the door, letting me in, and I sigh in relief, feeling the warmth of the fireplace wash over me. Soraya slips in after me and locks the door, peering out as she narrows her gaze before drawing all the curtains. Once she's satisfied, she goes over to the table and grabs a bundle of white silk, making me inwardly groan. "It's just till we get back, then you can wear whatever you want," she says apologetically. I sigh and shift back, quickly slipping the silky Luna robe on and tying the hybrid wrap dress securely in place. Soraya passes me a brush, and I quickly tame the brown bird's nest that I call my hair before quickly braiding it and tossing it over my shoulder. With the length, the end of my braid hangs just above my butt. "Who are they and what do they want?" I ask as I finish smoothing the silk garment in place. Even in the dim light, the gems and pearls shimmer to life, making it look enchanted. "Trouble," she grumbles, slipping a fur-lined cloak over me. The added layer and warmth are a welcome relief as I head to follow her out the door. "You ready?" With that insight? "How could I not be?" I snap, following her out. "They showed up this morning, looking for you and Christian. They won't talk to us mere peasants, but Derwin sure doesn't like them," Soraya muses as she leads us over to the gathering crowd next to the burnt-out ruins of the Still Waters pack house. Derwin is no doubt rough around the edges, but Vincent and the other two didn't exactly scream friendly either. Come to think about it, the three were hard to get a read on. Granted, I was highly distracted, but they hid their energy like guardians do. "I feel like that's an understatement," I scoff, drawing a curious look from Soraya. When Derwin caught up to him, he called him a jerk and laid him out before they proceeded to fight. Soraya's dark eyes lit up with mischief as a crooked grin took hold. I have no idea what happened while we were gone, but her pride for Derwin right now leaves me thinking none too highly of these newcomers. The crowd instantly parts, making room for us, as we make our way to the center where the raised voices are coming from. Ethan, our adopted son, slips up against me, wrapping his arms around my waist as I draw him closer. He's full of fear and anxiety, which sets my teeth on edge. How dare they upset our pup? Ember snarls in my mind, as though we are on the same page. Whatever is going on has Ethan terrified, and he needs to end it now. Luna, good to see you, Garrick greets, strangely formal and polite. My eyes narrow as I scan the surrounding crowd and head instantly over to Christian. He wraps his arms protectively around me and Ethan, only feeding my nerves. What's going on? I ask, lifting my chin to look at Christian. His stony facade reveals nothing, but his tense body language and irritation paint a picture of unhappiness. Things have been set into motion a lot faster than we expected, Princess, Derwin says, with a tight-lipped frown. What does that mean? I ask, inwardly cursing myself for not being able to keep my voice more even. It means, Highness, that your life as you know it, Vincent growls, locking his gaze on mine as a cold shiver runs down my spine. It's over. Chapter 2. It means, Highness, that your life as you know it, Vincent growls, locking his gaze on mine as a cold shiver runs down my spine. It's over. Enough, Derwin growls, pushing him back. There's no reason to be rude about it. Both Derwin and Dex push in, crowding Vincent back as Christian's grip on us tightens. I look up to Christian as he glares at the man, his energy caught between comforting his family and asserting his authority. Irritation, anxiety, and anger well up in me as my temper once again flares to life. Enough. Christian booms as his body begins to tremble. You will not talk to my mate like this and upset my family. I don't care who you are or what you want. The crowd is deathly silent now, everyone frozen in place and afraid that if they breathe too loudly, they will draw Christian's ire. I feel his anger boiling dangerously just beneath the surface, threatening to take over, and no, Cyrus isn't helping matters at all. Slowly, I slide my hand over his arm around my waist, lacing my fingers with his. Calm down, brother, Derwin says, throwing up his hands. Vincent might lack manners and tact, but he's just here doing his job. Why don't we all get something to eat and have a proper talk like civilized beings? He directs that last comment directly to Vincent, whose frown deepens, but he says nothing. Christian drops his head to the crook of my neck and breathes deeply, taking in my scent to calm himself and Cyrus. After a moment, he brings his gaze up and locks eyes with Derwin, who lays a hand on Vincent's shoulder and ushers him away. What's going on? I whisper, twisting in his arms to face him. Christian's golden green eyes look far away and troubled as he ticks his jaw. Tenderly, he cups my jaw, running the rough pad of his thumb across my cheek. I don't know, baby, but we'll figure it out, he promises, turning his attention to Ethan. Don't worry, bud, nothing's going to happen. We are staying together, and your Uncle Derwin won't let anyone touch you or any of us. He ruffles Ethan's hair, earning a grumble, but also a small smile as he ushers the kid forward. Let's get your baby brother or sister some food, Christian says, trying to lighten the mood as he walks us towards the waiting cars. As we begin the hour-long journey back to Curtis's farm, the soft hum of the engine, coupled with Christian's loving embrace, lulls me to sleep. Raised voices pull me once again from my slumber, and I rub my eyes, trying to get the sleepy fog from them. Ethan snores softly, curled up with me, as I realize I'm still in the back seat of the SUV, but we're parked at the farm. Carefully, I untangle myself from him and slip out the other side, shutting the door softly. The argument ends the moment I round the SUV, as 8 pairs of eyes lock on me with a range of emotions from concern to cold curiosity. At first glance, I can tell the argument is likely 3-sided, with Christian, his Beta Jace, and Gamma Judius to one side, Vincent and his friends on the other, while Garrick and Derwin are somewhere in the middle. "You good, princess?" Derwin asks, concern etched across his features as he voices what everyone is thinking. "I hate how fragile they think I am now." "Yeah," I mumble, unable to hide the bitter edge entirely. "Why don't you wake Ethan and head in?" "Oma was just making a late lunch," Christian suggests hopefully. Hurt blooms in me as I feel like he's pushing me away so that the grown-ups can talk. "It's not like that, baby," he pushes in, having picked up on my emotions. "I need to figure out what he wants, and Cyrus is worked up right now. He just wants to end this and bring you back to the cottage." I can't suppress my laugh at the mental image, and I feel Cyrus puff up instantly at my approval. Sighing, I nod and head over to the SUV, where I practically drag a groggy Ethan to the house. Oma swallows me up in a big hug the moment we walk through the doors. She wraps Ethan up next, pulls him towards the counter, and passes him a big cookie, which earns her a grateful crooked grin. Goddess above, he's getting Uncle Jace's grin, Ember snickers, making me groan. "As beautiful as you look in that," Oma starts, bright eyes shining as she looks me over. "I imagine you'd like to clean up and change before eating. It'll be ready in half an hour or so." I mouth a silent thank you as she smiles and turns back to the stove, working away. My feet travel the same familiar path that I can walk blindfolded, leading to my back bedroom. After searching through the bags, I find something to change into and grab a quick shower first. After I towel off, I pause a moment, looking at my reflection and noticing how different I look. My long, brown hair is nearly black from the water, making my golden brown eyes pop even brighter. Even in such a short time, my skin has filled back in, and my cheeks have a rosy glow. I look a lot more like I used to, no longer sickly and haggard. Soft knocking on the door brings me out of my reflection as Christian cracks the bathroom door before slipping in. His temper is under control, and his energy has returned to normal, helping me relax even further. Lunch is ready, but I wonder how Oma feels about room service, he asks as his eyes roam down my towel-clad body. I roll my eyes and laugh at him, picturing Oma chasing him around, waving her wooden spoon. "I just need to change, and I'll be right there," I reply, giving him a pointed look to leave before something happens. He raises a brow in challenge, and I feel his amusement humming through the bond, but he throws up his hands in surrender and slips out. As quickly as I can, I throw my hair up into a messy bun, slip on a bra, tank top, hoodie, and underwear with sweatpants, breathing a sigh of relief to be covered and have undergarments again. Christian is seated at the head of the table with Ethan to his right and an empty spot on his left that I beeline for. Judius flashes me a quick smile as he brushes his blonde hair back out of his eyes. Jace is firmly planted next to Ethan, snickering inaudibly with him. Derwin is next to Jace with an empty seat beside him. Garrick and Dex sit across from him, and Vincent anchors the other end of the table. Mackenzie flits in, and I feel the tension jump as both Derwin and Vincent watch her take the last unoccupied seat between them. "Mackenzie," Vincent murmurs, sparing her the first smile I've seen since he showed up. "Beautiful as ever." "Vincent," she replies, quirking a brow. "Still annoying everyone you meet?" She bats her lashes and says it so innocently, I can't hold back my snort of laughter. Vincent's face falls as Derwin grins in triumph. Clearly, there is more there than meets the eye, but that's for another day. "Good to see you've settled down some," Oma chimes in as she sets platters of food down. Sausages, salad, a veggie platter, and potato pancakes have me salivating and completely forgetting about my earlier worries. Ember pushes when the potato pancakes come by, clearly having made her choice. A few veggies and a sausage later, my stomach is full. I lean back in my chair and once again, my eyelids are getting heavy. The day has already been a lot, and I didn't exactly sleep much last night. The meal has been largely silent, which, given the attendees, isn't comforting. I don't miss how Vincent leers at Oma, nor how he studies me in particular. "So when can you be ready?" he asks. I raise a brow at his question before shifting my attention to Christian. "It's okay," Christian assures me as he shifts his attention to me, taking my hand in his. "Vincent is here on behalf of the palace guards," Christian starts, tenderly rubbing his thumb across my knuckles. When the royal bond was activated, they felt it and were dispatched to find us. But why? I whisper, side-eyeing Vincent at the far end. To bring us back to the palace, Christian replies with an exasperated sigh. Things we did out of need have set events into motion we never expected. He mutters that last part more to himself with a grimace. So we have to go with them? I ask, not fond of the idea either. Sorry, baby, I wish I had all the answers, but I'm out of my depth here. I'm going to go, talk to the captain, and try to figure out what this means for us. Christian says, bringing my hand to his lips. Wait, you're leaving her behind? Vincent gasps. Yes, Christian growls with finality. But Vincent gapes, his brown eyes shifting from Christian to me, over to Oma before settling back on Christian. His features contort in disgust as the words sink in. You would trust your mate, our queen, to humans? He trails off into a whisper of outrage and disbelief. In a heartbeat, Christian snaps, shutting him down. I'll bring Garrick and Jace with me and leave the rest of the Guardians and my pack to protect their Luna. This is stupid. Vincent growls, scanning the table before landing on Derwin. There is enough room for your entire pack back at the... I do not have to justify my actions to you. Christian snaps, cutting the man off. After the stunt you pulled in the forest, you're lucky I didn't kill you and your friends on the spot. Christian glares at Vincent, warning him that he is still upset and may take action. Vincent purses his lips, but gives a slight nod as he backs down. Derwin, for his part, is silent, but the amusement dancing in his eyes and joy radiating off of him show he's immensely enjoying watching his brother deal with the palace guard. I'll go back with you and meet this captain and whomever else I need to talk with, and only after I'm satisfied will I consider bringing my mate and pack, Christian says in a tone that leaves no room to be argued with. And when should I inform them to expect us? Vincent grumbles. We can leave tomorrow morning, Christian huffs. Vincent frowns, clearly having expected to hit the road after lunch. The selfish part in me is glad Christian isn't rushing off, though I'm not ready for him to leave me yet. If you'll excuse me, Vincent says stiffly as he stands up. I have some preparations to attend to. We'll be waiting for you at first light. He nods to Christian, practically ignoring the rest of us, and leaves. What a pompous ass. Oma blurts out after he leaves. Huh. I like this one, Garrick grins, earning a couple of laughs around the table. I can't help but feel sullen. No matter what we do, there always seem to be more problems coming our way. After the war and everything, all I want is some quiet time with Christian and our pack. I already feel like I'm dropping everything on my plate, yet the world keeps piling it on. Let's go lie down for a bit, Christian whispers in my mind. I'm sure he feels my conflicting emotions that are no doubt only amplified by these pregnancy hormones. He grabs our empty plates and drops them in the sink, excuses us, and holds out a hand to lead me to bed. The moment our hands meet, everything starts to catch up, and I feel heavy and tired once more. Come on, he says with a warm smile. You're not the only one who could use a nap. In no time, he has me stripped to just my tank top and panties and himself down to his boxer shorts as he pulls the quilt back and slips in. Clearly, this bed wasn't made for an alpha, as his feet hang off slightly. I can't hold back my giggle as I look at him sprawled awkwardly across the too small bed, waiting for me. All too eagerly, I crawl in, tucking myself into his side like a matching puzzle piece. He wraps his arms around me, pulling me tight and settling my head down onto his chest, where his steady heartbeat quickly lulls me to the edge of sleep. I don't want you to worry about this, Jessie, Christian murmurs, stroking my back. The guy's a bit of a jerk, but Derwin says he's not actually a bad guy. I'm gonna go and hear what they have to say. Who knows? They may have something helpful to say. I mumble against his chest, not believing him. If Vincent's such a great guy, why does Derwin have it out for him? I don't know the whole story, but I'm pretty sure it involves Mackenzie and happened quite a few years ago, he chuckles. I sigh and nuzzle his chest, trying to push all the negative thoughts away. Instead of dwelling on the uncertain future, I focus on how secure I feel in Christian's arms and the feeling of him tracing endless patterns on my skin. What is it, baby? He whispers with an edge of concern, clearly reading my mood off the bond. I just wish things were simpler sometimes. You know? I reply, feeling my chest tighten. We've been through so much. I just want more time like the lakeside cottage. Maybe I wasn't built for this life? Maybe I'm not strong enough. I feel a renegade tear slip down my cheek as I voice my biggest fear. Baby, you are so strong. He replies like he's shocked by my admission. It is perfectly natural to be anxious about the future and want peace. I can't guarantee what the future holds, but I can say that I'll be by your side the entire way and you'll be surrounded by more support and love than you ever thought possible. His words instantly dispelled my fears. I know that with him, I can handle anything. I wish it weren't all at once. As my body begins to relax once more under his gentle caress, I start to nod off. I love you so much, baby, is the last thing I hear as sleep takes me. Chapter 3. Panic rises in me as I'm running through the dark forest. Someone's chasing me. I can feel his presence, but I don't know who it is. Just a desperate urge propels me further. Jagged branches scratch my skin as I fight and claw my way through the dense underbrush. The only sound I hear is the hammering of my heart. I dodge and weave with each step, but I feel him closing in. A familiar, sinister energy seeps into me, sending cold shivers down my spine and making my skin crawl. Did you think this was over? A haunting, familiar face sneers, coming into view. The man who has caused me so much pain and suffering sends my panic into overdrive as my eyes widen. He looks the same as he did when I first met him at the conference. Blonde hair, blue eyes, a rugged alpha build that would be handsome if he weren't such an abomination. You're dead, I stammer, gasping as I trip over a root and fall to the ground. Rocks dig into my palms as I scoot backwards, desperate for space. Dimitri glares down at me with a bone-chilling grin that makes my heart hammer harder against my chest, threatening to break free. Do I look dead? He leers, but the sparkle in his blue eyes shows he's delighting in my panic. This is a dream. I scream, freezing and covering my ears with my hands. A heavy weight squeezes my throat, making me gasp to breathe. My heart stops as my thumbs brush against a thick, smooth leather strap that's wrapped around my neck. Whimpering, I claw at the collar around my neck as I struggle to breathe. Is it? Dimitri asks, crouching down mere inches from me. Or, did you only kill me in your dreams? The cold look in his icy blue eyes rocks me to my core. At this moment, I have no idea what's real or not. I can smell him, feel his breath, the weight of the collar squeezing tighter around my neck. Jessie, wake up. I jump awake, startled as my heart beats a mile a minute, fingernails digging into two wrists that wrap around my shoulders. Blinking, the forest fades into the abyss, and a pair of familiar, worried blue eyes hold all my attention. J. Judius. I whimper, feeling my bottom lip tremble. Thank God, he gasps, pulling me close and wrapping me up in his warm embrace. In this moment, I break, melting as sobs rack my body. It wasn't real. He's dead. You're safe. I repeat my mantra, trying to calm my racing heart and reel in my explosive emotions. Slowly, my senses come back to me, and I take in my surroundings. I'm on my bed in Curtis' house, and Judius has pulled me onto his lap as he waits for me to calm down. Oma and Judius's mate Chloe is in the doorway. By how I can feel others, I've woken the whole house. She's okay, Judius calls over his shoulder. Slowly, feet shuffle and the door closes, giving us some privacy. I'm sorry, I whisper, feeling embarrassment burn my cheeks. I haven't had a bad nightmare like this in so long. Should Jessie, no one can control their dreams. You have nothing to apologize for, he says, pulling back and locking his blue eyes on mine. My eyes go wide at the thin line of fresh blood on his cheek. The marks are scratches from me, with more on his neck and chest. Tears prick the corners of my eyes as Ember races frantically around in my mind. Judius dash. None of that, he says firmly, stopping my meltdown. I'm just glad it wasn't one of those locked-in dreams and that you scratched instead of punched. His lips pull up into a small smile as my cheeks burn even brighter. I untangle myself from him, suddenly very aware of how little I'm wearing. I grab one of Christian's hoodies, slipping it on and savoring his scent. Instantly, I feel a weight lifted, and Ember settles down in the back of my mind. Better? Judius asks, watching me from the edge of the bed. I sigh and nod, wiping my eyes. This dream. Is it something to worry about? No, I whisper, shaking my head. I was running from Dimitri, that damn collar wrapped around my neck. He told me that he wasn't dead, that I only killed him in my dream, and that this was real. A cold shiver runs down my spine as the vivid dream resurfaces. This right here is reality, Jessie, Judius promises, coming to stand in front of me. Dimitri is dead. I saw you kill him, and Jace burned the body, along with the rest. No one is coming back. I know, I whisper, hanging my head in defeat. Fear twists the mind, though, logic goes out the window, and fight or flight takes over. You should get some more sleep, Judius says with a frown. I'm good, honest, I mumble, brushing my hair and pulling it up. It's maybe 7 a.m. and Christian left at 5 after a tender goodbye. He wasn't gone 2 hours, and nightmares found me. I've worked so hard to put them behind me and move on, but life keeps throwing more fuel at the darkest recesses of my mind. Don't push it, eh? He cautions before leaving so I can finish getting ready. I let out a sigh when I finally heard the door click closed and headed to the bathroom. Faint scratches are also present on my neck, where I no doubt tried to claw the collar off. Slowly, my heartbeat returns to normal, and I gather myself back together with slow, deep breaths. Christian wasn't sure how long he would be gone, but promised to keep in touch. He tried to put on an optimistic facade, but deep down, I know he's fighting against the inevitable. I know he doesn't want to go to the palace any more than I do, but he set things in motion when he had Ethan activate his bond. I keep reminding myself that all of this is for Ethan, so that he can have a childhood, or whatever is left of that part of his life. In no time, he's already become great friends with Link, and the two are practically inseparable. After everything we've been through, seeing him laugh and play with another kid his age gives me hope that he will turn out fine, despite his start in life. Oma looks at me with concern as I step into the kitchen, but only says, "Good morning." I know she heard me, and she's worried, but there are some things I don't want to burden her with. My human farm friends know that werewolves exist, hit our pack when we were attacked, and they know there was a war, but they don't know the specifics. They don't know I was a captive, or that I was tortured, abused, and ultimately nearly died at their sadistic alpha Dimitri's hands. Nor do they see the state in which Christian got me back in or the weeks it took to get me to look half normal again. I know they suspect something awful happened to me, but they respect my privacy enough not to pry. Part of me is grateful for that because I don't think I'm strong enough yet to go over everything, but part of me feels guilty for hiding things. Oma nods to the stove, and I take the flipper from her, happy to have the busy work of cooking distract me. Batch after batch, I toss pans full of scrambled eggs onto the counter platters, and they disappear before the next is ready. Your friends have a healthy appetite, she says, breaking the ice. Understatement of the century, I laugh. Don't worry, I'm gonna head home for nonsense. She chides, cutting me off mid-sentence. There's plenty of room here, and you know I like to cook. I know, Oma, I sigh, struggling to find a way to say it without upsetting her. The truth is, I'm afraid I'll lash out if I have another nightmare, and I miss the peace of home. I miss my farm, though. I could be heading out again in no time, so I'd like to spend some time at home first. She purses her lips and sighs, considering my words. I feel the weight of her gaze and conflicting energy. She doesn't fully believe me, but she understands my logic, even if she doesn't like it. But you'll be back for Christmas, right? She finally concedes. I'll be back before I leave, Oma, I groan, reassuring her. It's not like I'm going to be alone. I can't get rid of the guys if I try. Oma huffs, but I see a satisfied smile slip on her lips as she turns back to making the last of breakfast. After helping her clean up, I went back to my room and packed my bag before making my way out to the driveway, where I knew Judius and Chloe were waiting. My spirits fall when I see Vincent leaning against Judius's truck with a crooked grimace and narrowed gaze. I'm beginning to think the man has only one expression: permanent annoyance. Why are you here? I growl, stomping over to the truck bed and tossing my bag in the back. Waiting on you, of course, Vincent replies, rolling his eyes dramatically. We can punch him, right? Ember growls. He irritates her more than I think, but not by much. It's probably considered poor form to punch a palace guard. I try to reason, no matter how tempting her suggestion. But it's kind of our thing, like a reset button. She snickers. Look at the track record, first Soraya, then Derwin Dash. Don't tempt me, I snap extra irritably. You know you'll feel better. She laughs before dropping back to the depths of my mind. The man's mere presence irritates the hell out of me, and my morning has already been rough. I thought you went with Christian, I clarify, sparing him a cold glare. That was the plan, he drawls. But then, you're here and he's there, so here I am. You shouldn't have, really. We were fine without you, Dash. So where are we going? He cuts in, only annoying me further. Still lots of time to break his nose. Ember pipes up. Inwardly, I groan, struggling to keep Ember and my temper at bay. I gesture to Judius and Chloe, are going home, I don't give a shit. Until you're safe and sound in the palace, you're stuck with me, Vincent replies, clearly unbothered by the casualness in his voice. No room at the inn, I snap back. Judius and Chloe have one room, and Derwin and Mackenzie have the living room. I don't miss how his eyes flicker darker when I mention the Guardians. Clearly, I struck a nerve. Won't be the first time I've stayed outside, he grumbles. Where are the fearless Guardians? Already there, sweeping, I groan, slipping into the back seat of the truck. Clearly, he doesn't give a shit and is coming along no matter what. I mouth a silent thank you to Chloe as she slips in beside me, leaving the front seat for Vincent. Judius frowns as he gets behind the wheel and glares at Vincent as he joins us uninvited. God, I hope Christian doesn't drag his ass, he mutters under his breath as he pulls out and hits the open road. The trip home feels endless, with the stifling silence that smothers us. Vincent's energy is a mess, but primarily, I feel irritation and apprehension. I can't help but think that there's more to the asshole than meets the eye, which irritates me more. Trust is so tricky for me, so to know he's hiding something big doesn't help at all. You know Judius is about 2 snide comments away from breaking his jaw, right? Chloe links with a ghost of a smirk. Not that I doubt his abilities, but my money is on Derwin if they are going to be under the same roof, I scoff. Good point. Either way, I'll be there cheering. What's his problem anyway? She muses. Pretty sure me, I groan. But you're like the queen now, aren't you? I thought you knew that people have to bow down to the crown or whatever. Her words make me frown more. I hadn't really thought about what everything means now. I understood that Christian was king, and that makes me queen, but it doesn't feel real. I still feel like me, but I'm tired. Judius turns off the road, pulling into my driveway, and my spirit instantly lifts. My farm may not be grand, but it's home. The modest house sits back far from the road with a large rear deck and spacious yard dotted with towering elm and oak trees. Late fall means everything is leafless and the garden's all brown and dead-looking, but still, there's a lightness to my spirit just by coming home. No sooner does Judius put the truck in park than my seat belts off, and I throw my door open, rushing to get out. I breathe deeply, taking in the familiar scents as they surround me, further grounding me. A smile takes over my lips, and I turn to Judius, seeing his grin. We've spent many happy hours here, eating on the deck, practicing defense on the lawn, and harvesting the gardens for market days. It was undoubtedly a simpler time. This is it. Vincent asks with a hint of disgust. Goddess, give me strength. Chapter 4. Hey baby, Christian says on the other end of the line. Hey, yourself, I mumble, having woken up from a light nap. Did I wake you? He asks, not bothering to hide the concern in his voice. I was just getting up anyway, I mumble. A quick look at the clock tells me the time is just past 4, so I'll have to do something about dinner soon. Christian grumbles on the other side of the line, but thankfully doesn't press more. Lord knows I don't want to worry him about useless nightmares right now with everything else on his plate. So, lay it on me, I sigh, wanting to get the elephant out of the room. There's a long pause on the line before Christian sighs, so deeply I can damn near see his frown. I don't think we can get out of this, he reluctantly admits. We knew there was a snowball's chance in hell, but part of me desperately clung onto it, wanting to stay here. So, what does that mean? I ask, resigned to our fate. At least we'll be together. It means, he starts, pausing to find the right words, that we'll have to move the pack to the palace. There's a long silence as his words hang heavy in the air. Moving everyone, again. To where? For how long? The questions are endless and hurt my head, so I push them away for now. Jessie? He whispers. Yeah, I'm here. It's just a lot, you know. I reply, feeling my chest tighten. I know, baby, but at least we'll be together, right? The royal wing is beautiful, and Percival has already said we can change anything we'd like, Christian says with an air of hope and excitement in his voice. How important this is to him is clear, and I'm sure he has a lot on his plate, so I pull on a brave face for him. By the time I get there, you'll be able to give me a grand tour, I muster. Anything you want, baby. The care in his voice helps me relax a hair. So when? I ask, trying to prepare myself. Xavier's going to start getting the pack ready. The first batch will leave tomorrow. Of course, Christian has it all planned out. So what time do I need to be ready? I ask, not really wanting to leave home yet, but also wanting to be back in my mate's loving embrace. I parrot back, scrunching my brows. I want to get the pack settled first, so there's less commotion when you get here, he hesitantly replies. So, how long are we talking? I ask with a sense of dread. I'll know more later, but a few days at least, maybe a week? A week. For goodness sake. Say something, Jessie, he pleads. Like what? I gasp. I mean it is what it is. If that's the way things need to happen, what can I say? An uneasy silence stretches over the line as neither of us knows where to go from there. I knew things were going to change, but I had hoped not too drastically. Why don't you take some time to reconnect with everyone there, he offers. I'm sure they've missed you. But I miss you. Sounds good, I reply, lacking conviction. I know, baby, he responds, reading me like an open book. It's just for a bit, and once you get here, I think you'll like it. I'm sure it'll be fine, just feels like a lot right now, I admit. It'll get easier. This place is huge, with gardens, libraries, and an entire town surrounding it. Think of it as a sort of vacation, he offers, trying to make me feel better. Like the conference? 'Cause that turned out swell. I look forward to the tour, I concede, mustering up an ounce of enthusiasm. That's my girl, he praises. Garrick is already recalling the Guardians to staff their quarters, so there will be plenty of familiar faces. Knowing the Guardians would have a significant presence there is strangely settling. As rough as he can be, I trust Derwin and have grown accustomed to Mackenzie and Dex being around. Take it easy and sleep well, Jessie. I'll call you tomorrow, Christian murmurs. Love you, baby. Love you too. I sit there in silence for a while before hanging up the phone. Part of me knew this outcome was inevitable, but Christian's confirmation doesn't make it any easier. At least I'll be able to spend some time at home. Soft knocking draws my attention to the door as Judius sticks his head in. I'm guessing that was Christian? He asks, nodding at the phone still in my hands. Yep, I clip. You're handling it better than I expected. He trails off, narrowing his gaze at me. I raise a brow, suddenly wondering if there was more. Is this where I ask you 50 million questions to see if I got the same call that you did? I ask with a sigh. We're moving to the palace, and the first wave is going tomorrow? He laughs. Come on, I've got a surprise for you. Judius practically drags me off my bed and out to the living room, where Derwin, Mackenzie, and Chloe are eating pizza. I look over my shoulder at him, rolling my eyes. Seriously, guys? I've been gone for like 5 minutes, 10 max, Judius chides, smacking Derwin in the shoulder. It's okay, Judius. Pizza isn't a big deal, I laugh at their antics. It is when I bring it. Trish counters, coming into the living room with a big bottle of pop and another of whiskey. A strangled squeak of pure joy leaves my throat as I see my best friend for the first time in months. I race across the room and throw my arms around her, feeling excitement bubble in me. Someone takes the bottles away from her, and she returns my hug tenfold. Her bubbly, chaotic energy washes over me, and the familiarity reminds me just how much I've missed her. Christian, Jessie, you ought to go on vacation more often if you come back like this, she teases, giving me one last squeeze before letting me go. She pulls back, holding me at arm's length as she studies me with those keen blue-green eyes. Her giant smile falls as if she can read everything that went wrong written across my face. What happened? She whispers, all levity, leaving her. I just got really sick, I deflect, not technically a lie. Between IBS flare-ups when Dimitri forced me to eat the wrong foods and this bloody leech sucking me dry, sick is close enough to the truth. I didn't sleep well last night either. I'm looking forward to my bed tonight. Trish purses her lips, her gaze never leaving mine as she mulls my story over, clearly not buying it entirely. She hasn't changed one bit. Well, her pale skin is less sunburned than it was the last time I saw her. I can only imagine what she's thinking about my altered appearance. I'm thankful that my skin has once again developed a healthy glow and filled in, but my cheeks remain a bit sunken, and dark circles persist in my eyes. Fuck my eyes. I drop my gaze, hoping she hasn't noticed the change from honey brown to a full-out gold, ringed by light brown. Thankfully, my mark is hidden by Christian's hoodie. I should probably consider covering it for the week, just in case. If something were wrong, you'd tell me, right? She asks in all seriousness. None of this pulling back and shutting me out, right? The sincerity and power of her words make my chest tighten painfully. There's so much I want to tell her, but I can't. Hell, even from before, with my ex. I want to tell her everything, clear the air, and tell her just how much she helped me. I know she thinks she failed me, but really, if it weren't for her, I don't know how I would have managed to hold on. In a heartbeat, I finally croak out. Fucking hormones. Pizza's getting cold, Derwin prompts, breaking up the exchange. You good, princess? He links. Yeah, just caught me off guard, I reply, taking a seat. So where's your man? Trish prods, passing me a couple of pieces of pizza. She goes to mix me a drink, and I wave her off. IBS hates me, no booze, I respond when she raises a brow at my reaction. She's been friends with me long enough to know that I go through flare-ups, so she lets my excuse slip. Fortunately, Derwin steps in and spins a cover story for where Christian is, saying he's off inspecting a new hotel that's being built before we go on another trip. The ease with which he lies is unnerving, but I suppose it is to be expected from guardians, particularly from the future Garrick. Between Judius and Derwin, I only have to add small details to cover what I've been up to over the last 2 months. Turns out Judius texted Trish on occasion, but she was busy with her home renovations. Eventually, the conversation shifts to the next market season, and I freeze, unsure how to respond to her questions about my role in the upcoming season. Will I be able to come home? Fuck, am I gonna be a whale? Should I tell her I'm pregnant? Should I tell her I'm not even human? Princess, breathe, you're turning purple, Derwin chimes in, breaking me out of my meltdown. You have time, we'll go to this palace, see what the situation is, and then you can decide, Judius offers, clearly having caught on to my panic. He's right, yet wrong at the same time, and I can't help but think my choices are limited to say the best. Can I get back to you after Christmas? I ask, taking relief when her face doesn't fall. Just that Christian is starting some giant new project or something, and I want to talk with him too. Sure, there's no rush, she smiles. Just getting your wheels turning, don't want you to get rusty. So, things with Christian? Sounds like they're serious, eh? Huh. Ember chimes in. Mated, marked, engaged, wolf, royal, and knocked up. Inwardly, I groan. The mutt might be right, but she's not helping at all. Also, my mind feels crowded. I've gotten used to Ember being ever-present, but having Judius, Derwin, and everyone else on speed dial now is, well, a lot. Very, I admit. He's good for me, and he makes me happy. I smile softly to myself, thinking about how different things are now. Just this spring, I was running scared from him, and now I run to him. He better, Trish warns, 'cause I'll still neuter him in a heartbeat if he messes up. Mackenzie and Chloe burst out laughing at the thought of a mere human woman taking on the Alpha King, but Derwin and Judius frown at the implied threat, no matter how empty. Their reaction alone makes me laugh, and once I start, it doesn't stop till the back door flies open. The heck? Vincent groans, sniffing the air. Bloody infested dash. Knock it off. I snap through the link with enough force to draw his eyes to mine, shock written clearly across his face. She doesn't know, and she is my best friend. You will take that stick out of your ass or go back to wherever you were. Sorry, the vermin. In the barn, everywhere. Vincent continues, giving me a pointed look. You must be Jessie's friend. Trish, she fills in, flashing him a winning smile and shaking his hand. Jessie didn't tell me she had more company. I'm fairly forgettable, just one of Christian's business partners, he replies with an annoying, charming chuckle, which Trish eats up. I'm gonna grab a beer, anyone need one? Me, Derwin chirps, with a grin that says he's clearly happy to make Vincent his gopher. Trish watches him walk back to the kitchen and fans herself dramatically, mouthing, "Oh my god." I can't help but palm my forehead in frustration. Friend time was too much to ask for. Vincent walks back in, and I swear he's an imposter with his crooked grin and relaxed posture. He even passes Derwin a beer after opening it for him. I look at Derwin, who is equally skeptical about the sudden change. Dinner resumes, and the strangeness continues. Vincent pulls out all the stops, flirting and joking with Trish and acting like an entirely different person. Before long, I gave up and went with the flow, laughing and eating with everyone till late into the night. By the time Trish leaves, I find myself even more confused about him. His energy tonight was completely different from before, and it felt more genuine. I knew something was off with him, but tonight's shift proves my suspicions even more. Now to find out what and why. I'm sure this won't be easy somehow. Chapter 5. So, what was that about? I growl at Vincent as I watch Trish pull out of the driveway. What? He replies with a satisfied smirk. Vincent is kicking back on my couch after having spent the last several hours charming Trish and playing nice with the Guardians. You know what? Derwin grumbles, earning an elbow from Mackenzie. What? It's creepy when he's nice and not an asshole. He's only an asshole to you 'cause you are to him, she chides. Thank you, ma dash. Seriously, the heck, Vincent. She snaps, cutting him off mid-flirt. Their reaction is enough to make me laugh after a long, tense night. I can't win, Vincent grumbles, crossing his arms over his chest and frowning. I keep it business, you guys complain. She tells me to play nice, now I'm a creep. There's a ghost of a smirk that takes any hurt out of his words, proving this is nothing but a giant game to him. I'm too tired for all of this, I sigh, picking up the empty pizza boxes. Mackenzie takes them from me and gives me a nod to send me to bed. I've got this in them, go on, she reiterates. Not needing to be told twice, I take off to the bathroom for a quick shower before bed. Sleeping in my bed after the craziness of the last few months is a relief, and yet, something's missing. Mate, Ember whimpers. Her sadness and longing swamp me, adding to my own. Soon, I whisper back, trying to soothe her and grab my phone. Once again, her time was cut short, and she was robbed of her carefree time with Cyrus, running through the woods. She seems excited to be queen. The status feeds her animal pride, making for just one more reason I need to try and muster up some excitement for palace life. Me, had pizza with Trish tonight. She asked how serious things had gotten between us. I can't help the smile that slips onto my lips as I hit send and curl up in bed. I'm not expecting an answer, but almost immediately, the chat bubbles appear. My eyelids start to get heavy as I stare at the screen for what feels like an eternity. Christian, define serious? My face fell the moment I read the words, but I can practically see his tight-lipped ghost of a smirk and amusement dancing in his eyes. Two can play this game, and we know who's the more jealous one. Me. Oh, maybe I misunderstood. I can always go out to dinner with her and her single friend tomorrow. A wicked grin slips on my lips, and my heart races as I hit send. His possessive, brooding scowl pops into my mind, the one he wears when he goes all caveman, and I can't help the thrill of provoking him running through me. You trying to get him to show up on our doorstep? Ember chides, but I can feel her amusement. She loves to tease him as much, if not more, than I do. And the problem with that? At least we'd sleep well, I laugh. Besides, he started it dash. My cell goes off, startling me out of my internal conversation. Christian's name pops up on the caller ID, and my heart starts to hammer. Maybe I went a little far? Too late now, Ember pipes up. I push the green icon, accepting the call, but can't seem to force a word out, so I listen. Playing a dangerous game there, kitten, Christian warns, his voice husky and seductive. Am I? I blurt out before covering my mouth. His throaty chuckle makes my stomach tighten, and my heart aches for him even more. You know exactly what you're doing, he presses on. Well, if we're not that serious, I trail off, poking the bear even more. You wear my ring, bear my mark, and are carrying my pup, he states flatly with a dangerous edge to his voice. If another male so much as lays a finger on you, I will happily remove it from his body. Now you go all caveman? I mumble, amused, but struggle to keep my eyes open. Seems to me you get cranky when I go all caveman, Christian teases. And yet, how can you blame me, baby? I will do anything to protect what is mine, and you are mine, only mine, as I am yours. The seduction and conviction in his voice make my heart ache. How can I miss someone this much in such a short time? I miss you, I whisper. I miss you too, baby, he replies, and I hear the longing in his voice. Soon, just a little longer. I know I'll leave in just a couple of days, and maybe my hormones are driving my mood, but I feel sulky and vulnerable without him. Talking does help, though, and after hearing his voice, I'm at ease and struggling to stay awake. Sleep well, baby, is the last thing I hear before I slip into a deep, dreamless sleep. Slowly, the days tick by, and I keep myself busy tidying up around my farm and putting the gardens to bed for the winter. Overall, I'm doing busy work that keeps my mind occupied. The closer I get to the weekend and our departure, the more conflicted I feel. I can't wait to see Christian, but the thought of leaving my farm and going into a completely different world leaves me anxious. Not having slept well since he left doesn't help one bit. I've spent the majority of my day sifting through my clothes and packing what still fits, along with anything else I may want at the palace. Christian has assured me that anything I want or need will be easy to obtain, but I prefer my own belongings, which apparently barely fill 2 duffel bags. Knocking on my door draws my attention from the bed to the doorway, where Mackenzie's head pops through. Got a minute? She asks, slipping the door open when I nod. Always for you, I reply with a smile. Over the last several days, I've spent with her and Chloe, as Derwin and Vincent ran patrols with Judius playing referee. The curly-haired brunette with bright green eyes is the perfect, bubbly, upbeat counter to Derwin's dark and broody nature. Seeing the two of them open about their affections has left me smiling, particularly when it makes Vincent scowl. Here, I got you something, she says, locking her eyes on mine as she flops on the bed and holds out a black pouch for me. I take the velvet pouch from her and give the black ribbons a tug before gently prying it open. A strange citrus scent wafts up, making my nose crinkle. The smile on her face assures me whatever's causing the smell is harmless, so I dump the contents into my palm. A delicate, milky white, teardrop-shaped stone on a platinum chain shimmers in my palm. It's beautiful, I mumble, examining the sparkling gem closer. Its multifaceted cut captures the light, amplifying it and making the piece look strangely alive with silver flakes. The silver seems to drip out of the top, where the gem connects to the chain. It's one of the Vixen relics, Mackenzie replies. Christian said you guys want to keep your pregnancy under wraps for now, and I saw Vincent sniffing around. During one of our lengthy late-night chats, I had asked Christian not to make a big deal about my pregnancy and was surprised when he readily agreed. Turns out he has the same thought, wanting to let me get my bearings before having to deal with that added interest. Pups are a big deal in his world, especially alpha pups, as they signify the pack has an heir and a future. I can only imagine what a splash a royal heir will be. The Guardians have all sorts of relics and artifacts, magical or blessed items with different properties, like the necklace you wore at the conference. Vixens have their collection, of which this one is a part. It negates pregnancy pheromones, but only in human form, she clarifies. Oh, I say, hastily clicking the necklace into place. That's your division? She has mentioned vixens before, but they are very secretive. Even Derwin said I would have made a good candidate, but that Christian would never consent. Nell runs it. You'll finally get to meet her when we get to the palace, Mackenzie grins. All week, Mackenzie, Vincent, and even Derwin have been dropping lines about how grand the palace is. Derwin and Mackenzie focus on aspects like its beauty, space, and other features, whereas Vincent emphasizes the comforts and amenities. He makes a point to tell me how much better palace life is at least 3 times a day. No matter what I say, he doesn't seem to get that I like to cook for myself and that I'm not accustomed to being served and waited on hand and foot. Trying to explain that I'm used to my own space and I've always taken care of myself is useless. He looks at me like I'm an alien. By this time tomorrow, I'll be in my new home for the foreseeable future. Not that things have been quiet with the war and everything, but there was always that light at the end of the tunnel, saying once the war was over, things would settle down and go back to normal. So much for that. Oh good, you're already packed, Vincent says as he barges in without knocking. I clench my teeth and sigh, but remind myself that in less than a day, we'll be there, and he can do whatever the heck he does, away from me. Judius walks in with a frown, glaring at Vincent, who looks completely unfazed. What do you think about heading out tonight? He asks, turning his back on Vincent. Like now? I gape. You're packed, why not? Vincent pushes on, his brown eyes set in challenge. I am ready. I shrug. Tonight or tomorrow isn't much different at this point. Perfect. Vincent gloats. Chapter 6. Never easy with you, is it? A man growls as fear grips me. This one is far more dangerous than Dimitri and not dead. I drag my trembling body onto my hands and knees, my heart hammering as I glare at the imposing alpha male with silver blue eyes and blonde hair. The last time we met, he showed me the horrors of a world where Dimitri won, trying to manipulate me to choose a different path. What do you want, Lucian? I growl, struggling to my feet. Some thinks, he huffs, frowning. Lucian throws up his hands and steps back, looking over his shoulder. Instantly, I turn to see what he's looking at. A stunning, blue-eyed blonde woman with alabaster skin stands with a hulking, black-haired, gold-eyed male. Selena. I gasp at the presence of the moon goddess and first alpha, trying to put the pieces together. What's going on, Luca? Calm down, Jessie, Selena coos, bringing her hands to my temple and shoulder. My body instantly responds to her cool touch as her essence seeps into mine, flooding me with calmness. Slowly, my heartbeat and breathing return to normal, and I blink, clearing my vision. Owls hoot in the evening air, along with crickets and frogs, as the wind rustles through the tall trees. The same ancient forest with massive old-growth conifers surrounds us. What is going on? I snap once more, my eyes darting from Lucian to Selena and Luca, then back to Selena. No one but me seems upset, and only Selena shows a hint of concern in her unwavering gaze. What were you dreaming of before Lucian grabbed you? She asks cautiously. Her body is tense, and concern etches her features as she waits for my answer. Just a nightmare. Thought dreams were your thing. I question, shaking my head to keep the memories at bay. Sort of, but you put a wall up, she murmurs, furrowing her brows. I've never come across anything like that before. I don't know how I did that. I murmur. I still struggle to block the pack link. I don't know how I would manage to block a bloody goddess. Maybe it's not her? Lucian muses. Then who? Luca counters. Why am I here? I groan, feeling my frustration swell to a dangerous level. I tried to check in with you and couldn't, Selena starts. After a couple of days of trying, I asked Lucian. She nods, smiling fondly at him. And as always, he grins cockily at Luca. The right man for the job got it done. Can I have some warning next time? I groan as a shiver runs down my spine. That's so much worse than it was last time. Well, Mr. Happy, you were wrestling with didn't look too patient. Some dreams you've got there, Highness, Lucian drawls, stressing my title. I sigh and sink on a nearby boulder, dropping my head in my hands. Now I can't even get respite from this stuff in my dreams. Did you know? I ask, lifting my gaze to Selena. That all of this was going to happen? Royalty and pregnant, you couldn't have spaced those apart some. A soft, musical laugh slips past her lips as she crouches before me, taking my hands in hers. You give me too much credit. I'm just one being watching over many with free will, but that does bring us to why I was originally checking in. Her suddenly somber tone fills me with dread. Now what? I ask, praying for a miracle. Nothing so sinister, Jessie, she assures me, giving my hand a gentle squeeze. You're heading for the palace, somewhere that should be a stronghold for us, and yet, my sight is limited there. Just keep your guard up, Luca suggests. No worries there. I scoff. After what I've been through, I'll likely end up a paranoid old lady waiting for death with a blade in hand. It's not that bad, Jessie, she chides, no doubt rereading my thoughts. Everyone in my head is getting old all the time. Guys. With that simple signal, both Luca and Lucian step back before fading into thin air. I don't think I'll ever get used to that, I mumble, looking into the distance where Lucian once stood. Why does it feel so bad when he drags me here, but not you? My skin still crawls from being forced out of my nightmare into the dreamscape. I take your hand and lead you here. Lucian. Well, he's not so gentle, but he's always been good at getting into things that no one else can. Selena trails off thoughtfully. Something is obscuring my vision at the palace, but I can't figure out what. Is this new? I ask with a sense of dread. Subtle, she admits, pursing her lips. If there was a shield or ward, it would have been a sudden blind spot. It might be nothing, Jessie, just be aware. So you see everything? I ask, flashing back to some of the darkest moments in my life, including the time not long ago that Dimitri nearly beat me to death. No, but I saw that. It's hard to watch, knowing there's nothing I can do. Some things are easy to see, but other times, it's like trying to watch through rippling water. She sighs and pauses, as if searching for the right words. There are certain people in life who are almost impossible to see clearly except for in the present. Their very nature changes those around them and influences events, triggering chain reactions. Like throwing a pebble into a still pond, the ripples they make keep going for a long time. Let me guess, I'm one of those? I frown. Selena laughs at my reaction, which turns my frown into a full-out scowl. You're not alone, she says with another laugh. In fact, I can't think of a time when more unpredictable people were in play. Christian, Derwin, and Willow are all equally unpredictable. She looks lost in her own world as she schemes and filters her thoughts. Maybe we would be more predictable if we knew more, I hint, raising a brow. You're not wired to be spoon-fed, Selena chides, giving me a disapproving look. Do you remember talking with Luca shortly after you lost your memory? I nod, recalling the strange and cryptic yet comforting conversation we had after I ran away from Soraya at the hospital. That was a rough period for me, just after my traumatic first shift that nearly killed me. In the middle of an attack, I was left with no idea who I was or what was going on. Luca told me that if he shared something with me, it would only make me doubt it. Trust has never been my strong suit. That's the understatement of the century, she scoffs, making my cheeks burn. But life doesn't work that way anyway. There are no road maps, and you wouldn't want to be a puppet anyway. Sometimes I wish it would just get easier, I mumble, fidgeting with my fingers. Pregnancy already scares the crap out of me. Royalty and palace life sound like one of the circles of hell. It will, Selena promises, grabbing my hand and squeezing it. You'll have your family, and it's growing. Try to focus on the good. I know, and I am, but it's hard, I admit, bringing my gaze up to hers. The best things in life are, she replies with a sympathetic smile. Slowly, everything fades away, leaving me in a deep, dreamless sleep, giving me the rest I desperately need. Jessie, time to wake up, Chloe whispers, gently shaking my shoulder. My lashes flutter open as the morning sun blinds me briefly while I adjust. I groan as I stretch out, pushing against my seatbelt, holding me in place. Apparently, I slept straight through the trip and into the next morning. How long was I out? I groan, feeling my body protesting my lack of movement and strange sleeping position. Like 12 hours? Mackenzie replies from the driver's seat. She must have swapped out with Judius to drive straight through the night. You needed it, though. How do you feel? Like I'm still half asleep? I reply groggily, rubbing the sleep out of my eyes. My attention falls on the road in front of us. We're driving through a narrow mountain pass with sheer rock faces on either side, but the winding road opens up into a sizable valley below. This place looks straight out of myth. We must be south as the trees aren't bare yet, but in full fall colors with brilliant reds, stunning yellows, and vibrant oranges. Their scale is unreal, too. Calling them old growth feels like an insult to them. These trees are massive, on the scale of California's giant redwoods. Mackenzie follows Derwin and Vincent down a winding road into the valley below. The trees surround us, towering into the sky like the tallest high-rises, dwarfing us. There's an energy here too, like the heart of the lake, but different, older, for lack of a better word. People and wolves start lighting up in my mind as we presumably draw closer to our destination. So many of them. Suddenly, the dense forest opens up and gives way to expansive grasslands surrounding a city, the likes of which I've never seen before. All of the buildings are constructed of heavy timber and multi-hued tan, gray, and black stones likely mined from the surrounding mountains. Even the roads are made of a similar stone blend, laid out in a cobblestone fashion. My mouth drops as we break through the small city, reaching the far side where the palace is set high on a grassy bluff. So far, Still Waters has been the largest pack house I've ever seen, yet this place would easily dwarf it. The sprawling stone and timber building is at least 5 stories tall with several wings. I have no idea how to quantify its size, other than to say that I can't see it all at once. We follow the lead car to the far end, where, apparently, a garage is. 2 men in brown uniforms are waiting by large sliding double doors. Mackenzie parks behind Derwin and turns the truck off, leaving the keys in. Guardian, the man greets Mackenzie, opening the door for her before opening the back door for Chloe. Judius gets my door, and I'm only too eager to slip out and stretch my cramped limbs. Standing next to a garage that easily could swallow my entire house leaves me further stunned by the size of this place. I'm so gonna get lost a lot. Welcome home, Vincent says with a grin. His energy is considerably lighter than I expected after an extended road trip with Derwin. Derwin, on the other hand, looks exhausted, apparently having driven the entire time. It's big, like really big, but very impressive, I admit, eyes roaming the imposing structure. Too big, Ember grumbles. Now you crank. I huff. Up to this point, she seemed excited about the concept of a bigger pack to run with Christian, but seeing the larger scale firsthand has left her uncertain. You'll get the hang of it pretty quickly, he dismisses. I don't know about you, but I could go for some breakfast. As if on cue, my stomach growls loudly, earning a smirk. Vincent? I think, debating if asking for a favor from him is the wisest move. Yeah, he links back with a skeptical edge. I know you've got a job to do and whatnot, but could we not make a big deal about me being here yet? I've only linked the captain about your arrival, he assures me. I got the impression you'd like to get your bearings before people mob you. Thanks, I reply, flashing him a small smile, and for the first time, there's a softness in his brown eyes, like I'm seeing a glimpse of something he's keeping hidden. Do I want to know what you two are talking about? Derwin barges into my mind. Nothing major, I laugh. I just asked him not to make a big deal of us arriving. Surprisingly enough, he said he understood and only let his boss know. Huh. Surprising my ass. I told him to cut you some slack, or I was going to stop being nice. Derwin links back with a mischievous glint in his eye. I should have known. Thanks, Derwin, I say, fighting to suppress a laugh. Anything for you, princess. But let's go get some grub, I'm starving, and they used to have some good food here. I follow them through a side door into a lengthy hallway. The familiar smells and sounds of a bustling kitchen reach us as we pass by before Vincent leads us through a doorway to the right. The cavernous room is filled with rows upon rows of long tables packed with people having breakfast. Much like the other pack houses I've been to, the food here is served buffet style and, fortunately, the lines are short and move fast. The spread is insane. Breakfast sandwiches on croissants, bagels, toast and English muffins, omelets, hard-boiled eggs, scrambled eggs, several types of waffles, pancakes, and French toast, with every kind of breakfast meat known to man. Usually, French toast is my go-to, but the scent of the blueberry-infused waffles has all of my attention as I grab a couple with a few slices of bacon and a bowl of mixed fruit. Didn't I tell you they know how to feed a person? Vincent boasts that his own plate is piled high with scrambled eggs, sausage, and bacon. Is it like this all the time? I gape, following him back to the tables. For the most part, but then there are the various feasts and celebrations, those will blow your mind. I can almost see his chest puff up in pride as he speaks. For his issues, he is rightly proud of his home. Most of the time you'll be in the private dining room with the other high-ranking wolves, Derwin adds. If Christian were there, we'd have gone in, but everyone you know is out and about. I sit up at attention at the mention of Christian. The week felt long without him, and I'm eager to see him, but Derwin's words remind me that he's no doubt busy with royal duties. The sheer volume of people fills the room with energy. I'm going to need some time to learn how to sift through this amount of energy. Do you think you can keep her out of trouble for a bit? Vincent asks, standing with his empty plate as I start my first waffle. I can't help but roll my eyes at his tone. I don't need a babysitter, you know? I groan, glaring at him. Debatable, Derwin scoffs. I crane my neck to glare at him, but Mackenzie already cracks him in the ribs hard enough to double over. We're good, go ahead, Mackenzie says, frowning at Derwin. Vincent raises a brow but heads out. Chloe yawns a moment later, followed by everyone else. You guys should sleep, I say, taking in everyone's drooping lids and exhausted state. That's the plan, Mackenzie agrees. I had our bags all sent up. You're in the palace, it's safe enough here, and you're not a child. Her indignation at the way Vincent talks to me is reassuring. All I can hope is that things will even out over time. If not, I'll be spending a lot of time with the Guardians. I don't know about this, Judius mumbles, shifting his crystal blue gaze between me and Mackenzie. Judius, you're exhausted, I deadpan. Go. I think I'm just gonna have more waffles, 'cause they really are great, then probably head up for a nap myself. Judius purses his lips, but Chloe hooks her arm on his and turns those chocolate dough eyes on him, and he caves instantly. You'll link if you need us, right? Chloe leads, effectively sealing the deal. Of course, but how hard can it be to find my bedroom? I shrug, watching Mackenzie and Derwin get up to leave, too. Easy, princess. Derwin nods to the head of the room, where a pair of massive double doors is open. The royal wing is on the back side of the palace, left out those doors and up the stairs. With a final nod, everyone takes off, practically dragging themselves out of the massive dining hall. After downing 2 more blueberry waffles, I head out the same way they did when a familiar energy blips on my radar, making me grin ear to ear. Finally. Chapter 7. Christian. This week has made me pray for my old life back. I find myself thinking about the quiet times I spent with Jessie at her farm, or even back at Still Waters. I miss how simple things were back then, before the cluster mess that was the conference and the dark days of war. My life was simple and fulfilling. I was an alpha of a strong, prosperous pack, and everything was falling into place. I finally had my mate, and for the rocky start, my new Gamma Judius has been a solid addition, too. Even after the war ended, I thought we had a plan. Go back to Still Waters, rebuild it bigger and better, and fill it with family. With Jace, Judius, and Soraya all mated now, I thought we were entering a period of quiet growth. I was over the moon to find out that Jessie is pregnant. Claire is due any day now, and the idea of filling our pack house with the sound of children still brings a smile to my lips. Even Ethan was on board after he realized we weren't replacing him. Hell, I'm determined to give my son the childhood he has been robbed of, but all of that went down the drain the moment the palace guards showed up. What I wouldn't have given to have a little more time with my mate without the crushing responsibilities of life weighing us down. Dad always spoke of Mom's Luna ceremony with such reverence growing up, and I never understood why. How an alpha would consider a Luna ceremony above his own alpha ceremony as the best time of his life, I couldn't fathom. And yet, seeing Jessie walking up to the stage, dressed in fine silk in the moonlight with the white flames dancing around her, my father's words suddenly make sense. Being able to welcome my other half, my equal, into my pack and help her embrace her true nature was everything. Everything felt more intense and profound than my alpha ceremony. The night we spent in the cabin in the woods will stay with me forever. When I promised to take her to my cabin on the lake, I pictured it with furniture, and yet taking her over and over by the fireplace was better than I could ever have imagined. But then reality caught up to me, and here I am, feeling like a newborn pup, learning the ropes all over again from people who expect me to know this already. I can run a pack. Making decisions for the good of a pack and shouldering the weight, knowing that if I mess up, I could bring ruin, is something I can handle. Sacrificing for the good of my pack is something I learned early on, watching my parents, and the lessons served me well, but this is entirely different. Here, I'm expected to delegate responsibilities and play politics more than anything. Now I'm responsible for the entire race, and if I mess up, then the consequences could be disastrous. What's worse is that Jace and Xavier are in the same position as Judius when he gets here. But at least they have the benefit of learning their jobs from the past, since Beta, Gamma, and Delta all reside here as part of the royal pack. My only saving grace is that Jessie should be here by sundown. Goddess, how I've missed her. I know she's not happy about this situation. Although she rarely says anything negative, I can sometimes hear it in her voice and feel her disappointment and longing through our bond. Hell, I'm not thrilled about it either, but we both know this is the way our life needs to be to protect Ethan's interests and let him be a kid for a while longer. After a quick breakfast, I head out back to the training field, grinning when I spot Jace and Nex talking off to the side. Soraya is once again arguing with the old royal head warrior. The belligerent veteran holds the old-school belief that she-wolves make better domestics. I'm certain he is mainly responsible for the severely lacking she-wolf presence in the palace's ranks. There are some, but nowhere near the number that should be present for the size of the pack. I have faith that Soraya will set things right when she takes over. I get that that's the way you've always done it, but I run training differently. Soraya snaps, fists balled as she glares up at the male nearly twice her size. And you're not head warrior yet, doll, he growls, scowling at her. Both Nex and Jace flinch, hearing him call her a pet name. We all know Soraya can't stand condescending pet names, and personally, I've seen her beat a male 3 times her size when she was 16 because he called her princess. Listen here, you insufferable jerk, Soraya warns, taking a threatening step towards him. Everything okay over here? I ask, seeing the writing on the wall, that she's about to show him just how capable she is. Sire. The old head warrior greets before baring his neck respectfully. Henry is one of the many veterans from the previous king's regime who remain. He was the king's head warrior for a decade before his death and has held the position for the decade since. When Soraya and Nex first met him, he seemed relieved to step down and pass the reins over to Nex, but the moment he found out Soraya was my head warrior, he dug in like a tick. Overall, the transition has been less than smooth. Still Waters is a very progressive pack. We pay our omegas, have a female head warrior, a large percentage of she-wolves in the ranks, and are relatively tolerant of rogues. Hell, my Luna, Gamma, and head warrior were all rogues at one point. I'm learning rather quickly that the royal pack is far less progressive. Like most packs, they have a deep-seated mistrust of rogues. That's understandable, as rogues reportedly murdered the last royal family, though I can't help but think there is more to that. Omegas seem to be treated well enough here. They are provided for and not abused like other packs, but that's about as far as their hospitality goes. Jace wasn't making out much better working with the old Beta Baron. The surly man makes Kane look jovial and has been very hard on Jace, not that he'd say anything to me. I'm told that Baron took the king's murder harder than anyone, and having to step up and carry the pack until the next heir appeared has only made Jace's transition worse. All in all, we've all been kept so busy that the only time we see each other is maybe meals or training, but even then, there's no guarantee. We're all getting a crash course from people who are both excited about our presence and yet apprehensive about relinquishing their positions to untested individuals in their view. You want to step in and save Henry from your mate? I cheekily link Nex. He raises a brow and crosses his arms over his chest, not budging. You trying to get me neutered too? He balks. You know what you signed up for, I laugh. Skillfully, he slips in behind her and diverts her attention elsewhere to the nearest sparring pairs to give instruction. Soraya has always been feisty, but she's been a spitfire since she got here. She broke a she-wolf's arm on the second day when she wouldn't back off of Nex. Systematically, she took on every wolf in that training class, putting them in their place far below her. Typically, Soraya doesn't resort to such lengths, but her first day was rough. No one showed her an ounce of respect, and Henry only addressing Nex doesn't help one bit. Next, he emphasized that Soraya is the head warrior. He brushed the she-wolf's advances off at the first attempt, fully aware of Soraya's temper. But his efforts weren't enough. By the second day, the rank was openly questioning her ability and qualifications to lead. I needed everything in me not to interfere, but I learned long ago that she wouldn't appreciate it if I had. She issued a challenge on the spot. If anyone could beat her, she would step down, letting someone more qualified lead. Neither I nor Nex was worried. We knew Soraya was more than competent, and she proved it, easily beating 30 wolves back-to-back. Among them were 3 she-wolves who had set their sights on Nex. Brittany, the ringleader of the group, was the strongest and most aggressive, attacking Soraya when she turned her back on her after the pin. Soraya knew the cheap attack was coming and effortlessly took her down, driving her shoulder first so hard to the ground that Brittany's arm broke. As brutal as the outcome sounds, our world can be savage, and the everyday things people respect are strength and power. After Soraya displayed prowess, the rank mainly fell into place. Henry, on the other hand, is more stubborn, but I know better than to step in without her asking. "Is there something I can do for you, sire?" Henry asks. "Not at all, I've come to train," I say, tugging my t-shirt over my head. After a week of lectures and little sleep, I'm far too tense. Although I've been assured that I don't need to train with the warriors, I've made it clear that I don't work that way. I've been struggling to understand how this place operates, but the more I learn, the more I realize how much needs to change. "But this is the second class session?" Henry stammers. "Surely you'd be more interested in the elites?" "Henry, relax," I laugh, eager to get him off my back. "I'm sure Jace and Nex are more than capable of challenging me." I walk away from him over to Jace, who is struggling to suppress a laugh. Seeing his signature playboy smirk back in place is good, since it's been severely lacking as Baron drills his responsibilities into him. I know Jace can handle him, but I don't like seeing my best friend struggling like that. He's the most dependable man I know, which is why I made him my beta, not to mention his competence. "Head in the game, Highness," Jace teases, stressing my title. I can't help but roll my eyes at him. The royal pack may be used to this, but I'll be damned if my pack is going to get this formal. "Ass," I growl, pulling my lips up into a dark smirk. Sparring with Jace is always a challenge, not to mention a great way to burn off steam because Lord knows he gives as good as he gets. We square off, drawing all eyes to us. The influx of new wolves has been a blessing and a curse. With the addition of new people, mates are forming and new bonds are being forged, but the flip side is wolves fighting for position and ranks. Every move is being watched and scrutinized, looking for any signs of weakness. No one misses an opportunity to secure their position or to try to climb the ladder by whatever means. There are several she-wolves more than interested in testing the warriors, even the mated ones, to see what they can manage. I've been incredibly vigilant in shutting that mess down when it starts, not wanting to risk another incident like when Cindy tried to seduce me and drive a wedge between me and Jessie. There is no other woman for me than Jessie, but I know she's still insecure, and I refuse to give her any fuel. Both the trauma she's suffered and her pregnancy have left her on shaky ground, which is why I came ahead, opting to keep her home until the last minute. God, I can't wait to see her tonight. I push everything aside and focus on my opponent. Jace is cunning, and every move he makes is calculated. Head to head, I've got him beat on brute strength, so sparring with him is like a physical game of chess. His fighting style is a mix of brute strength and mind games, as he tries to bait me into a situation that benefits him. Jace comes on strong, starting with a low sweeping kick before launching up at me, elbow first. He's hoping to catch me in the chest before I recover, but this is child's play. In the blink of an eye, I see his arm, deflecting it before twisting it behind his back and wrapping my free arm around his neck for the chokehold. Sensing a lost cause, he taps out, and I release him before we square up again. I can't wait for Judius to get here, Jace grumbles, stretching out his neck. His playboy smirk has been replaced with a determined grimace as we circle each other. This time, I'm happy to take the first move, leading with a hard-hitting combo of a left hook, right hook, and uppercut. Jace is used to this savage combo and manages to block each hit, but the force drives him back before he can take an opening, dropping low and driving his shoulder into my gut, pushing me back. The round keeps going back and forth, with neither of us landing a substantial hit. "You're being sloppy on your right," flutters through my mind, stealing all of my attention as Jace brings his clubbed fists down on my back, dropping me to the ground. I quickly recover from my surprise, driving my palm into his chest, winding him, and making him stumble back. Before he can return an attack, I throw my palm up, freezing him in place, and scan the surroundings. As my eyes rake over the enthralled warriors who are watching our match, they come up empty for the one person I'm looking for. "Where are you, baby?" I look back, heart racing in excitement as I keep scanning the surroundings. "Around," she teases, bringing a grin to my face as I methodically scan the palace windows. "Dangerous game you're playing, kitten," I warn, finishing one level and moving on to the next. I hadn't expected her for hours, yet the wait was driving me crazy and was half the reason I was throwing myself into training. Knowing that she's here already is like telling a starving man that there's a steak waiting for him. "One that you love," she counters, and I'll be damned if she's not right. "How busy is your day after training?" "Forget that, baby, my day just opened up." I scoff, throwing up my hands in frustration. "Then what's a couple more hours?" she laughs. "An eternity?" I groan, scanning the last window's end. "Coming up empty." I growl, stalking towards the pack house and scenting the air, but I can't pick up her telltale cinnamon and cherry blossom scent. "Kitten," I warn once more, wanting her to cave. "Guess you'll have a busy day, clearing your plate so whenever you find me, we won't be interrupted." She trails off. The unspoken promise has Cyrus pressing to take on the world all at once, so we can focus all of our attention on our mate. "You better rest up," I warn, grinning to myself. "I fully intend to show you just how much I missed you when I catch you." "As you wish, Alpha," she teases one last time before closing the link. That little minx. Chapter 8. My heart hammers as I watch Christian scan around, searching for me. I'm so distracted by the thrill of hiding that I almost don't manage to duck away from one of the palace windows in time to avoid detection. "You sure do love to push his buttons," Ember chides. "And you don't." I scoff in disbelief, my cheeks hurting from how hard I'm grinning. After a moment, I finally risk one last look and breathe a sigh of relief to see him sparring. His attention is back on Jace, and he's once again all business. When I first met Christian, he was an imposing man, but now, after fighting in the war and becoming king, he looks like a god among men. His broad shoulders and barrel chest are littered with faint scars, but they only add to his chiseled physique. Every inch of his muscle-bound body screams power and danger. After starting our game of cat and mouse, the surge of adrenaline leaves me wide awake and curious about my surroundings. But first things first, I need to find my room. I follow Derwin's instructions, walking through immense marble hallways until I end up at the base of a grand staircase with two palace guards. Neither man wears any expression, but their eyes scream boredom as they watch me approach. "Hi," I greet, unsure of the proper protocol. The guard to the left eyes me curiously, but the one on the right has already dismissed me from his mind. "Your wing is on the left, second last hallway," he says, not even doing me the courtesy of eye contact. "Oh, the guardians told me this is the way to the royal wing." I start, trying to talk my way up without making a fuss. "It is, but the pack's wing is over there," he grumbles, pointing back the way I'd come. "Right, but I belong up there dash." The guard scoffs, cutting me off mid-sentence, and finally turns his narrowed gaze to me. "Listen, this wing is reserved for the king, Beta, Gamma, Delta, and head warrior plus mates. I've already met a lot of them dash." "I'm Christian, mate," I snap, cutting him off as I feel my temper flare. "You?" he asks, raising a brow. Both men study me with renewed interest before exchanging looks. Their scrutiny and unimpressed looks instantly dampen my enthusiasm. "The queen isn't due till later tonight. We would have been told if she were here," the second guard chimes in. "Touché, Ember tuts." "Mila, Claire," I call, grasping at straws. Lord knows Judius and Chloe are either sleeping or indisposed. At either rate, I don't want to bother them. "You're here." They squeal in unison, threatening to give me an instant migraine. I am, but I came in on the down low, hoping to get a feel for the place before anyone fusses. Only problem is, the guards don't know who I am and don't believe me. Can you come get me? I plead. One problem, we're being hounded by the Master of Lineage. Claire trails off in an ominous tone. The hell is that? I groan, crossing my arms. A nosy motherfucker hellbent on getting up in our reproductive business, Mila growls. It's too late for us, but save yourself. Oh, you're shitting me, I whine. I'm struggling enough as is with being pregnant. The last thing I need is some strange guy up in my business. I can't make this up, Claire sighs. Your secret is safe, but Mila's not even there yet, and this guy is talking about optimum breeding dash. That's enough of that, Mila cuts in. Run, and don't look back, save yourself. I laugh and close the link, realizing I'm safer down here, but unsure what to do with myself. When in doubt, find a guardian. Which way is the guardian wing? I ask, hoping they will at least direct me away. The less cranky guard points down the closest hall on the right, and I gladly take off, not wanting to test them any further. Thankfully, I have an easier time there. Sup, mate? Quinn greets. The last time I saw the female guardian was at the Central Archive siege a couple of months ago. She looks the same today as she did that day, dressed in guardian green, her curly brown hair pulled back into a ponytail, and those keen blue eyes that miss nothing. Hey, I reply, flashing her a smile. Quinn welcomes me in, and sends a cadet out to watch the entrance. The room is like a giant living room commons, with couches arranged around a large TV at one end and tables and chairs spread out at the other end. Guardians lounge everywhere, relaxing and laughing amongst themselves as we make our way in. Yeah, made it love, Dex practically cheers, sweeping me up in a big hug. Even in the low light, his fiery red beard glows, and his towering height makes me feel like a dwarf. Derwin said you were around, was about to head out and find ya. Yeah, I thought it would be smart to come in under the radar, except no one knows who I am, and I can't even get up to my room, I laugh. Oh, I did manage to distract Christian, so I'm sure I'll hear about that later. They've been running him ragged, Dex frowns, all of them really. Isn't Christian the king? I ask, furrowing my brows. How can they be ordering him around if he's in charge? Well, not yet actually. You guys need a coronation to make it official, Dex muses, stroking his beard thoughtfully. Great, I groan at yet another ceremony that I have no say in. But why? Tradition, Quinn shrugs. Fuck if I know, but they have traditions for everything. You'll hear all about them from Percival. Think about it. The royal pack has been stewing, waiting for new royals for a decade now, a newcomer says. This guardian is one I haven't met before. He's a little taller than average height and thin, with medium-length black hair swept behind his ears, and eyes so dark they're damn near black. He walks over, extending a hand for me to shake with an easy smile on his ageless face. Pleasure to meet you, Jessie, he says, shaking my hand. I've heard great things. Jessie, meet Shone, Dex says with a grin. A great guy to have in a tight spot. Pleasure's all mine, I say, feeling my cheeks heat. How many guardians are there? This wing, like all areas of the palace, is massive with layer upon layer of rooms, quite possibly hundreds. The most guardians I've seen before this was maybe 50? Hard to know, Quinn muses with a mischievous glint in her eyes. The elder guardian has us spread out all over the bloody place. Almost feels weird seeing so many of us in one place. How will you ever stay out of trouble? I challenge with a ghost of a smirk. I reckon that's what the palace guards are for, she replies, waggling her brows. A lil stress relief. She means fighting love, Dex clarifies at my wide eyes. Palace guards and guardians have a long-standing rivalry. I hadn't noticed, I scoff, thinking about Derwin and Vincent. Sure, Derwin didn't like how he was treating me, but those two had history before I ever showed up. Mostly good-natured, who's better? Shone clarifies. What about Derwin and Vincent? I press my luck. Well, those blokes have a lot of history, Quinn muses. Much of it involving a certain green-eyed vixen, but they're both second in command, inflated egos. But the details you'll have to pry out of them. I may not know the specifics, but I can put two and two together just by watching how they behave around Mackenzie. There's little doubt in my mind that they both had their sights set on her, and clearly, Derwin was the winner. I don't suppose I can just hide out here till Ethan's 18, eh? I sigh. Well, the way I hear it, you're damn near a guardian, Shone muses. But somehow I imagine a certain king will have a problem with that. All three laugh at his words. Little do they know I've already started a game of cat and mouse with Christian, one that is no doubt going to be short. I feel the familiar pressure budding behind my eyes and switch gears once more. Is Damon around? I ask, praying against the odds. There is so much mental noise here, but I've spent enough time with him that I should have been able to pick him up if he were around. Afraid not, love, you good? Dex asks, eyeing me with renewed concern. Yeah, I sigh. It's just really loud in here, you know? I have no idea which of the Guardians knows what about me. Both he and Mackenzie are aware of my abilities, as is Derwin, who helped me tap into and refine them. Unfortunately, as my abilities get stronger, they also seem to lack an off button like before. I can send word for him dash. Nah, I'm going to have to get used to this eventually. I was just looking for an easy out, I dismiss. He'll be here for your coronation. I know that's a ways off yet, but it's something. He offers with a shrug. He stayed behind with Willow and Sadie's off having the time of her life with Kaimen. Rogue life suits her. I nod thoughtfully. Garrick had made a big point about how long it's been since all four heirs were known. When he said he would protect Willow, I didn't realize he meant all heirs. Their primary concern, of course, is Lucas' heir, Ethan, and, to a lesser extent, me and Christian, as his adoptive parents and now blood-bonded royals. Where are you, little minx, Christian Lynx, making me instantly grin as a thrill of excitement courses through me. I can feel his hunger through the bond. He may want to know where I am, but he's also enjoying the game. Around, I murmur playfully. Are you done for the day? Just training, he grumbles. I've got time before my next meeting. Sounds like just enough time to shower and grab something to eat, I tease. Is that an offer to come shower with me? He asks suggestively. And make you miss your meeting? Never, I laugh. Goddess, you're a tease today, Christian growls. You know I'm going to catch you eventually, right? I'm counting on it, Alpha, I tease once more before closing the link. His frustration and exhilaration flood back through the bond, letting me know how much I affect him. I take it from that Cheshire cat grin there. The big man is onto ya? Dex grins. Oh yeah, I laugh. But I need to figure out something to kill half the day where he's not gonna find me. That's easy, the kitchens, Quinn says. Pretty sure he has a lunch meeting anyway. I think I can make my way back there. Thanks, guys. I flash them one last smile and head back out of the Guardian's Commons, beelining back towards the kitchen. With a silent cheer, I manage to find my way back and slip into the kitchen. I'm unprepared for the scale and the ordered chaos around me. From the looks of it, the space is divided into several regions, with a bank of doors on the far side leading to a patio featuring outdoor grills. Playboy is gonna love that if he hasn't already seen it. Ember chimes in, flashing pictures of Jace in his Kiss the Cook apron, BB Ching. There are walls of ovens, a huge walk-in freezer and cooler, long ranges of flaming cooktops, and what seems like miles of stainless steel countertops. Each area is fully staffed. Among the busy mass of people are two individuals giving directions, an ancient-looking man, stooped over by age with thin, snowy hair, and a fierce-looking woman with salt and pepper hair tied neatly into a bun and piercing blue eyes. Yes! She addresses me impatiently, looking me over from head to toe. Hi. I reply, suddenly uncertain of what I thought I could do here. Usually, in every pack I went to, they could always use help in the kitchen, yet here they seem almost overstaffed. I'm from Still Waters. I thought you could use help in the kitchen. How big is this pack of yours? She huffs. You guys keep coming. You can go help Lena with the vegetables. Without so much as a follow-up question or a second glance, she points over to a corner near the cooler where a middle-aged woman works at a mountain of peppers. I'm pretty sure I came in the last wave, I mumble, walking over to Lena. Lena has a calm, gentle energy that's common with Omegas. She's my height, but I'd guess she's in her 40s. Her dark brown hair is pulled back into a low ponytail and streaked with gray, but she has kind brown eyes and an easy smile. She's not that bad, she whispers, sliding me a spare paring knife. Maureen is just a little hyped up with all the new additions and the new royal family. You know. Not so much, I sigh. They're just normal people, you know? Easy for you to say. They're your Alpha and Luna. Lena laughs. Well, actually, I'm Dash. Less talking, more chopping, ladies, Maureen tuts. I can't help but roll my eyes at her snappiness. I can see I'll need a new hobby outside of the kitchen. Somehow, I think gardening's off the docket for a while. I'm Jessie, I whisper once Maureen is off on the other side of the kitchen. Lena, she giggles. We have like 20 minutes to finish this. What happens in 20 minutes? I ask. We have to serve the king's meeting, Lena replies, as if the meal we're prepping is common knowledge. Huh. Christian is gonna lose his mind. Chapter 9. Christian. You good? Jace asks as Jessie closes the link and leaves me hanging. Yeah, Jessie came in this morning and is playing cat and mouse with me, I grumble. Every ounce of tension I had worked out in training is back tenfold thanks to that little minx. God, I love her. The hell are you waiting for? Jace chides with his signature grin, wiping the sweat from his face and passing me a bottle of water. Neither of us went as hard as we could, but we still worked to keep up our game. She said, come find her when I'm done for the day, I growl before tossing the water bottle back. I don't miss the attention we're getting from the she-wolves that linger after training, so I slip my t-shirt back on. The last thing I need is Jessie to get any wrong impression. Lord knows where she is, she could be watching right now. Huh, you're in for the longest day ever, he laughs, throwing his shirt over his shoulder and heading back to the palace with me, much to the she-wolves' dismay. Don't remind me, I groan. We have lunch with the royal rank wolves in like half an hour. I need a shower first. Great. More words of wisdom from Beta Baron. Are you sure he knows that you'll be taking over, not me? Jace asks as his face falls. Who the fuck knows? This whole thing feels like a giant clusterfuck. I thought we'd have a handle on it by now. The whole point of having Jessie come last was so that we could have the transition well underway and ideally completed by the time she arrived. Some plan that was. Not like becoming royal has a handbook. Jace laughs, turns, and heads upstairs with me, heading left at the top of the stairs while I head right. See you in half an hour. I open the bedroom door, scanning the room for Jessie, and frown when I come up empty. 2 new bags are waiting just inside the door, but no hint that she's even been here, not even a faint trace of her addictive cinnamon and cherry blossom scent, other than what lingers on her bags. Not wanting to be late, I strip and head for the shower. Both the bathroom and bedroom are larger than mine at Still Waters, which was already spacious. This is big enough for an entire family, complete with a small kitchenette, big screen TV, a couple of sofas, and a spacious bedroom. Jessie is going to love the hot tub. That woman is a heat sink. Sire, the others are gathered, Percival links mid-shower. My mood sours instantly. The man never has anything good to tell me, just that I'm late for this or that, or pointing out what I ought to do in the most passive-aggressive way possible. I try to take his nagging with a pinch of salt, knowing he's stuck in his ways and served the last royal family. Dealing with him is not easy. Sire? He presses on. Yes, sorry. I'm just getting ready still. I'll be there as soon as I can, I mumble, struggling to keep my tone even. Very good, I'll let them know that. Percival pops off. Groaning, I cut my shower short and get ready as quickly as I can. Jace is waiting for me, clearly having gotten the memo, though from the sullen look on his face, I imagine his came directly from Baron. Wordlessly, we make our way through the bustling hallways, through the dining commons, and into the private dining room. The room is eerily quiet as we walk in with Beta Baron, Gamma Evan, and Delta Merrick seated on one side of the table and Head Warrior Henry on the other side, leaving the head chair and the seat to the right for me and Jace. I don't miss Soraya's exclusion once again and know that Xavier is with Claire. That's the one small act of compassion the old-timers have shown since Claire's late term, and he has been experiencing some discomfort. They don't stress him the same as they do Jace and me. My head warrior seems to be missing, I state, pointedly locking my eyes on Henry. His frown deepens slightly, but Baron is the one who steps up. She's overseeing training. With this being a quick meeting before the Queen arrives, and we really get down to business, it doesn't warrant everyone. Your Delta isn't here either, he counters, raising a brow. The veteran warrior has a commanding air about him that I'm sure he has spent years crafting as he filled in for the last king. From our many hours of conversations, he clearly has a sharp mind, as evidenced by the way he evaluates everything, but I can't help but feel like I'm one of his subjects at times like these. There's a quiet cunning in his eyes that's easily overlooked, but if this last year has taught me anything, it's to be aware of people. In a matter of months, I've been betrayed and nearly murdered by long-standing allies, almost enslaved by the very government sworn to protect us, and had to navigate the murky waters between deciding and trusting who my real allies are among those who've yet to prove themselves to me. I've relied on my strength and the loyalty of those closest to me to get us through, and so far it's paid off, though not without a steep cost. Now I'm in a completely different arena where my strength matters very little, and they play by their own rules. Lunch will be here shortly, shall we? Merrick offers, trying to steer us back to the matter at hand. I sigh and take my seat with Jace as they begin reviewing the daily updates. Henry starts by running through the list of recruits and discussing the rigors he plans to put our warriors through to determine where they fit within their ranks. Jace coughs to suppress a laugh when Henry expresses concern about our warriors bringing down their ranks. The little bit of time I've spent among the training grounds hasn't exactly wowed me with their prowess. They are by no means incompetent, but I think when he finally gets his head out of his ass and gives Soraya a chance, he'll be surprised. Not many female head warriors exist. Soraya earned her title with skill and cunning, having to work twice as hard as the male warriors to get there. Really, there's nothing of note for any of the other reports either. By the palace's very design, it's secluded and easily defended. From my security briefings, it sounds like there have been very few issues since the fatal strike on the former royal family. Why would they? Cyrus pipes up. There hasn't been anything worth attacking here. This place is full of ghosts and relics. He's been less than impressed with the whole palace situation. Still Waters is his home, the territory that he has defended with blood, sweat, and tears. It's the home of his ancestors, so this place holds no meaning for him. When we were fighting against Dimitri and the council to protect the lost heir and the good of all wolf kind, no help ever materialized from the palace. So, in his mind, they are no better. So, what time are we to expect the queen? Evansley asks. Of the lot, he's been the easiest to deal with, even if he's a little distant. For hours ago, Jace scoffs. I take a sip of water to hide my grin. I'm sure she'll show up when she's good and ready, I reply cryptically, which technically is not a lie. Baron raises a silver-red eyebrow at that response, almost like he's thinking about calling me on my bluff, but thinks better of it, instead waving over to the kitchen staff. A moment later, the table is quickly set, and our drinks are all refilled. Why did you leave her to the end? Merrick questions, making me tick my jaw. We had just gotten back, I shrugged, trying to sound unbothered. She was visiting with family and taking care of some loose ends before joining us. The spicy and savory smell of hot food wafts in as two women roll a cart with a giant pot of soup to one side and start filling bowls, setting them down for us. Cyrus perks up in the back of my mind as he picks up something else. Before I can dwell on whatever has his attention, my soup is set down, distracting me. I turn my attention to my server, thinking it's Jessie, but instead am met by dark brown eyes. Is everything okay, Highness? She asks with a worried expression, no doubt in response to my fallen face. Yeah, of course, I say, shaking my head. Everything is fine, my compliments to the staff. I'm losing it. Jessie has me wound so tight I'm jumping at the slightest hint. Your pack has been a great help also, she replies gracefully with a bow before going back to the pot. Jace chokes on his first spoonful, burying his face in his napkin and stifling a noise somewhere between coughing and laughing. All eyes zero in on Jace as Henry passes him another napkin, but my attention is on the beautiful, golden-eyed woman serving the other side of the table. Your mouth is hanging open, Jessie chides with a coy smile. Are you fucking kidding me? I gasp back, snapping my mouth shut. My eyes refuse to blink as I follow her around the room, setting down soup for everyone. Her musical voice threads through my mind, with amusement that is also clear on her face. Here, Jessie is entirely composed, and I'm the one sputtering and at a loss for words. Is your plan to tease me all day, little one? I grumble dangerously. In all fairness, earlier was a spur-of-the-moment thing. I was helping in the kitchen and literally got voluntold to do this. She replies in all seriousness. They're waiting on your answer, sire. My attention goes back to the table, and I see everyone staring at me expectantly. Clearly, the conversation had continued while I was distracted, leaving me hanging. Jace, for his part, is going to have a bloody lip from how hard he's biting it to keep from laughing. They were asking what to expect from our Luna. Jace prompts, easily figuring out where I've been. Trouble, I blurt out, watching Jessie walk back and pack up their cart. She purses her lips and raises an unimpressed brow at me, but keeps her mouth shut. Trouble? Evan Lay asks, furrowing his brows in surprise. She's got the biggest heart I've ever seen. It leads her into trouble sometimes, but I wouldn't change a thing, I clarify, never taking my eyes off of her. Nice save, Alpha, she chirps, but the blush burning her cheeks tells me how affected she is. Anything else? Merrick asks, passing his empty bowl to Jessie. Jenna has been driving me nuts with questions. The second server rolls in with a new cart of perfectly plated pasta. Jessie doesn't miss a step, quickly serving everyone. She has a complex history, not particularly fond of fuss or being the center of attention. She values the simple things in life, I muse, watching her flit from seat to seat. Those days may be over, Baron frowns, taking his plate. I'm fairly certain that's impossible as queen. Anything else? Trust is everything with her. It took time for us to gain hers. Don't expect it overnight, I warn. Jessie flashes me one last smile before packing the cart up, ready to leave when the other server finishes topping up drinks. I think that's to be expected with anyone, Merrick muses thoughtfully, rubbing his chin. She didn't have an easy start, Jace adds, shaking his head. Hell, I'm finding all of this a giant adjustment, and I'm used to pack living. She isn't. If she's half the Luna you make her out to be, then she should have no issues adjusting, Baron dismisses, setting my teeth on edge. Jessie keeps her face even, but I feel the pang of guilt reverberate back through the bond. Baby, it's not like that, I try to reassure her. I know, she mumbles before changing the topic. How long till you're done for the day? A few hours yet, I reply apologetically, watching her push the cart back to the kitchen. I'll be waiting, she teases, recovering and closing the link. So you don't know when she and the rest of your pack will be arriving, Baron presses on. I expect you won't have a chance to meet them till tomorrow, I grumble. Initially, I was going to convince Jessie to come for dinner, but seeing her, I'm aware just how much I crave her undivided attention. The rest of the afternoon passed agonizingly slowly, with my mind constantly on Jessie. I know tomorrow will be stressful for her, and I hate that there's nothing I can do to make it any easier. In my distracted state, the fact that there's not a pop quiz is a good thing because I'd surely fail. Think that's it for today, Baron says, gathering up his papers. Once everyone is here, we'll finalize amalgamation and start the process for coronation. Should be set to start on that tomorrow, I agree, nodding, getting up from his office and heading out. Throughout the afternoon, my tension only grew, leaving my shoulders painfully tight. After closing the door behind me, I shake my shoulders out, feeling a lightness creep in. Finally, I'm free. Better run, kitten. I'm on my way, I link with a hungry grin. Chapter 10. Strong arms lift me from the couch in Christian's office, and the sparks dancing between us assure me it's Christian. Instantly, I melt against him, tucking my head against his chest and taking in his scent. After serving lunch, my stomach started to quiver, so I looked for somewhere quiet to lie down. Knowing I couldn't get up to our room, I tried to find my way back to the Guardians, got lost, and then picked up Christian's scent, which led me to his office. Sleep, baby, he whispers, kissing the top of my head, and I'm out shortly after. I wake up to soft caresses across my back with Christian grinning down at me. My head is on his chest, and I'm tucked against him with my arm over his waist and leg entwined with his. Morning, beautiful, he murmurs, kissing the top of my head. How'd you sleep? Like the dead, I groan, stretching my stiff muscles. God, I slept for like 12 hours. Not exactly what I planned for when I found you, he teases, mischief dancing in his golden green eyes. Me neither, I murmur against his chest, sliding my hand across it, aimlessly tracing the faint scars. But we have time now, dash. Loud knocking cuts me off mid-sentence, drawing both of our attention to the door. Christian groans, dropping his head back to the pillow. The knocking comes again and again, more insistent until Christian gets up and storms over to the door. He's only in boxers, giving me a tantalizing view of his broad shoulders and sculpted back. Yes, he snaps at the man on the other side of the door, flinging it open. The older man, stooped over by age with snowy hair, looks wide-eyed between Christian and me as I draw the blanket tighter to my chest. Sire, I hate to bother you, but... He trails off, nervously looking back at me again. What? Christian growls. We should move her to other quarters, he practically whispers, nodding at me. Christian furrows his brows, looking at the man like he's crazy. The queen is due here at any moment. This fucker thinks you're his mistress, Ember snarls in outrage. She is the queen, Christian growls dangerously. My apologies, the man says, visibly paling and trembling so much I'm surprised I don't hear his knees knocking together. So that's what figuratively bursting into flames looks like, Ember snickers, taking in the mortified elder. Did you need something, Percival? Christian grumbles. Nothing else, he squeaks, backing up. Apologies, Highness, he calls over to me before practically running away. Christian slams the door and runs a hand through his hair, sighing loudly. A moment later, he groans and rolls his eyes. He has the faraway look of a link communication for a moment before he walks back to bed, flopping down next to me. Cat's out of the bag, he sighs, turning to face me. I don't think he even got to the stairs before sending out an APB about your arrival, sorry baby. Well, unless I wanted to pretend to be your whore, I was going to have to stop hiding eventually, I reply dryly. I have no idea what he was thinking, Christian growls with a scowl of disgust. Relax, you won some points for shutting that shit down quick, I admit. But they lost points for being so willing to hide your mistresses from the queen. I may know Christian loves me, and only me, but just the idea that infidelity is so easily swept under a rug sets me on edge. My temper seems to grow worse daily, and when the topic comes to Christianity, I have a jealousy streak as deep as the Mariana Trench. The pregnancy hormones are no doubt not helping matters any. Part of me is worried that if I'm this bad this early on, then how bad will I be full term? The other part of me is dumbfounded that my temper is the thing that I'm worried about, of all the things. They are unique, Christian mumbles, struggling for words. It's just as big of an adjustment for them as it is for us. Huh. I scoff. They all served under the other king, who would have been my dad's age, he reasons. Then they just made do for the last decade. Suddenly the radar goes off, and poof, here we are. Not just a brand new royal family, but an entire pack, and not a small one at that. I get that, but everything seems a lot here, I mumble. I know, baby, but it's just a learning curve. Things will get easier once they know us better, and we get to know how things work here. I'll be here with you the entire way. You'll have the guardians and our pack too, he says while I feel his concern feeding back through our bond. Right. Not wanting to worry him anymore, I put on my game face, mentally bracing to roll with the punches. Like everything else, I need to keep putting one foot in front of the other and trudge on till I make it to the other side. Christian jumps out of bed suddenly, beelining for the door. He opens it, revealing a man with a large covered silver tray, which he takes and thanks him. My brows knit curiously until the smell of bacon and waffles hits me, and my stomach makes its will known with a loud growl. They do have great waffles, he laughs, setting the tray down as he sits against the headboard. Once the food is in front of me, I'm reminded of how long it's been since I last ate and practically inhale it, much to Christian's amusement. If you want more, I can order another plate? He asks with a hint of concern. In all fairness, I did eat more than usual for me. Nah, I dismiss, feeling my cheeks heat. My stomach was off yesterday afternoon, so I skipped lunch, then apparently slept through dinner. Jessie, Christian groans, giving me a pointed look. I know, I've been doing everything Doc said, but even he said not to force eating if I'm nauseous. I reply, knowing the overprotective mate is about to come out. How long has this been going on? he asks, tenderly caressing my cheek. The concern swimming in his eyes eats at me, but I shrug, not really knowing. It's been more noticeable the last couple of days, and before you freak out, I already talked to Doc. He said it's normal, I say, cutting him off before he can have a tantrum. I don't have to like it, he grumbles, pulling me onto his lap and wrapping me up in his arms. You'll tell me if something's wrong, right? There's such concern and worry in them. Minimal worries about the big evil Alpha King, but I feel like his kryptonite. Absolutely. Just my body being upset over the little leech stealing its food and messing with my chemistry, I laugh. Did you just call our child a leech? He asks, screwing up his face in disgust. It's that or parasite, I grumble, crossing my arms. Anything but leech, he says, oddly serious. Though I prefer pup or baby. I'm working on that, I mumble, dropping my gaze and feeling my chest tighten. I hate seeing that excitement and not being there yet. Pregnancy wasn't something I had ever thought about in my life, but then again, I never expected to meet Christian. Being adopted has left me with mixed feelings about having children, planting seeds of doubt that I'm not capable of being a good mother. Christian, on the other hand, is a natural and says I am too, pointing out how I was able to get through to Ethan when no one else could, but Ethan's not like other kids. We've both been through more than anyone should ever have to, but that shared pain brought us together. He needed someone to care for and look after him, and I was more than happy to step in and be that person. I love you, baby, he whispers, lifting my chin. I know there's a lot on your plate and you're doing so well, but I've got you. With a sigh, I melt into his embrace, forcing myself to accept his words. Never once did I doubt his abilities, and Lord knows he's been open about wanting to start a family. My fear makes me feel guilty, knowing how much he wants this and how excited I should be, yet uncertainty fills me. Suddenly, Christian groans and tenses. I risk a look up, and he's once again got that faraway look as a frown takes over his handsome face. Duty calls? I ask. Yeah, Soraya's about to kill someone. I'm used to her temper being hot, and I know they've been hassling her, but this isn't new for her, he trails off. Hell, if it wasn't for her and her trail of victims, they'd die of boredom in the medical wing. Reluctantly, he lets me pry his arms open and slip off to the bathroom. After quickly brushing my teeth and hair and freshening up, I get changed while Christian does the same. Ready to do this? He asks, holding out a hand. Without thought, I quickly lace my fingers with his and nod. Clearly, Christian's sense of direction so far is superior to mine, as he leads us through a maze of hallways before exiting out the back. We're on the training field when he was sparring with Jace yesterday. Next stands in the middle, his dark eyes dancing between Soraya and a grizzly veteran, both of whom are fired up. On Soraya's side are several of our pack members, including many of the she-wolf warriors. On the veteran side are all older male warriors who are not hiding their disgust. And I told you, Soraya pauses, taking a breath. That shit is going to change. Her fists are balled, and she's trembling as she tries to hold back her apparent wish to rearrange the veteran's face. Seasoned? She hisses, her voice so deadly calm that even Nex takes a step back, knowing she's about to erupt. We just got back from fighting a fucking war while your seasoned warriors did fuck all, sipping tea and eating crumpets. The veteran is on the verge of losing his temper at the insult, being called out in front of everyone. He takes a threatening step forward, narrowing his gaze at her, and Nex does the same, clearly not impressed with the threat against his mate. Is there a problem, Henry? Christian cuts in, his face hard as he ticks his jaw. Yes, he growls, never taking his eyes off of Soraya. This she-wolf dash. Head warrior. Christian cuts in dangerously, letting his aura flex. This she-wolf, as you keep referring to her, is more skilled and cunning than any male I've seen on the field. She has achieved more in such a short time than warriors twice her age, and she has fought tooth and nail for every win dash. Sire, I dash. I wasn't finished, Christian snarls. She earned her position. It wasn't given to her, and that was despite the good OL boys trying to force her out of the ranks. Silence hangs heavy in the air as no one so much as breathes for fear of drawing Christian's temper. Even Henry looks to be shrinking back on himself, realizing he's stepped way over the line. Soraya, for her part, just glowers. Her emotions are a volatile mix of gratitude, anger, embarrassment, and bravado, all of which threaten to boil over at any moment. Soraya is your equal here. Don't hold back anymore, he says directly to her. Clearly, doing things their way isn't going to work this time. Worried looks are exchanged among the royal rank wolves as no doubt their links buzz with uncertainty. Soraya has been a force to be reckoned with, whether on a tight leash or off it. They won't know what hit them. As you command, Alpha, Soraya replies as a dangerous smile slips on her lips. She looks like a deranged kid on Christmas morning who's just been told they can open all their presents at once. What is the problem, other than her sex? Christian grumbles, his attention now on Henry. It's the ranks, sire, he answers, having recovered. She wants to put her warriors above mine just because they are hers. Christian raises a questioning brow to Soraya, clearly not buying his story. He wants them all to start from the bottom and work their way up. She snaps, her temper right back on high. You can't expect my warriors to be demoted to make room for yours. He scoffs. And mine should. Soraya yells back. They have fought, bled, and sacrificed to get where they are. What is it you really want to do, Soraya? Christian sighs, seeing right through this farce. I want everyone tested, she replies plainly, earning a snort of disgust from Henry. Theirs and ours, I want to know where everyone is skill-wise and blend the ranks, with everyone having earned their spot. He's afraid they won't measure up, I warn Christian, reading Henry's uncertain energy. He is full of doubt. His worry is in the ward, which could explain a bit of his energy towards Soraya. Palace life has made them soft, whereas our warriors are at their peak, having come fresh off the battlefield. He links back, already aware. Soraya picked it up the first day, which is why I asked her to hold back and let him warm up, but it's not working. He's dug in like a tick. That sounds reasonable to me. I add in a reasonably neutral tone before sweetening the deal. This will be a good chance to show what the palace warriors are capable of. Sometimes you scare me, Soraya links the amusement dancing in her dark eyes. Fine, Henry grumbles, unable to talk his way out any longer. This weekend, then. We'll give everyone time to prepare. Soraya opens her mouth to reply, but a sharp look from Christian shuts that down fast. Perfect, she agrees. Make an exhibition of it? Of course. Henry may be agreeing, but his demeanor and energy suggest he is less than impressed with the idea. Highness. A man calls, scurrying towards us in strange, full-length brown robes. His energy automatically sets my back up in warning. Percival marches after him, refusing to jog but pumping his legs for all they are worth to keep up. Highness, at last. Sorry, sire, Percival pants, holding his side. There was no holding him back when he heard Her Highness had arrived. Nonsense, the brown-robed man chides, brushing off Percival. Don't let him sour our meeting. We will, after all, be spending a lot of time together. He smiles broadly at me, though I can't help but feel uneasy, like he thinks of me as his newest toy. Oh. I reply, at a loss for words. Yes, Highness. I'm Eli, he states proudly before bowing deeply. The master of lineage. Oh fuck. Chapter 11. Yes, Highness. I'm Eli, he states proudly before bowing deeply. The master of lineage. Oh fuck. Nice to meet you, I say, struggling to keep my voice even. But please, just Jessie. Oh, that's hardly appropriate, Highness, Eli chides. While the king is busy with Beta Baron, I thought we could get started. The old man is as excited as a kid on Christmas morning. Started? I reply weakly. Of course. Beta female Mila and Delta female Claire are already well underway, the Delta female more so. He trails off, furrowing his brow and pursing his lips. If this jackass thinks he can dig around like we're some prized breeding bitch, he's got another thing coming, Ember snarls. Mostly because we're already bred, I snap back bitterly. I appreciate your concern, I start, struggling to come up with something less angry than how I truly feel. But family planning and whatnot is between me and Christian. Ember pushes forward, making her displeasure known, making Eli flinch back as her aura slaps him in the face. Oh, of course, Highness, he stammers. But that is just a small portion of what I do here. More so, I am a historian of bloodlines. The Glass family tree is well documented, but you're a bit more of a mystery. My chest tightens at his train of thought. I was one of the lucky ones to be adopted, but there were no records of me. Somehow, I don't see an adopted human lineage as passing in the wolf world. I'm afraid that's a bit of a dead end there, I mumble, embarrassed. I was adopted and raised by humans. And? He asks, raising a bushy brow. And there are no records? I repeat, giving him a sideways glance. Highness, I live for this. He cackles, delight dancing in his murky brown eyes. Come, come. He gestures back to the palace. Christian gives me a reassuring smile and nods ahead. He's harmless, just a little passionate. He'll ask you a few questions, then get to work. It might be nice to know a bit about where you came from, Christian links, raising a brow. He could do that? I ask curiously. Baby, if anyone can, it's him. For as stuffy as they are, the palace is full of the best at their crafts. We might as well take advantage of it while we're here, right? He replies. Christian's words give me a lot to think about. As a kid, I always dwelt on who my birth parents were, what happened to them, and why they didn't want me anymore. Did I make too much noise? Or maybe I was a troublemaker. As always, my thoughts spiral down to one set of questions. Did they ever love me? They couldn't have. You don't get rid of someone you love. Even after all these years, and despite being raised by a wonderful family full of love, these doubts still feel as raw as the first day I remember thinking about them. I tried my best to do my adoptive parents proud, but that seed of doubt planted all those years ago still casts a shadow of doubt and uncertainty. Will I be a good mother, or will I bail on my baby too? Meet you back for lunch? I ask, turning back to Christian, who is smiling warmly at me. Absolutely. Before I go, I stretch up to give him a quick kiss, but Christian has other plans. He wraps me up in his powerful embrace and locks his lips with mine. My surprise is quickly washed away under Christian's passionate kiss. After a moment, he reluctantly pulls back, his golden green eyes boring into mine as we both are left breathing heavily. Have a good day, and the moment you need me, don't hesitate, just link me, he whispers, tenderly caressing my cheek. Yes, sire, I breathlessly reply with a smirk. Christian grins and shakes his head, releasing me. The day ends eventually, he reminds me as I walk away. His voice is so seductive, it makes my stomach flutter. I'm counting on it. Cyrus bristles at my tease, pushing Christian to act, but he's got a job to do. Out of the corner of my eye, I see Mila's wild, flaming hair and catch Chloe behind her. Both women freeze, seeing me following Eli, but after a moment, Mila grabs Chloe's wrist and trudges over. Beta female Mila, so good that you could join us, and who is this you brought? Eli asks, craning his neck for a better look. Chloe, she replies, less than enthusiastically. The long-lost gamma female. The excitement in Eli's voice is akin to a kid who has just collected a complete set of training cards. Mila rolls her eyes and clenches her jaw as if his very voice grates on her nerves, whereas Chloe looks like a deer in the headlights. Eli, can I call you that? I cringe. He only nods in response. This constant use of titles. It's too much. But it's proper? He counters, scrunching up his face in confusion. Not for us, I groan. It's too wordy and stiff. Please just use our names, at least when it's just us. Eli's face falls a bit at my words as he considers them. A determined look sets on his face, and he gives me a sharp nod. Very well, but only in private, he agrees. Thank you, I reply sincerely. I'll take it as a win, no matter how small. He leads us through a maze to the far side of the palace and up to the top floor. We pass through a gigantic library with bookcases that reach all the way up to a vaulted ceiling and then pass through a guarded archway into a museum-like chamber. The dominant wall is plastered from floor to ceiling with portraits, as are the rest of the walls, but there's a clear bald spot in the middle. On the wall to the left, between recessed windows, are portraits surrounded by books, artifacts, and scrolls. Some portraits are of families, while others feature either a stately man or woman. However, the attention to detail and power make them feel alive. What is this place? I murmur, looking wide-eyed around. The place hums with energy, much like the Central Archives. Some call it heaven, but to most it is the Hall of Kings, Marjorie replies. Her bright brown eyes sparkle with excitement as she walks over to us. Young keeper, so good to see you again, Eli greets, with esteemed respect in both his eyes and voice. Is there something I can do for you, or are you here for Her Highness? Marjorie laughs and shakes her head, letting her shoulder-length, wavy brown hair swish freely. The Luna, or well Queen now, is at the center of my work, she reasons with a smile. I find the more answers I get, the more questions I'm left with. I would very much like to read it, Eli hints with hope dancing in his murky eyes. Sorry, but I'm afraid it's far too much of a rough draft yet. I have a fair amount to do yet before I start polishing it, she dismisses, making his face fall. Besides, I can't help but think there's more to come yet. Please no, I groan. I've had enough excitement to last a lifetime. Between finding out I'm a werewolf with a fated mate and surviving clusterfuck conferences and deranged wars, all I want now is the most boring life possible. I've only ever wanted to live a simple life, but the cosmos apparently has different plans for me. I don't suppose you've uncovered anything about her parentage, Eli presses on. Don't, I warn the keeper, not wanting to bring up my gifts. Christian and the Guardians thought it best not to let everyone know what I could do, nor that I'm Luca's witness and a descendant of Lorelei. There is already enough to get used to without adding more attention. Never bothered with that, Marjorie muses. More so her journey during the war. I suppose that's not technically a lie. I would actually be very interested in what you find, Marjorie adds. I'd of course give full credit, should it be added to my book. Naturally, Eli replies with a gracious nod. He heads for a grand, wooden desk large enough for 3 people. One end is piled high with ancient-looking books, and a small stack of files occupies the other end, leaving a valley for him to work in. There's not a spot free of papers. Let's get started, shall we? Eli says, taking a seat on the far side and grabbing a file for Chloe. If you would be so kind as to check that over? Chloe takes the file and sits down in the seat next to me. Her eyes go wide as she schemes a finger across the pages, silently mouthing the words. What is this? She gasps, glaring at Eli. Your preliminary file, Eli responds unfazed. Your mate was only able to give me so much. But I'm sure I'll have it complete soon. Just let me know if there are any mistakes. The very last page is a family tree. The long-dead ancestors are grayed out, along with most of it. No surprise, considering her pack was wiped out by Dimitri when she was caught and collared. These two, she mumbles, her voice quaking as she suppresses a whimper. They didn't make it either. Eli takes the sheet back and looks it over before pulling out another folder and leafing through it. He furrows his brow in concentration before finding the information needed. See for yourself, Angelina Dawson, age 22, and Clive West, age 18, both among the reclaimed at Black Moon. Eli slides the pages over for Chloe to read, and instantly, she starts to cry. I thought I was the last, she sobs. The sorrow radiating off of her is hard to handle, and I can't seem to block her. I'm sure Eli can get you in touch, I offer. Chloe brings her watery gaze to mine, her eyes filled with desperation. Is she made it? She suddenly asks, making Eli turn back to his records. If she's not, will Christian let her transfer? She's my sister. Mated or not, she's more than welcome, I assure her, earning a big smile. But Christian? She asks, knitting her brows in worry. I think I can handle him, I laugh. Thank you, Jessie. She beams, wrapping me in a giant hug. Really, it's Eli, I say with a smile. Now, let's see what we can dig up for you now, Eli says, turning his attention to me. I'm afraid I haven't got much for you to go on, I frown. Adopted at age 3 by humans, my file was sealed. Fortunately, I love a challenge. He replies with a grin. Age and wolf color? 29 and I'm reddish with a little brown and black? I reply uncertainly. How red is red? He asks, narrowing his gaze with renewed interest. Pretty red? I shrug. I've only met a limited number of wolves, but most were gray, charcoal, or black. Those are most common. Whites less so, and reds even less, he muses. Let me make some calls and I'll find you when I need you next. I should have something for you by that time, too, Mila. Great, Mila forces out in a tone that suggests she's anything but excited about that. We should probably head out for lunch. We don't want to be late. Of course, Eli concedes, and before he can add on, Marjorie steps in, distracting him to let us make our getaway. Mila is only too happy to drag us out and back into the maze of hallways. The entire way, she grumbles bitterly under her breath before pausing outside the dining hall. I'm so sure you got out of the talk so easily. Mila growls in a voice dripping in sarcasm. For hours. For bloody hours he hounded me and Claire yesterday, no boundaries. Now what did Eli do? Jace asks with a crooked grin as he walks up. He hounded us for 4 hours yesterday about optimum breeding schedules and positions. Mila seethes. Chloe looks mortified, and Jace's crooked playboy grin keeps growing. Laugh it up, asshole. See where that gets you. Mila storms off, leaving me and Chloe in the doorway and a desperate Jace hot on her heels. How'd you make out with Eli? Christian links. Apparently better than Mila did, I laugh. Though should I take it that you're not stopping for lunch? I can if you want, but I'm making good time today, he trails off. Just remember to eat something. This palace was here before you. They won't die without you, I chide, pursing my lips. I haven't been here long, and already I hate how demanding they are with him. Isn't that my line? Christian laughs. Baron ordered lunch to his office. I'm good, go be kingly, I tease, heading off to the dining room with Chloe. See if you can't figure out what's going on with Soraya, he says with an air of concern. I know they're playing the sex card with her is under her skin, but she's used to that by now. It's almost a game, making them eat their words. She sent 4 more to the infirmary, 1 is still there. Isn't she just being, well, Soraya? I laugh. This is a bit much even for her, he grumbles. Even Nex is handling her with kid gloves, and he usually likes to push her buttons. True, I muse. The two of them are perfect for each other, always egging each other on and pushing to be better. The fact that Nex left his pack and a beta position to be with her speaks volumes about his commitment. You know, at the rate I'm going, I should be done for the day early. Christian trails off. I'll be waiting, I reply calmly, though excitement courses through me. What's a couple more hours? Chapter 12. The bed dips beside me, and Christian's scent washes over me. My eyes flutter against the soft light as I stretch and roll over, curling into his side. Hello, beautiful, he chuckles as I nestle against him. Hi. What time is it? I mumble, rubbing my eyes. Almost 8, he sighs. I slept over 12 hours again. I gasp, shooting upright. Relax, baby, Christian laughs, amusement dancing in his gold and green eyes. Just the afternoon. What happened to get off early? I question with a raised brow. I was done just before dinner, but you were sleeping, so I took care of something first, Christian shrugs. You sure you're okay? He tenderly runs the back of his knuckles across my cheek as his golden green eyes search mine, full of concern. Yeah, I reply, flashing him a reassuring smile. This place. It's a lot. Between that and my condition, I'm just feeling a bit run down. Christian grumbles and rolls his eyes at the use of the word condition, but doesn't fuss over it. What does Doc say? He asks with a frown, clearly, he's not buying my version. That this can happen, I reply with a shrug. He said to watch for bleeding, cramping, fever, or dizziness. So far none of that. If it makes you feel any better, I'm scheduled for a checkup soon. I cock my head and flutter my lashes, trying to lighten his mood, and am rewarded with a roll of his eyes and a snort of laughter. Hungry at all? He asks, changing the topic. Very, I admit. I happen to have all night free. Why don't you go clean up, and we'll go from there? He nods toward the bathroom with a crooked grin. I raise a brow but get up and head to the bathroom, freezing when I open the door. Soft candlelight dances around the dimly lit, gigantic bathroom. The earthy tones and mix of stone and timber make this room look completely different from the rest of the palace. My eyes skim across the counters with scattered candles reflecting in the mirrors, to the back, where a raised platform is decked out with more candles. What's going on? I mumble, unblinking. You, me, and nothing else, Christian replies huskily. I've told them the place can burn down for all I care tonight, and I will personally make sure we aren't disturbed. His tone hints at joking, but the dark glint in his eyes warns it's not really a joke. Big plans? I ask with a slight smirk. Yeah, spending the night with my well-rested, beautiful mate. His words have my stomach tightening in anticipation. I like this plan, I muse, turning to face him. Christian grins, wraps his arms around me, and pulls me tightly to him before bringing his lips to mine. Then you're really going to like this, he murmurs, leading me to the back of the bathroom to the platform with the candles. A hot tub. We have our own indoor hot tub. I gape, looking down at the bubbling water with steam rising. Our own private hot tub with a view, Christian murmurs against my ear, as my eyes drift up to the skylights showing a stunning view of the starry night. His lips graze my neck, sending a delightful shiver down my spine and feeding a tightening in my core as he wraps his arms around me. That simple contact lights my body up as the sparks travel freely between our skin. I melt against his chest, baring my neck fully to his attention. Did you have fun teasing me, little one? He whispers against my neck, making me shiver. Always. I gasp as his lips travel down my neck to his mark. I moan his name when he kisses and gently kisses it, making me weak in the knees. Christian knows my body better than I do, where to touch and kiss to make me forget everything else. Before I melt entirely, I twist away, earning a raised brow that I can't help but smirk at. I turn away, feeling his gaze warm on my back as I walk toward the steps. Knowing his eyes are on me, I slowly peel off my shirt, carefully tossing it to the side where it won't catch on fire. A quick look over my shoulder shows that Christian's intense gaze is locked on me. I hold his gaze, unhooking my bra and flinging it where my shirt lies. A deep rumble echoes off the tiles in warning. The primal sound sends my heart racing in excitement as I quickly slip my pants down and step into the warm, bubbly water. Instantly, my body starts to relax, releasing tension I didn't even know I had. I sink in and swim to the far side, locking eyes once more with Christian and grinning. Care to join me, sire? I tease. He chuckles, shaking his head, and peels off his shirt. I'm not sure if he did it in slow motion or my mind slowed the moment down to savor it, but the way his muscles ripple and flex steals all of my attention. His cocky grin tells me he knows exactly the effect he's having on me. With the utmost effort, I tear my gaze away, shifting my position to look out the expansive glass ceiling. The view is stunning, with trees and mountains barely visible, but the sky is so black it's inky blue with more stars than I've ever seen before. Diagonally across the skyscape is a more intense area, which I can only assume is the Milky Way, looking like the finest diamond dust. The water ripples as Christian slips in, not far from me, and settles onto the seat after adjusting the bubbles down low. Incredible view, he says, his voice deep and seductive. It is, I murmur, turning to him, but his eyes are locked on me, ignoring the sky. Instantly, I feel my cheeks heat further. Someone's smooth tonight. Nothing but the truth, baby, he replies with a dazzling smile as he pulls me onto his lap. How'd I get so lucky? His eyes sparkle golden flames in the low light as they swim with love. You and me both. I smile, stretching up and brushing my lips against his. Christian seizes the opportunity, wraps his arms around me, and kisses me with urgency. The hunger and intensity between us are impossible to ignore, fueling the moment. He slips a hand up my back to cup the back of my head and deepen the kiss further. Twisting in his grip to straddle his lap, my hands roam across his broad, muscular chest before settling on his shoulders. I groan as he pulls me closer, moving his lips to my neck. I gasp, tossing my head back and exposing my throat to his gentle attention. Do you have any idea? He whispers hoarsely between kisses. How hard it has been to keep my hands off of you. His hands are anything but contained now as they roam my body, leaving me breathless. You didn't have to let me sleep last and I gasp as he lightly pinches my side. Your health and well-being are my #1 priority, baby, he says in a way to leave no room for protest. If you need rest, you'll have it. And if I need you? I whisper, looking deep into his eyes. Then you'll have me, he replies without hesitation. His love flooding back through the bond is almost overwhelming. There are no games or false words between us, just him and me laid bare for each other. Once again, he captures my lips in a deep kiss, the intensity rising. With a quick shift, he adjusts our position. My breathing picks up. "Look at me, beautiful," he says. No sooner do I force my eyes to his than I feel a deep connection. Christian's movements slow as he takes a deep breath, then continues, making the moment even more intimate. We stay frozen like that for a moment, catching our breath before Christian picks me up and sets me on his lap with my back against his chest and his arms wrapped around me. I rest my head against his chest, enjoying the calm after the intensity of the moment. "Nice scenery," he muses, as if he's just noticed the window. I can't help but laugh at this relaxed side that I don't see nearly enough of. "Is this how it's always going to be?" I mumble. He rumbles. "I mean, as much as this is great, I'd like to have some bedtime too." The amusement in his tone clashes with his playful tone, but I know he's just trying to keep things light. "That's not what I meant," I chide. Christian lets go of me with one arm and reaches for something, pulling a bowl close. He brings a chocolate strawberry to my lips, and I can't help but laugh. Taking a bite, the flavors explode in my mouth, sweet, tart, and rich chocolate drawing a delicious reaction from me. "That's for tomorrow. Tonight is for us to talk, eat, and enjoy the moment," he laughs. "Is it bad that I just want to stay in this moment?" I whisper, looking over my shoulder at him. "No, baby. We've been rushing around for so long that we haven't had any time to just be us. That's going to change. The last thing I want is for you to feel like this. Talk to me, baby." The concern feeding back through the bond and worry lacing every word makes me feel even worse. "I don't know how to do this," I whimper, feeling my chest tighten. "I was just getting the hang of you, and now a baby? What if I'm not cut out for this?" The fear of uncertainty crushes me. What-ifs have become the bane of my existence, and I struggle daily to keep them at bay. When it was just my own welfare, that was one thing, but now that I have another relying on me, the stress feels tenfold. "What if you are?" Christian counters, matter-of-factly. "Hun." I gasp, furrowing my brows. Clearly, the man is crazy. "You may not see it, but those around you do," he murmurs, tenderly caressing my cheek. "You are so full of love and kindness. You can't help but show it to those around you, even those who don't deserve it. Ethan is unrecognizable, and it's everything to do with you." "He just needed time," I whisper, feeling my chest tighten. "That's not it at all," he chides. "It was you. He was in my pack for years and kept slipping away. Everyone tried. Hell, Claire alone spent countless hours trying to get through to him. They'd tried so long to have a child that she wanted to adopt him, but he just wouldn't let her in, no matter what." I sigh, thinking back to the half-feral boy that I met in the market. He didn't talk, had dark circles under his eyes from lack of sleep, and a haunted look in his eyes that drew me to him. Little by little, with food and relaxed company, he started to open up, and now he's like a brand new kid, even has a friend, and plays like a normal boy should. Sure, a baby is uncharted territory, and there's gonna be some challenges, but there's also going to be good times. Our family is growing, and this child will be surrounded by so much love that it will want for nothing. You'll teach it how to grow things. I'll teach it how to throw a devastating left hook. He leads with an air of mischief. Maybe I'll be the cool parent and teach it archery, and you can be the boring one? I challenge. Christian chuckles and presses a soft kiss to my temple. "I'm pretty sure we'll both be the boring and cool parents," he says, grinning widely. His joy is impossible to ignore. "Do you want a boy or a girl?" I ask, suddenly quite curious. We had never talked more than a preliminary with Christian being ready, and I wasn't. "Girl," he replies without hesitation. And here I thought alphas were all about firstborn sons to take over? I counter, surprised by his answer. "Still Waters is a progressive pack," he muses, bringing another strawberry to my lips. "We have rogues in our ranks, pay our omegas. Why not have a female alpha? They do exist after all." So now that Jace is mated, and little Jaces are likely in the near future dash. "Forget it," he groans, dropping his head against the backrest. I take it back. "Son, I want a son." "Too late," I laugh. Christian drops his hand down to my belly, settling on the more defined bump. "And what do you want?" "Happy and healthy," I murmur, lacing my fingers with his. "I just want it to have a good life." "Don't worry, baby. We'll make sure it has the best life, he mumbles against me. But if we don't get out of here soon, I may lose the ability to give it a future sibling. PFT, I scoff, twisting to face him. Who says we're having more than one? A man can hope, he grins, standing up and carrying me out. Christian sets me down on the bathroom mat, grabs a fluffy towel, and begins to dry me off. Dropping down to one knee, he places a tender kiss on my stomach and whispers, "See, she's already warming up to you." I roll my eyes at him, wrapping myself in a towel and heading off to the bedroom with Christian in hot pursuit. He wraps his arms around me as I make for the closet, dragging me to bed. "Not so fast, kitten," he growls against my throat, making me laugh. The night's still young. Christian backs us against the bed, slowly lowering me down, his lips locked on mine. A knock at the door makes him instantly tense and growl as he turns to glare at the source of his frustration. The knock comes slightly louder again. I swear to the goddess if this is Jace. Chapter 13. I swear to the goddess if this is Jace, Christian growls, reluctantly letting me go and stalking towards the door. Christian, I hiss, throwing my towel at his body and scurrying under the blankets. He rolls his eyes, but wraps it around his waist as the knocking comes once more. Christian doesn't wait for another knock, whipping the door open and nearly sucking the man in on the other side of it. "For you, Highness," he stammers, dropping his gaze. Christian cranes his neck to the side, peering at the cart before relaxing. "Thanks." The man practically runs away, leaving Christian standing there, confused, with a towel to bring in the cart. He shrugs and wheels it in, locking the door behind him. "You make a great waiter," I tease, devouring the sight before me. Christian quirks a brow at me, but lets my comment slide, pulling off the cover. The smell of pasta hits me like a brick wall, instantly making me salivate. Dinner is apparently served, penne, garlic bread, and I don't know what this dessert is, he says, eyeing up the small side dishes of some puff pastry. He grabs the bowl and brings it to bed, settling me back against his chest as he surfs for something to watch on TV. Before long, he throws on Lucifer, and we snuggled up together, and for the first time in a long time, things feel simple. Feeling stuffed, my eyelids grow heavy, and I fall asleep, content and wrapped up with my mate. Sunlight dances in my sleepy vision, but lips on my skin are what wake me from my slumber. A soft sigh slips past my parted lips as Christian shifts his attention from my collarbone to my chest. In an instant, my fire's relit as I squirm under his skilled touch. Tossing my head back, I thread my fingers through his raven locks, earning a growl of approval. "Morning, beautiful," he whispers between kisses. My core tightens as his lips leave my sensitive spot and travel across my stomach. He settles between my thighs and spreads me wide for him. Each breath fanning across my skin raises goosebumps in its wake. "Hell of a way to wake up, sire," I tease, locking eyes with him. The lust and hunger swimming in them are enough to make me weak in the knees if I weren't already on my back. "Shit," Christian hisses, jumping straight out of bed. A wide-eyed, panicked expression replaces his playful smirk. "What's going on?" Christian cuts me off mid-question by throwing his sweater and boxers at me while he hops around awkwardly, trying to pull sleep pants on. "Quick, get dressed," he whispers urgently. My heart races as I bounce and shimmy into the clothes. Just as I slide the boxers up over my hips, there's a knock at the door and someone tries the handle. "What's going on?" I whisper harshly, eyes locked on him. "Christian? Jessie?" Ethan calls from the other side of the door as Christian strides over to open it. "You have got to be kidding me," I groan. "Jace can't spend any more time with him." With a final look to make sure I'm dressed, Christian opens the door, revealing a grinning Ethan. His messy brown hair cascades over his forehead and into his golden eyes. "What's up, bud?" Christian asks, trying to sound relaxed and failing miserably as his voice is strained. "I brought breakfast in bed," he grins, hoisting up a large tray. "Oh," Christian muses, giving me a strange look as Ethan walks in, beelines for the bed, and sets the tray down. "Uncle Jay said Jessie was tired and that's why you missed breakfast, so I brought you waffles." My heart melts at his sweet innocence and enormous heart. "Perfect timing," Christian agrees, ruffling his hair and having recovered a lot sooner than I. Christian moves easily while I struggle to even out my racing heartbeat. I was just telling Jessie I'm ravenous. I swallow hard at his words, knowing their double meaning, but I push my attention to Ethan. He pulls the cover off to show a mountain of waffles, bacon, and even a couple of bottles of juice. Are you buttering me up? I tease, raising a brow. Did you beat someone up too? He laughs and shakes his head, rolling his eyes. Well, you guys are busy and I thought. He trails off, struggling for words. Never too busy for you, Christian replies, squeezing his shoulder. Ethan flashes him a sheepish smile and grabs a waffle. So, does that mean you can come to Guardian training today? Ethan asks me with a hopeful look in his eyes. Sure, I need to see Derwin anyway, I muse. And what do you need with my brother? Christian asks with a frown. My brain needs a reset. This place is so loud and I'm struggling to shut it all out, I murmur. Relax, it's nothing major. I just want to get a handle on it before I reach headache territory again. Christian ticks his jaw but nods, knowing this is out of either of our control. His concern has grown exponentially with me being pregnant. I'm pretty sure he would bubble wrap me if he could. Breakfast continues with light conversation. Mostly, Ethan talks about his new friends, Link and Jax, whom they met at the palace. Percival is overseeing his education, and he's getting a crash course on royalty. Like most kids, he's less than excited about the book part, but is so animated when he talks about his times with Christian and Baron. To listen to him, they have the coolest job. Glad you're so excited, Christian laughs. Because one day this will all be yours. Too heavy, too early, I groan. Let him be a kid first. Go clean up. Jessie will meet you at the Guardian training yard in a bit, Christian says, packing up the tray. And thanks for breakfast, it was perfect. Ethan flashes us one last smile and takes off. Christian quickly locks the door, leaning up against it as I flop back against the bed. Well, that was close, I laugh, staring at the ceiling. Judius literally saw him walking the last step up and linked me the heads up, Christian chuckles. Baron is calling me out to the training field. Looks like Soraya struck again. Any luck there? No, she just says that everyone is pushing her buttons and she's over it, I reply with a shrug. I think even she knows she's running hotter than normal. Go save our head warrior before she kills someone. Christian groans but quickly changes before coming over to the bed and kissing me. He hesitates, looking deep into my eyes as his face falls. The disappointment is evident in his eyes. This wasn't what I had in mind for our morning, he grumbles. You wanted family time, I laugh, patting his cheek and pushing his chest to make him get up. Sure, breakfast was nice. It's the grown children that are a problem, he growls, scowling like a petulant child. You'll survive, but Soraya's latest victim may not. Go. I drag myself off the bed and head back to the bathroom to clean up for the day. Christian grumbles, but eventually heads out on his own. After cleaning up and changing, I head out to find the Guardian's training yard. I wander, stumbling into gyms, libraries, game rooms, you name it, everything but what I'm looking for. I really need a map for this damn place. Tracing my way back to our wing, I manage to find the Guardian wing. The mousy brunette standing guard at the entrance, however, is new to me, and I worry she'll turn me away. Highness, she bows. Just Jessie is fine, I mumble. I don't suppose you could point me to the Guardian training yard, eh? Her face lights up with a big smile as she pushes the door open. Of course, Jessie. Straight through there, Shone will take you. Thanks, I say with a sigh of relief. The young Guardian closes the door behind me, and I make my way back into the commons. Shone appears out of a room to the left with an easy smile. I hear you're lost? He muses. This way. He leads the way to the back of the giant room to a set of giant, heavy oak doors. I follow him through to a bustling courtyard. Dozens of Guardians are spread out all over, drilling on the lawn, but there's also a boxing ring in the back corner and practice dummies on the other wall. The familiar drum of their energy surrounds me, adding to the general noise of this place. Movement above catches my eye, and I see an intricate course strung across the expanse of space. A safety net separates that course from those below. Have you come to show us what you've got? Shone asks, nodding to the weapons rack on the left side. I freeze, unsure of what to say. Doc has me on restricted activities, expressly forbids sparing, but target practice has no impact. Probably best to behave another day. Maybe another day. Ethan wants to show me something, and I need to talk to Derwin, I reply. You're in luck, he says, pointing up. I cock my head and follow his direction, spotting two smaller forms followed closely by two larger ones. The sun casts them in shadows, making it hard to tell who is who, but reaching out to get a feel for their energies tells me Mackenzie and Ethan are out front with Derwin and Dex in hot pursuit. Ethan is out front, easily navigating the course, hopping from location to location or climbing to keep ahead of the larger males. Mackenzie, for her part, is busy playing interference, striking either male and then falling back before they can return the hits. A smile slips on my lips as I feel how happy Ethan is. Kids are having the time of their lives. Mackenzie manages to knock Derwin off balance, dropping him down a level, and his frustration leaves me grinning. The move leaves her open, and Dex drops his shoulder, shoving her off too as he dives towards Ethan. With a final sprint, Ethan makes the last jump and rings a bell, signaling the end and leaving everyone to catch their breath. Ember puffs up in pride, watching Ethan high-five Mackenzie and grinning like a fool. Nicely done. I call up. All four waste no time making their way down. Did you see how fast I was? Ethan asks, panting and grinning. Sure did, though watching Derwin go flying was pretty entertaining too, I laugh. Really? Derwin growls. And here I thought you wanted my help with something. Suddenly, my schedule's looking quite busy. I frown at his empty threat, but Mackenzie elbows him hard in the ribs, raising a brow. You have lessons with Percival, Dex prods, ruffling Ethan's hair. Hurry up, you don't want to be late for Christian later. Fine, Ethan grumbles, slumping his shoulders and walking back to the oak doors. So, what can I do for you, princess? Derwin asks, his dark eyes searching mine like he can read something off. I think I need help. This place is getting to me, I mumble, feeling my cheeks heat. It's getting to us all, love, Dex laughs. No, I say, shaking my head. Well, yeah, but no. It's too loud. The light of recognition shines in Derwin's chocolate eyes, and he nods, catching on. With a jerk of his head, he motions for me to follow him to the back of the courtyard and up a narrow stairwell. By the third level, I'm winded and cursing my lack of fitness. After getting so sick in Dimitri's captivity, I've been under strict orders to rest with the threat of bed rest if I don't listen. With a final turn, Derwin opens a metal fire door and leads us out onto the roof. The silence is refreshing, just the sound of the autumn breeze rustling through the half-bare trees and barely audible voices in the distance can be heard. How bad? He asks, eyeing me. Bad enough, I shrug. Is that why you asked for Damon? He presses on. I can't help but nod. Why didn't you wake me? Never mind, let me rephrase that. Next time, wake me. I don't care if I'm half dead. You can always come to me. I know, I mumble. I would have if I got worse. I'm here now, aren't I? He sighs and nods, silently admitting I have a point. Holding out a hand, he gestures for me to take a seat on the open flat rooftop. I sink, sitting cross-legged as he does the same, facing me. So, what's going on? He asks. It's too noisy. I can't seem to block it all out, I mumble, rolling my neck to release my tension. I've run through the exercises you taught me and can't seem to get a handle on the energy here. Let's see what we can do, he replies with a thoughtful frown. Derwin holds out his hands, palms out for me, and I drape mine over his, wrapping my fingers around his wrists and feeling his steady pulse as he grips mine. Instantly, I feel his stoic energy seeping into me, pushing the energy around us at bay. After a moment, our energies even out and reach a symbiotic level. Deep breath in, hold. And slowly let it out through your mouth, he directs. I close my eyes and follow his lead, breathing in deeply through my nose, holding the breath for a moment, then letting it out through my parted lips. In and out, over and over again. We repeat this together until a total state of calm comes over us. Open yourself up. Feel the energies around you and start sorting them, he commands. Once again, I take the walls down and feel the energies from everyone in the palace come crashing down on me. I flinch under the weight of them, feeling a tightness in my chest. Breathe, princess, he reminds me, and I follow his lead once more. Good, now start sifting through them, starting with the guardians. One by one, I start pushing the guardians' bright blue-white energy away, with Derwin first, as he shines the most colorful. With the guardians filtered out, the noise is multiplied, but at a dull hum. Slowly, I work through the layers, piece by piece, pushing away the most familiar ones first. Christian shines like the sun, and once he's removed, more subtle energies show up, adding to the hum. Ethan's next, and the rest of our pack. I murmur, picking up Vincent, then finding more of his flavor. Palace guards are silver purple. What's left are various shades of brightness. Slowly but surely, I pick them away, starting with the brightest. When the last light is filtered out, I pause, furrowing my brow. What is it? Derwin asks, having noticed my hesitation. Something's underneath, I mumble, straining to see the shadows in the dark. The dull ache that had been simmering in the back of my eyes suddenly began to boil uncomfortably. Underneath where? Derwin prompts. Hiding in the shadows, I whisper, straining to make it out. Movement catches my attention, confirming my fears and sending my heart racing. Princess, let it go, Derwin warns, tightening his grip on my wrists. Almost there, I groan, feeling the internal pressure of a migraine build. A blacker shape against the darkness moves again, egging me on. Something's off, dark. Suddenly, eyes shine in the darkness, a silver color with amber flecks. They lock onto me, freezing me in place and making my heart drop. Didn't see that coming, the shadowy figure rasps, sending a shiver down my spine. His eyes are the last thing I see as a blinding white light explodes in my mind. Chapter 14. Blinding white light sears my mind, leaving me spiraling back. Searing pain splits my head, threatening to scramble my brain as words screamed at me make no sense. My hammering heart races in my chest, and my stomach knots painfully. Lightning snaps through me, leaving me panting on the ground as the brightness begins to fade. I groan, feeling the budding, dizzying pressure of a headache taking root. Unable to make sense of my surroundings, I struggle to roll on my side away from the light. What the hell happened, Derwin? Mackenzie's voice snaps. I feel her cool hands on my temple and the tingle of her energy, but all I can do is groan. Princess? He asks, shuffling closer. Say something, anything. Too bright, I mumble, squeezing my eyes shut tighter as my head throbs in time with my heartbeat. I hear a metal door slam open and 2 sets of feet rush over. A new warm, delicate hand drops to my temple and cold tingling energy seeps into me. What happened? Judius growls, struggling not to yell. Go argue over there, Mila hisses. I need to focus. They shuffle off and continue to argue in angry whispers that fade in the background as Mila works on me. Slowly but surely, the cold tingling of her energy works through my mind, pushing the headache back into submission. My eyes slowly flutter open to find her blue flame eyes locked on mine. A smile slips on her lips, and she lets out a sigh of relief as she pulls her power back, having done her job. Where have you been all my life? I groan. Seriously, can I keep you? That was so much better than anything else. Come on, she says, helping me to sit up. All 8 eyes are on me as I catch my bearings. Seriously, though, my headache is completely gone. How? I ask, locking eyes with her. It wasn't a headache. I can't fix that, she whispers, furrowing her brows. What were you guys doing? Meditation exercises. We've done this dozens of times whenever I have issues or feel overwhelmed. I trail off, furrowing my brows. Everything before the blinding light is foggy. I remember starting the exercise and sifting the guardians out first, then my pack. I've seen that, this was not that. Judius snaps, dropping to his knees and pressing a cool, wet cloth to my face. I flinch back, my eyes widening as I see red on it. A quick wipe of my nose confirms my fears with blood on my hand. What the heck? I gasp, staring at my hand in disbelief. That's why I told you to stop, Derwin chides. The whole point of me being here is to guide you. When I say stop, you stop. His jaw ticks dangerously, warning how upset he is, but the concern rolling just under the surface is unnerving. Sorry. My apology dies on my lips as I strain in vain to remember what happened. Well, what was it? He sighs. What was what? I ask, looking up at him. Derwin's frown only deepens as he replies slowly, the shadow. What shadow? I groan. I remember sifting the guardians, then my pack. It gets a little hazy after that. Hazy? Mila parrots, pursing her lips. Jessie, that was maybe halfway. You finished the exercise and sifted everyone. Derwin trails off, not bothering to hide his shock and concern. I did. I gape. Yeah. You said something about a shadow hiding in the dark, Derwin prompts. Well, what the heck is that? Judius growls, wiping the last of the blood from my face. Why can't she remember, and why was she bleeding? Each question only adds to his agitation. Let me try again, Dash. No. They shout in unison. You hemorrhaged, Mila deadpants. Brain bleeds are serious, Jessie, whatever happened. Don't take this lightly. But how? I ask, scrunching up my face. It was just a headache. No. It wasn't, Mila warns. I can't fix those, that's electricity going haywire. This was pressure buildup from burst blood vessels in your brain. Don't, Derwin cuts in, locking his eyes on mine. Promise me you won't go digging, it's too dangerous. I don't even know Dash. Promise me, Jessie. He snaps. Fine, I promise not to look for the thing I don't know what it is. I concede, throwing up my hands in surrender. Derwin glares at me a moment longer, lips locked in a tight scowl, before nodding. Judius helps me up, holding me steady for a moment while I catch my balance. So what? We're just gonna pretend the shadowy thing doesn't exist. I chirp, not able to hide my irritation. We don't even know what you saw, Mackenzie cautions. I'm not sure if she's trying to convince me or herself, but she's failing miserably based on her skeptical expression and the doubt I feel simmering under the surface. So what? We pick and choose when what I see is relevant or if I'm just crazy. My body begins to tremble as my temper flares dangerously. Derwin's face may be somewhat neutral, but he's worried. His energy rates him out. It's not like that, and we're not going to forget about it, Derwin tries to reassure me. But you're the only one that could feel it. We have gifted wolves constantly on guard, Jessie. He trails off and shakes his head. If I said I saw it, then I saw it. I huff, crossing my arms over my chest. I don't doubt you for a minute, princess. That's what scares me, he admits. Leave it with us. This is exactly what the guardians are for. Christian will want to know, Judius pipes up, locking his crystal blue eyes on me. I'll tell him. We're done with secrets, I agree. He already knows, Derwin adds. I told him the minute it happened. He's left it with me but wants to be kept in the loop. Fine, I sigh. But I don't want to be left out of the loop either. Derwin doesn't flinch under my pointed look and nods. Food and rest for you, Mila says in a tone that leaves no room to argue. You have your first official dinner tonight after all. Great, I groan, rolling my eyes. Please tell me it's not as bad as I think it's going to be. Mila's cheeks burn as bright as her flaming hair, and she drops her gaze. They're that bad? I ask, frowning. Mila starts to walk to the stairwell door but says nothing. The discomfort rolling off of her leaves Ember itching for a fight, and me unable to think of why not to let her. Mila, wait, I call, hurrying after her and groaning at the doorway for going too far too fast. I said to take it easy, she chides. Hard to when you're running away, I grumble. I wasn't running, she counters, continuing her descent with me in tow. I was striding purposely. She's hiding something, Ember growls. No kidding. Stop trudging and tell me what's going on. I snap, once again feeling winded at the bottom of the steps. Nothing's going on, she dismisses. Say that to someone who can't feel you lying, I reply, raising a brow. She narrows her gaze at me and frowns, but knows she's caught. I wouldn't know what they're like, she grits out. You've been here nearly a week, what gives? I gape, not understanding. They like things a certain way. I'm happier on my own, she replies as a brush off, but the hidden hurt sets me off. Well, forget them, 'cause I like eating with my beta female, I growl. And I trump all. Seriously though, please don't make me face them alone. The small sliver of hope that I've found comfort in is that I've not been forced to deal with most of this alone. Mila, Chloe, and Soraya have been by my side through most of this crash course. Soraya, however, is a loose cannon right now, so it's not likely to be much comfort. Fine, she sighs. But for the record, this is a bad idea. Mila gives me one last hard look, but gives up. There's always guardians around, Mackenzie adds. But until you choose your champion, they'll be on rotation. Thought I was her champion? Judius grumbles, furrowing his brows. Don't worry, Boy Scout, no one's replacing you. You're Luna's champion. Each of the royal family will have a dedicated guardian champion, Derwin clarifies. That'll happen in a week or so when all of the guardians are back, Mackenzie says with a wicked grin. There's a dangerous glint in her green eyes that makes me wonder about her sanity. Don't mind the little sadist, Derwin says, rolling his eyes. She's just a little too eager to fight. And you're not. She challenges, glaring up at him. Derwin shrugs. There's a reason we get along so well. His crooked grin says it all as he opens the door to let us out. Remember your promise, Jessie. Right. All I want now is my bed and a nap, I reply. Food first, Mila reminds me. There's stuff in my room, wanna come veg out? There's chips and Netflix, I offer, giving her my best pleading look. Tell me you have chocolate and I'm in, she grins. Claire had it stocked. I'm sure there's everything, I shrug. Have fun, Judius says, parting ways with us at the base of the steps to the royal wing. Mila and I head upstairs and off to my room. She flops down on the couch, grabs the remote, and flips through the channels, while I head to the little kitchenette. Thankfully, Claire had ensured that the limited pantry was well stocked with snacks, crackers, and the like. After loading up my arms with chocolate-covered almonds, Reese's Bites, turtles, and Maltesers, I head over to Mila with 2 glasses of milk. She happily takes the glass and snatches the Maltesers before dragging the throw from the arm of the couch across her lap and mine, tucking us in. I can't help but laugh at her nesting. Mere weeks ago, the feisty redhead was threatening to burn everything to the ground, having only had bad experiences with wolves. Fortunately, Jace was able to get through to her before she could break their mate bond and change her mind about us. I may not know much about the supernatural world, but both Mila and her sister, Sasha, are half-witch, half-wolves, and I trust both endlessly. Winks? I ask, wrinkling my nose at her choice. I'm pretty sure I bought my 6-year-old niece those. Cute little cartoon? Not this, Mila replies with a glimmer in her eyes. Apparently, this is grown-up Winks and a heck of a lot different from the cartoon I sat through with my niece. There sure as heck weren't any burnt ones in the cartoon I saw. Even with all the action, I end up nodding off in no time. A soft kiss on my temple wakes me up to see Christian standing over me, smiling warmly. I stretch out like a kitten and stifle a yawn as I work on waking up fully. Mila is curled up next to me, sleeping equally deeply. How do you feel? Christian asks, taking a seat next to me. I'm good, not even a headache thanks to Mila, I say with a smile. Christian caresses my cheek while his eyes search mine for a lie. I can feel his concern and unease through the bond, and both do nothing to help my own. If you're not up to it, we can skip dinner, he says with a sigh. If we're waiting for a time for me to feel up to meeting everyone. Hell might freeze over first, I laugh. Seriously, I'm good or as good as I'll ever be. The stories I've been hearing about the people here have left little to the imagination and have not painted the most flattering picture. They sound quite stuffy, set in their ways, and judgmental. I have a nagging feeling I won't measure up to what they expect, based on how hard they've been pushing Christian. Let them underestimate us, Ember huffs, irritated with this place already. People always underestimate us, and we show them. Down, killer, I laugh at her enthusiasm. Let's try to get along before we try and take on an entire palace, pregnant. At the mention of her pup, she simmers right down. I may be worried and uncertain, but Ember is over the moon excited. One challenge at a time. Chapter 15. So, how formal is this dinner? I ask Mila and Chloe as I leaf through my closet, frowning at my limited options. Well, you're not being formally announced. Chloe trails off, purses her lips, and taps her chin as she considers my question. But you're the queen and all these people can talk about. I groan, flopping down on the nearest chair. After Christian checked on me, He left me to get ready while he took care of the rest of his work for the day, so we'd have the rest of the night after dinner free. Unfortunately, he failed to explain what I'm walking into. So next step above sweats and yoga pants, but not dress? Chloe shrugs. Welp, then we've got a problem, I sigh, pulling my shirt tight and revealing my growing baby bump. Everything happened so fast that I hadn't really thought about new clothes. Now, I'm no longer able to fit into my jeans, and my tighter shirts will likely rat me out too. I've been covering up in Christian hoodies to be safe. Well, shoot, Mila says with a frown. She walks over and pokes me in the belly, making me growl. How far along are you anyway? The way she cocks her head, eyes locked on my belly like it's a second head, only sours my mood further. Stop that, I snap, slapping her hand away. What little optimism I had managed to rustle up for this dinner has quickly dissipated, leaving me feeling like a petulant child. Well, shoot, I don't know anything about babies. Mila huffs, still staring at my stomach. So they grow that fast? 'Cause you're noticeably bigger and it's only been like a week. I groan and drop my head backward on the headrest, silently cursing any deity that will listen. Pregnancy wasn't something I had planned on. I was on the most effective birth control, but with the human dose, not wolf strength, the hormone suppression was not very effective. Every time I start to get a bit more comfortable with the idea of an entire being growing in me, something happens to make me insecure once more. Really? Chloe snaps, physically pushing Mila away and rolling her dark eyes. She mutters under her breath and dives into the closet, eventually emerging with black leggings and a classy, silver-gray, oversized knit sweater. The cut will hang below my butt and has a scoop neck for decent ventilation. This will do. We'll just have to go shopping for some new clothes later. Slipping off to the bathroom, I change, pulling on a simple white cami underneath, and pause, looking in the mirror. Mila must have given me a complex because my lower abdomen is noticeably bloated and swollen, making my already thicker physique even kavya. Our pup is strong. Ember puffs up in pride. It ought to be. The parasite is sucking me dry, I chide, earning a growl. What? All I do is eat and sleep, and I'm totally drained. She has nothing to say to that. I know she's frustrated with how run down we've felt. Ember longs to run with Cyrus and get back into training, both of which are currently on the no-go list. I've been warned that sparing is off the table until after I give birth. Shifting is a bare minimum, and no strenuous activity. Even that concession was like pulling teeth with Doc. I'm sure, given the chance, he'd put me on bed rest forever. You good? Chloe asks, peeking in the cracked door. I just shrugged, unsure of what to say. Nothing is wrong with me, but my emotions are being a pain again, leaving me uncertain and cranky. She walks in, grabs a hairbrush from the counter, and starts brushing out my long, light brown tresses. When I found out I was pregnant, I cried for a solid week, she states, working methodically through my hair. I was young, 18, and had been accepted into a prestigious healer apprenticeship, literally a dream come true, but everything changed. I hang on her every word as she slowly opens up. Chloe has said very little about her life before the day that Dimitri's pack came and slaughtered her pack and family, taking her prisoner. Not being a stranger to trauma, I've respected her boundaries and never pushed, so this candid moment means all that much more. My mate was, of course, over the moon. She huffs with a sad smile, her eyes glistening with the faraway look of being lost in a memory. But I struggled for a long time. I dreamed about being a healer and helping people since I was a little girl. Everything I had done up till then was with that goal in mind. She sighs, coming back into focus, and reaches for a hair tie. Absent-mindedly, she starts to French braid my hair, adding fancy twists. I sit silently, absorbing every bit she tells me, painting her in a new light. I fell into a depression. My family was thrilled I was pregnant. My mate was proud as a peacock. Heck, even our alpha made a point to congratulate us multiple times. And I felt like crap. What's worse is that I felt so guilty because pregnancy is supposed to be happy, right? Everyone wishes you well and everything, but no one talked to me, she admits, the guilt and pain written clearly across her face. What changed? I whisper, eyes locked on hers. One day I was lying in bed, having a bad day, and I felt him kick, she says as a sad smile takes hold. It sounds corny, but it's true, like flipping on a light switch. He became real, and I knew he needed me. It's hard to explain, but you'll know it. Tears prick the corners of my eyes, and my chest tightens as I listen to her. Chloe's own grief for her lost mate and child strikes me in my emotional state, and I have to wipe my eyes to see straight. She squeezes my shoulders and flashes me a reassuring smile. "I didn't tell you this to make you feel bad, Jessie," she murmurs. "I've mourned their loss and found happiness with Judius. I told you this so you'd cut yourself some slack and to let you know that you're not alone and I understand." "Thanks," I whisper, turning and wrapping her up in a big hug. She rubs my back and holds me tight. Her nurturing energy surrounds me and lifts my spirits. "Better?" she asks, pulling back and holding me at arm's length. "Yep," I say with a smile. "Chloe, knowing what you know now, would you do it again? Have a child?" she asks, furrowing her brows. Instantly, I regret asking, but before I can apologize, she waves me off. "Yes. Actually, we've been talking about it a lot, and Judius would love to start a family if I want to. There was a time I didn't think I would ever have that again, but then Judius saw me that day, and everything I thought I knew went out the window. I remember that day well. Judius had found his second chance mate among Dimitri's colored females, and seeing her like that drove him insane, to the point he challenged the alpha for her. In the end, Dimitri agreed to the challenge, but only if I fought him, thinking I would be an easy defeat. That match was anything but easy, though in the end, I won. It cost me dearly. If Willow hadn't been there as a powerful healer, I would have died on the spot. I do not doubt that. For what it's worth, I think you guys make a great family with lots of love to give. If you have a child, it will want for nothing, of that I'm sure, I say with the utmost sincerity. I've only known Judius for just under a year, but he is the kindest man, and without him, my life would have been a lot different. Watching him with Ethan and the kids at the market, I have no doubt he will be a great father. He's mentioned wanting a family before, something that was denied to him and his slain mate when they were younger. Likewise, she winks, heading out. My hands once again roam my swollen stomach, feeling the fullness. I still find it challenging to come to terms with being a mother. I know I have Ethan, so I already am, but he's grown, not a helpless baby. Knowing I'll have endless support doesn't erase my fears that I'll mess this up. "Come on, gremlin," I grumble, looking at my belly. "Let's get you some food before you sap anything more from me." Gremlin is a step up from Parasite, Ember muses, perking up and filling with hope. It's still my Parasite, I huff, trying to bring her back down to reality, but the damn animal just sits there smugly smiling. "What?" "You said my Parasite, you're coming around," she snickers. I push her to the back of my mind and head out, joining Mila and Chloe in my bedroom and following them out towards the dining hall. They idly chat, but the closer we get, the less Mila talks, leaving Chloe to carry the conversation, as I was barely contributing. Looking at her, her blue-green eyes shift uneasily, and she shrinks in on herself, trying not to be noticed. "You good?" I linked her, which started to really worry me about the change in her demeanor. Mila is one of the feistiest women I know, possibly more so than Soraya. Seeing her try to hide in plain sight raises endless red flags. "Define good," she cheekily replies with pursed lips. "If dinner makes you this uncomfortable, you don't have to come," I offer, feeling guilty for pushing her into it. At the time, I had no idea her discomfort was this bad. "No, I'm here for it," she trails off stubbornly. "Maybe they'll be too busy picking on me to bother you?" I offer with a slight chuckle. Deep down, I'm hoping she's overreacting, but I dread that she's not. "Remember when I warned you wolves and witches don't mix?" She sighs. "This is a prime example. Since when are you such a pushover?" I challenge, raising a brow. "Excuse me," she snaps, stopping and glaring at me. I remember stories of a psycho witch taking on a principal alpha, beta, and delta like it was no big deal. Yet you're scared of some relics? The king and queen have your back, not to mention your crazy-ass mate, I chide. Don't let that playboy smile fool you. That man was a force to be reckoned with before he had a mate to go all caveman over. Did you really just call me a psycho in your pep talk? She gasps aloud. Chloe snorts out a laugh before throwing her hand over her mouth. Name-calling aside, I missed you this week. Her eyes swim with hope and appreciation as she smiles, linking her arms with ours and walking through the dining room doors with her head held high, like a boss. Our triumphant moment is cut short as the energy in the room sucks the air out. The three couples seated in front of us stare at us with expressions of confusion and boredom. Two of the couples appear to be in their 50s, while the third is in their early 40s. Eventually, the man at the end of the table speaks, not really looking at us. He radiates the most power, making him likely the beta. He's got a seasoned warrior look to him that I'm sure in his day was a force to be reckoned with, but now his brown eyes look tired, and his chestnut locks are more gray than brown. Omega and pack members eat in the main hall. This is a private dining room, Baron clips, turning his attention back to some papers near him. His quick dismissal irks me instantly, knowing it's also an insult, as he no doubt knows the beta and gamma females I'm with. Our dash. My insult is cut off instantly as the door on the other side of the room slams shut, making everyone jump. Christian, Jace, and Judius are glaring at him, clearly having heard his comment and taking it the same way as I did. You will address my pack members with more respect than that from here on out. Christian growls, taking powerful steps over to the table. His temper unleashes his powerful aura, stifling the room under his dominance. Baron raises a brow, lifting his gaze from his reports, but seemingly unaffected by Christian's outburst. No disrespect was intended, we just do things a certain way, and having the help dine with us dash. The help? Christian snaps. Baron turns to look at us once more, where I see the light of recognition flicker in his eyes, but not an ounce of remorse. My beta female, gamma female, and mate are not the help. Shit, the curly black-haired man to his left mutters, palming his forehead. His caramel skin and amber eyes are a stark contrast to the pale-skinned brunette sitting next to him. Forgive us, Highness, we are not our normal selves. His surprise and embarrassment felt sincere, so I let the mistaken identity drop, not wanting to fight over me. No worries, I dismiss. Not like we had a chance to formally introduce ourselves. Just Jessie is good though, please no titles. The man laughs and nods, relaxing a bit. Do over, he asks with a hopeful smile. I'm Evansley, the previous Gamma, and this is my mate Leanna. He gestures to the woman seated to his right, who has blue eyes. Baron, you've already met, and his mate Rebecca and Merrick, are Delta and his mate Jenna. Nice to finally meet everyone, I replied diplomatically, walking over to Christian, eager to calm him down. The moment my skin touches his, I feel his tension relent, instantly reeling in his temper. Christian turns his attention to me, instantly softening, offering me a warm smile before guiding me to sit at the opposite end of the table. He takes the head seat after pulling out the chair on his left, and Jace, Mila, and I sit to his right with Judius and Chloe beside me. An uneasy silence settles over the table and stretches on painfully. Sorry, we're late. A familiar, irritating voice calls from behind me. The sound grates on my nerves, making me roll my eyes back in frustration. You've got to be kidding me. Chapter 16. Sorry, we're late. A familiar, irritating voice calls from behind me. The sound grates on my nerves, making me roll my eyes back in frustration. You have got to be kidding me. Vincent and a similarly dressed older man sit on the other side of the table next to Mila. I don't miss how he never takes his eyes off of me with that same smirk he had before. I'm going to wipe that look off his face one of these days. Ember growls. I'd be lying if I didn't say I was on board 100%, but the first dinner is probably not the time to do it. Highness, the older gentleman greets with a quick bow. I'm Ader, captain of the palace guards, and you've already met my second, Vincent. There's a cheery demeanor to the seasoned veteran that catches me off guard. I had fully expected him to be more Dar than Vincent, not Mr. Rogers. Given your surprise, I take it he hasn't left the best impression, Ader chides, narrowing a sidelong glance at Vincent. Understatement, Jace coughs, earning glares and laughs. I'm afraid that's my fault, Ader apologizes. I sent him on a wild goose chase without much information when the bond was activated. He's not as bad as you may think. "'Cause that's reassuring," Ember grumbles. "After everything that's happened, I don't think any of us were in our best state," I mumble diplomatically. As if by divine intervention, appetizers and salad are brought out along with soup. Immediately, I pick up on a scent from the soup that makes my stomach grumble in warning, but the herb and cheese hot bread quickly catches my attention. "Sorry we're late," Nex says, walking in with a surly Soraya in tow and a scowling Henry. "Training went over." "Do I want to know?" I link Nex. "Probably not. Sufficient to say Soraya and Henry aren't seeing eye to eye still," he sighs. His tone warns me that there is a lot more to that story. "So, Highness, how are you liking the palace so far?" Rebecca asks, her keen green eyes locked on me. "Jessie, just Jessie please," I say, struggling to keep the whine out of my voice. "It's very big and fancy." "Fancy?" Soraya scoffs. "Shut it, peanut gallery." I was struggling with something nice to say. I snap back. The last thing I need is her adding to my negativity all night. "It may be overwhelming at first, but you'll get the hang of it in no time," Rebecca assures me, flashing me a smile. "I'm just used to smaller. Heck, I was just getting used to Stillwater's pack house." I shrug, picking at my bread and hoping they move on soon. "It was such a quaint pack. Shame what happened to it," Leanna adds in with an over-the-top level of concern. "Quaint?" Soraya scoffs. "It was the second largest of the principal's 5 packs, with the largest mixed warrior base." Nex grabs her arm and tries to reel her in. His eyes cloud with that faraway look of link communication, but the temper I feel boiling under the surface warns it's a lost cause. I will not relax. She hisses at Nex, her dark eyes getting darker by the moment. "All they've done since we got here is talk shit about our pack, and I'm tired of it." "Soraya," Christian warns. His tone of voice doesn't match his energy, though. He's strained with his own effort to hold his accurate opinions back. "It's nonsense, Christian." She continues unfazed. "They sat on their asses and did nothing while we sacrificed and bled dash." "Are you going to control your pack member?" Baron asks, barely hiding his annoyance at her insult. "My head warrior," Christian cuts in, stressing her title, "has yet to be shown the respect she deserves." He begins to tremble as his self-control starts to crumble. "I think this is being blown out of proportion." Baron backpedals under Christian's steely gaze. "Is it?" Nex questions and locks his dark eyes on Baron's in challenge. "This again," Henry grumbles, rolling his eyes and slouching back in his seat. Nex growls, shifting his angry gaze to the disrespectful male. "Enough," Christian snarls, slamming his fist down on the table. A heavy silence falls over the table as nervous looks are exchanged. "I have watched, tried to understand, and do things your way," Christian directs to Baron. "This is an adjustment for all of us, but I will not stand for any more hostility or disrespect, intentional or not. If your pack has taken issue with how we run things, don't turn this on them," Jace growls. Baron sighs, giving Jace a hard look. His energy catches me off guard. Underneath that gruff, annoyed exterior, he's empty and tired. Suddenly, I find myself doubting the entire room's dynamic and worrying about Christian's future, which terrifies me. "Something's off," I warn Christian, unsure of what exactly feels off. When he doesn't respond, I reach out, laying my hand on his and catching his attention. Tension makes the table uncomfortable. Their mates exchange worried glances while the males all look to Baron, unsure of how to proceed. Eventually, Christian takes a seat with a sigh, and Baron also relaxes, easing the oppressive energy at the table, slightly. "So, Jenna was saying how excited she was to take you around the city," Merrick says, breaking the silence. "Oh," I mumble, shifting my attention to the woman seated beside him. Unlike Rebecca and Leanna, her energy is much quieter. Blonde hair and brown eyes, she's also the youngest of the mates, and based on how the other two chat so closely, I get the feeling she's the third wheel or outsider. "And an Omega, I'd wager," Ember pipes up, taking the most interest in her. "Yeah, I mean if you want, but I'm sure you've got a bunch on your plate already." She trails off with a sad smile, already accepting defeat. Merrick reaches over and gives her hand a reassuring squeeze. "Actually, a guide would be great." "I really am quite lost," I admit. Her expression instantly lifts as a smile spreads over her lips. If you'd like to see the city, we'd be more than happy to show you, Rebecca offers, gesturing to Leanna. Once again, Jenna's face fell, like someone had snatched the cookie from her hand. They do know the best spots, Jenna trails off. Catty fuckers, Ember growls. The more the merrier, right? I say, locking eyes with Jenna, making my intentions clear, she would be coming too. Sure, Leanna reluctantly agrees, turning her blue gaze to Rebecca. We were just talking about checking everything out. Most of my wardrobe was lost, so I'm sorely lacking in clothes. Mila and Chloe wanted to shop too, I offer, and see their smiles falter. We were hoping for some one-on-one time to get to know you better, Rebecca presses on. I can go with you another time, Mila agrees, turning her attention once more to the bread on her plate. That's silly, I cut in, giving Mila a hard look. Let it go. Mila links in defeat. I told you, wolves and witches don't mix. They will learn or I won't be spending any time with them. Big loss, I reply sarcastically. I'm in, Soraya says with a crooked grin. Tomorrow morning? Everyone's doing prep for the weekend rank challenge. Sounds good, ladies? I say, putting the ball in their court. Rebecca pauses, bringing a finger to her lips in thought. I'm afraid we've got work in the morning. Next time, though. Sure they do, Soraya drawls. Jenna? I ask, turning my attention to the timid blonde. Her eyes widen in surprise, clearly not having expected the invitation. She looks to her mate, who smiles and nods in encouragement. I'd love to, if it's no trouble, she replies, shifting her gaze between Soraya, Mila, and me. None at all, I say with a smile. I have no idea what is said about us, but I assure you we're not that bad, I tease, linking Jenna directly. Oh, it's not that, it's just, Jenna trails off with a blush, struggling to put her thoughts into words. How bad can we be? I ask in jest, but her eyes go wide before she realizes I meant it as a joke. Are you done with your chess game yet? Christian chides, struggling to suppress a smile. I roll my eyes at him, annoyed by his amusement at my attempt to be diplomatic. He of all people should know how unappealing this is to me, and yet, literally for the sake of the kingdom, I'm trying to play nice with the catty reigning bitches. Totally not my style. Before I can make a smartass reply, carts are rolled in carrying the next course. My stomach growls as the smoky, savory smell of barbecued beef hits me. Platter after platter is set down, including a mountain of brisket in front of me. The rest of the feast is no less impressive, featuring grilled veggie kebabs, a bacon bit with cheese, a caramelized onion and mushroom-topped mashed potato casserole, and smoked chicken wings that were thankfully placed at the other end of the table from me. Christian wastes no time putting a hearty portion of beef on my plate before dishing his out. While he's occupied, I scoop out some potatoes for both of us, and in no time our plates are loaded. Chloe takes the opportunity for small talk with Jenna, and slowly the table fills up with easy chatter. The increased distraction lifts a weight off my shoulders, allowing me to relax and enjoy dinner. My compliments to the chef, I murmur absent-mindedly, enjoying the feast. You're too kind, Highness, the elderly gentleman from before in the kitchen says. His presence off to the side catches me off guard, and my cheeks instantly heat. This is the best brisket I've ever had, I add, seeing the man visibly swell under my compliment. Several others join in around the table, offering their praise. Is there anything else we can offer tonight? He asks, scanning around the table. After mumbling and shaking his head, Christian thanks the man and dismisses him. That's another thing to consider. You'll need a new head cook, Evansley offers, gesturing to the kitchen with his head. A new one? I ask, not understanding. Gustav has been wanting to retire for quite some time, but has stayed on in hopes of meeting the next royal family, Merrick offers. But he says that he's tired and ready to spend time with his daughter's pack. So would Claire take over? I ask Christian, unsure of how the pack blending and positions work. She did run the show back home, he muses, rubbing his chin. Claire? You're Delta female Claire. Rebecca clarifies in a skeptical tone. Yeah, I mean obviously not now, but later when she's up to it, I specify. But she'll be busy being a mother? Leanna asks, confusion clear in her blue eyes. Well, yeah, but she's not glued to the crib, I mumble. I guess I just assumed she'd get started on her next pup and grow her family, she replies. It hasn't been the easiest pregnancy for her, I grumble. I imagine they may just want to take some time with the three of them and be a family. Poor Claire is once again on bed rest, nearing the end of her pregnancy. Doc wants her to go as close to full term as possible, but her body is tired, leaving her exhausted and at risk. Xavier, being the saint he is, has barely left her side. I imagine you'll be wanting to start a family soon, Rebecca adds, looking between me and Christian. We already have, Christian growls, looking at the woman. My heart drops as I realize he's changed his mind and is going to bring my pregnancy up already. Chapter 17. We already have, Christian growls, looking at Baron's mate, Rebecca. My heart drops as I realize he's changed his mind and is going to bring my pregnancy up already. My heart hammers, knowing that I can't say or do anything without bringing attention back to myself. Oh, Rebecca coos, bringing her hand to her chest and turning her attention to me, freezing me in place. You misunderstand, Christian cuts in before she can go any further. Ethan, our son, he reiterates pointedly. We've already started a family. Oh, she sighs, visibly deflating and trying to backpedal. I meant like your own pup dash. Excuse me. Christian cuts in, his eyes turning gold-ringed chocolate, warning that his wolf Cyrus is at the surface. His tone alone should have been a warning, but none of these people know when to shut up. I didn't mean it like that, she stammers, shifting her gaze between us. Baron steps in, laying his hand on her arm to calm her. What my mate is trying to say is expanding your family, he pauses, trying to find a diplomatic edge to it. Surely you will want pups of your own bloodline to continue the Still Waters pack after Ethan takes over here. I hadn't considered what would happen afterward. I was only trying to manage all the changes happening now. Baron's right, one day, Ethan will be grown and take over as king, making us free to go back. Christian has talked endlessly about rebuilding his pack house, bigger and better than before, even before the war ended. That was the goal, to get started right after my Luna ceremony, but Vincent showed up and threw a wrench in that plan. Ethan is every bit my son, blood or not, Christian growls, finally shutting up Baron. If we decide to have our own pups or adopt again, that's our choice. Still Waters is a progressive pack, Leanna mumbles more to herself in astonishment. I sigh and give Christian's arm a reassuring squeeze. There are things I clearly don't understand about their world and the issues we need to address. Otherwise, this environment will become more toxic than it already is for all involved. Christian only raises a brow, curious to see what I'll do. You'll have to forgive me. I'm somewhat new to your world, but what makes Still Waters so progressive by your standards? And is this criteria by royal standards or all wolf kind? I ask, looking around the table. Anyone please, cause this tension and constant misunderstandings are just a lot to handle all at once. Ader coughs out a laugh that he quickly covers for only a minute before the old man breaks into a belly-shaking laugh. One by one, all eyes turn to him as he's lost in a total fit of hilarity. Jace looks at Christian like he's lost his mind, Baron palms his forehead, and Vincent pinches the bridge of his nose in frustration. By the goddess, you are refreshing, Highness, Ader says with tears of laughter still glistening in his aged eyes. Sometimes we are all too used to playing politics to actually come out and address the elephant in the room. Well, politics isn't my strong suit, I trail off, feeling my cheeks heat. And please, just Jessie. Right, Jessie, Ader amends, smiling warmly at me. And to answer your question, there are several things. Most notably, the she-wolves in your rank along with your head warrior, no offense intended, he addresses Soraya. But why? I question, leaning forward. You may not believe me, but I have seen Soraya in action, in and of herself. She is beyond formidable. I'd put her against anyone. But personal prowess aside, she has an eye for detail and an ability to see potential in anyone. Even Alpha Mitch in the Kismet pack, although reluctant at first, came around and has adopted many of her techniques. I have seen her in action on the training field. I must admit, I don't doubt you one bit, Ader chuckles. Guardian Right is equally skilled and dangerous. Alexei Natasha. Oh, Alpha Nikita. My mind starts to race with all of the incredible women I've met in the last several months. Yes, the alpha of Iron Wolves, if I recall, Ader muses, rubbing his chin. A formidable woman to be sure, and no longer the only female alpha. At Ader's words, Henry grumbles under his breath, clearly not appreciating the topic. Really? I groan, giving him a pointed look and cutting off Soraya's pre-meltdown. You don't want me to answer that, Henry grumbles, stabbing a piece of meat on his plate with a skull. Having worked alongside her for over a week now, you can't honestly think she's incompetent, I huff, not letting him off that easily. Soraya eyes me skeptically, not knowing where I'm going. Of kicking someone's ass? Clearly, Henry deadpants, giving me a pointed look while he reaches for his drink. She's sent half a dozen or a dozen warriors to the infirmary each day. Every one of them, Soraya retorts before I cut her off with my raised hand. Listen, Henry starts, turning his attention fully to Soraya, whose temper jumps 30 degrees with that one word as the idiot proceeds to mansplain. No one is saying you can't hold your own. You clearly have done well for yourself, but head warrior for the royal pack. Next would be better suited. You know what I mean. I almost pity the man for his ignorance, yet I am secretly looking forward to her kicking his ass soon. Part of me is surprised she hasn't yet. In some ways, she shows remarkable restraint, and in others, she is utterly unpredictable. Because he has a penis? Soraya asks, deadly calm with her dark eyes trained on him. At this point, even Nex flinches back, knowing there's no way to stop this. Abort, you dumb fuck. Ember growls. These people have no filter. It's like a pack full of directs and Sorayas without the good nature under all that sarcasm and assholery, I groan. Fine. If you want me to say it, I will. Henry replies gruffly, slamming his fist on the table. Christian ticks his jaw and crosses his arms over his chest like he's physically restraining himself. Henry, Baron warns, rubbing his forehead like even he is surprised by the level of stupidity he's reaching, while Merrick and Evansley both look away. What? Henry scoffs, throwing up his hands. She asked you and I both know dash. Your stand on things? Yes, you've made it quite clear, Baron replies pointedly. Yet the fact of the matter is things are changing. I'm not a dinosaur. Henry snaps. We allowed she-wolves into the ranks and defense training before they ever got here, even when it was considered taboo. Basic defense shouldn't be considered an advancement. Every pack member has the right to learn how to defend themselves. Soraya snaps, instantly on her feet, trembling as her restraint crumbles. And as for allowing she-wolves in the ranks, that's a joke. They are pushed out instead of advancing. We don't push anyone out, Henry scoffs, waving Soraya off. This is the problem. They are too emotional. Excuse me. I gasp, shocked he would say something so dumb. I feel Mila's energy flare as her temper is no doubt stoked, offering to show him just how emotional she can be. Not like that, he growls, rolling his eyes. There's no denying how temperamental a schwolf can get and throw mates in there. Henry shakes his head, as if he can't believe this topic even warrants discussion. I'm at a loss for words. I trail off, struggling to reason with this Neanderthal. Highness, everything is being blown out of proportion here, he says to me in a tone of voice that makes my skin crawl. I don't think poorly of our schwolves, the opposite, actually. Oh. I gasp in surprise, both brows shooting impossibly high. Oh, this ought to be rich, Ember growls. You can't have a strong pack without them, Henry states, puffing up his chest. They form the backbone of the pack and the male's the muscle. Every wolf has a part to play in order to help the pack prosper. We protect you, he gestures to the females at the table, so that you can be happy and safe and raise the next generation. It's no different than the protection we offer to the Omegas for their service. Is that seriously all that you think we are good for? I ask, narrowing my gaze at him. My tone is quiet, with an edge of warning that he should think carefully before speaking, but he appears to be incapable. Why are you turning this out to be so negative? Henry asks, dumbfounded. You're mated to the king. You should be happy to raise a family and the next generation of rulers and warriors. How do you not see relegating me as nothing more than a breeding bitch is derogatory? I snap, feeling my skin ripple. Those are your words, not mine, he dismisses. Christian is instantly on his feet, unable to contain himself anymore, and gestures to the door. Out, he clips, glaring at him. "Excuse me, sire?" Henry asks, completely aghast. "You heard me. Get out." Christian roars, getting up and walking over to the unmoving old head warrior. With a relic clearly not getting the picture, Christian grabs his plate and tosses it into the wash bin cart on the side, then grabs the stunned man and drags him out of his chair across the room before kicking the door open to the general dining hall and tossing him out. I tried to bite my tongue and let Jessie handle this. She was nothing but polite, and you did nothing but dismiss her and downplay her and all the she-wolves. Christian seethes, his eyes brown, ringed by gold, warning that Cyrus is clawing at the surface. "Sire? I don't understand," he replies, wide-eyed from the ground. "No, you don't," Christian sighs. "I've listened to Soraya try to beat it into your head for a week solid, next to, and now Jessie tried to have an actual conversation, but you treated her like shit, and I won't stand for it." The general dining hall is silent, as all eyes are glued to the scene unfolding in front of them. Being peak dinner time, the entire area is packed. All I can feel is a rush of anxiety, fear, and uncertainty that hits with such force it makes me nauseous. "Listen and listen good," Christian warns, never taking his eyes off of Henry. "Things are going to change. This disrespect and archaic ways aren't going to fly anymore. Perhaps we should continue this in private," Baron urges, having walked over to the doorway. "I'm sure we will," Christian says, looking over his shoulder. "But this shit ends now." Christian turns his attention back to the man on the floor. "Like it or not, Soraya is my head warrior, and you will give her the respect she has earned. What's more is if any of your subordinates aren't getting the memo, you will make sure they get it loud and clear." "Of course," Henry stutters. "If you cannot afford her the respect she is due, she and Nex are more than capable of handling the job on their own. It was at her insistence that she work alongside you, not only out of respect, but because she wanted a chance to learn from you," Christian says with an air of disgust in his voice. "Understood, Highness," Henry replies, dropping his gaze as his shoulders slump in defeat. Christian turns his back on Henry and closes the door, leaving the man on his ass in the middle of a shocked dining hall, and strides back into the private one. He locks his eyes with Baron's and, by the way his jaw ticks and fists tightly clench, he's itching for a challenge. After a moment, he scans everyone at the table. No one on our side looks fazed, except for lingering irritation at Henry's comments, though Soraya looks strangely pensive, whereas the reactions on their side are all over the place. Baron is barely below a challenge, standing with his chest puffed up and eyes locked, clearly disapproving of how Christian handled Henry, whereas Merrick and Evansley look towards the door like they want to leave. Rebecca and Leanna are linking away, whereas Jenna sits there, eyes downcast and fidgeting with her fingers. "Is there something you want to say, now that the door is closed?" Christian asks, returning his challenging gaze to Baron. "Nope," Baron sighs in defeat. "You've said plenty. The hell is that supposed to mean?" Jace snaps, a storm clearly brewing in his gray eyes. "You can't seriously expect us to take this shit lying down." "The shit?" Baron grits out, turning his attention to Jace. "This SHID, as you call it, is our home. We built it, protected it, and kept it running after our king was murdered." "Protected it?" Judius asks, barely keeping the surprise out of his voice. "How exactly did you protect it?" "Because from where I'm standing, the only ones I saw protecting anything were us. We bled, suffered, and died to keep Dimitri and Silas from becoming king. Listen," I cut in, seeing this could spiral out of control easily. "Let's just take a breather. Clearly there is a lot to discuss." I scan the faces of the room, but the intensity of Christian and Baron's gazes practically burns my skin. "That's an understatement," Jace scoffs, making me glare at him. "I get that this is your home," I address Baron directly. "But apparently it is now ours at least until Ethan becomes of age. Somehow, we need to figure out how to live together without so much hostility." "I'm not sure that's possible," Baron grumbles. "It's going to have to be," I reply, not backing down. "It's not going to be easy, but we don't have a choice, we're all trying to adjust here." You say that like palace life is that hard to adjust to, he scoffs, looking strangely at me. Actually, it is. I'm used to a quiet life surrounded by family and friends who respect me dash. You are respected here, he says, cutting me off mid-sentence. Says the man that just cut me off again. People talk over me, about me, or down to me since the moment I got here. No one has bothered to find out a single thing about me, yet keeps pushing my motherly duties on me like I'm some sort of bad mate for not having baby fever. I cut back, glaring at the man. Baron looks at me for a moment, pursing his lips before letting out a long sigh. That is not the intention. This is why things need to change, Christian says, wrapping an arm around my waist. Tomorrow I want a list of every grievance. I'll do the same, and we will stay there as long as it takes to hash this out. Jessie is right. Everything is just escalating. It's time to fix this. Baron nods, looking lost in thought. And when the topics get close to home, he asks with a knowing look. Everything is on the table, one way or another. Things will get better. If I have to step on some toes to do it, so be it, Christian replies with determination. We'll see how you feel about this tomorrow, Baron warns. A sense of dread washes over me as I consider his words and the possibility of added conflict or strain. I may not know anything about being a mother, but I know I don't want my baby surrounded by this. Chapter 18. Christian. After throwing Henry out, dinner finishes in awkward silence, with everyone dispersing shortly after. I know Soraya wanted to handle his ass-backwards ways by herself, but I couldn't stand listening to him a moment longer. The only saving grace was being able to turn in early with Jessie. She kept insisting she was fine, but I could feel her tension and exhaustion. She's trying to hide it, but I can practically see this place sucking the life out of her. She snuggles into my side when I turn on the TV to distract, and before I even settle on something to watch, she's out. Just spending time cuddled together on the couch is enough to relax me. I can feel her worry when she looks at me. She knows I'm stressed and offers to help constantly, but it's the things that keep me awake at night that are really weighing on me. Stakes are higher than ever now. I'm accustomed to taking care of a pack, and I like to think I'm good at it. But now I have my mate and growing family to worry about in a place I can't fully trust. Almost every night, I dream about what-ifs such as being an evil king, making a political misstep with far-reaching repercussions, or my pup harming Jessie. The last one makes my blood run cold. She nearly died at Dimitri's hands, which was only compounded by her surprise pregnancy. I decided to hide her wolf from Doc, which resulted in Jessie being on the wrong birth control. I don't think I could live with myself if that were to happen. As I lie here, sprawled on the couch with Jessie, I find myself thinking back to our simpler and happier times. The harvest party is among the top, seeing her so carefree and happy with her friends, yet she only had eyes for me. At our impromptu pool party, when Jace threw her in the pool and she dragged me in after, it put a smile on my face. There are many happy memories, and yet there have been too many bad ones as well. I've nearly lost her 3 times now. The helpless feeling of watching my mate fight for her life on a hospital bed is crippling. My whole job is to protect her, but we seem to be destined for a challenging life. I sigh, looking down at Jessie in my arms. How I wish we could stay here in this moment. Not wanting to let go, I lay down, gently tucking Jessie half beside me and half on top, and threw a blanket over us for the night. So much for bed, Jessie laughs with a sleepy smile. She stretches out like a kitten after a nap, playfully scratching my chest. The feel of her soft curves rubbing up against me has me swallowing hard. Morning, beautiful, I whisper, my voice husky from sleep as I plant a soft kiss on her forehead. How'd you sleep? Very well, sire, she teases, amusement dancing in her honey gold eyes. You do love teasing me, little one, don't you? I warn with a crooked smirk. And what a tease she's been, not that I don't love every second of it. Jessie purses her lips for a moment, looking deep into my eyes. Is it considered teasing if I give in? Sounds more like motivation to me. Well then. Shower. I offer, quirking a brow. Jessie is only too eager, slipping off of me, locking eyes as she bites her bottom lip and backs to the bathroom. Her sleepy, sexy grin has all of my attention as I follow her blindly. Jessie peels her sweater off just as I walk into the bathroom, leaving her in a thin tank top with her nipples clearly on display. Before I can comprehend what's happening, she pushes me against the door and starts to slide my shirt up. God, I love feisty Jessie. I pull my shirt the rest of the way over my head, but when I can see again, Jessie is in the shower, turning it on high. Steam surrounds us as I pull her against my chest, bringing my lips to her neck and inching towards my mark. Christian, Jessie whimpers, baring her neck fully to me. I stop only long enough to strip her the rest of the way and lose my pants. She's already in the shower, curling her pointer finger to call me in by the time I step out of them. My seductive little minx is pulling out all the stops this morning, and I love it. Done with her teasing, I pin her against the wall, locking my lips with hers. Instantly, she throws her arms around my neck, pressing her breasts into my chest. A growl of approval rumbles deep in my chest as I thread one hand in her hair while the other drops to her voluptuous ass. Jessie moans into my kiss and lifts her leg to hook it around mine, giving me better access. In an instant, I'm buried deep with both of her legs wrapped around my waist. Jessie whimpers and moans, tightening her arms around me as her head rolls back against the tiles. I groan, feeling her tighten around me, knowing she's so close. Picking up the pace while licking and sucking on my mark sends her over with a strangled cry. Her walls clamp down and quiver, triggering my own release. We stay there panting for a moment more, the water cascading over us as we catch our breath. When Jessie stops trembling, I let her down, admiring my sexy mate in her post-orgasmic bliss. Now that is worth waking up for, she murmurs, grinning as she steps fully under the water. I can't hold back my chuckle and grab the shampoo for her, gently massaging it in. Jessie practically purrs under my attention, melting into me as I take care of every inch. After a thorough shower, we dry off and get ready for the day. No sooner do I get dressed than Baron calls to ask where we are meeting, his office or mine. At least my day started high. You sure you're good today? I ask, stalling. It's shopping with Mila, Chloe, and Soraya, she sighs, rolling her eyes. How bad can it be? Oh, and Jenna. Jessie knits her brows and looks lost in thought. What is it? I ask, hooking a hand around her waist and pulling her to me. Nothing, just that she's different from the other two, Jessie mumbles, more to herself. I reply. Merrick was saying she was looking forward to you coming. He said she's always been a bit of an outcast, had a hard time connecting with Rebecca and Leanna, though apparently was close to the queen. Doesn't surprise me, Jessie mumbles bitterly. Their mean girl vibes are exhausting. She sighs and pulls my hoodie on before reaching up on her tippy toes for one last kiss. I want you to link if you need me. Don't hesitate, I press on, a frown tensing my forehead. Jessie laughs and pushes off my chest, heading towards the door, but pauses. You're stalling. The sooner you and Baron hash things out, the sooner we can sort this dash, she gestures wildly around, and hopefully we can get settled. As it is, we have the big rank tournament this weekend. We really should do something to pull everyone together afterwards. I wonder how they feel about pig roasts. Yes, my queen, I drawl, raising a brow. Jessie cocks her head to the side, giving me a pointed look that makes me laugh. What? Jessie bites her tongue, but walks out with me. She instantly tenses at the bottom of the stairs when she spots Vincent leaning against a column. As always, his expression is unreadable except for boredom. My gaze is so fixed on him that I nearly overlook Ader until he starts to walk towards us. Do you want me to get rid of him? I link. Nah. This is his job. Like everyone else, we have to adjust, Jessie sighs. Highnesses, Ader greets warmly, a big smile on his weathered features. Captain, Jessie nods respectfully. Re-dash. All set? Vincent asks Jessie, not bothering to let her finish. The fuck is with everyone here? Cyrus snaps in the back of my mind. Everyone talks over her like she's not even here. As hard as controlling my temper has been lately, Cyrus is going rabid. Viewing Soraya as his little sister makes her treatment even worse. Trying to reason with him that she doesn't need or want us to fight her battles for her is next to impossible. Cyrus has always been the type to act first, talk later, though I think those days are pretty much over now. Everything here feels like a game of the mind. Try and have a good time, baby, I murmur, pulling her to me for one last kiss. Take good care of her, I say directly to Vincent. Of course, sire, though the town is quite safe. How much trouble can shopping be? Vincent chuckles. I watch them head off down the hall, where Mila and Chloe join them before turning the opposite way to go to my office. Already, I can feel the tension building in my shoulders just thinking about dealing with Baron. The veteran is a challenge, to put it mildly. In the king's absence, he kept the place running, but unlike a regular pack where the beta would become alpha when the alpha is lost, only a royal could become king. In a way, he seems only too eager to get me up to speed and hand over the reins, but on the other hand, he can't let go. I get wanting to make sure we're competent, but I'm not a rogue from the backwoods. Still Waters was a very prosperous pack before the war. Even still, we will be able to rebuild it to its former glory, and my pack members believe in me enough that they didn't abandon us when they had the chance. As expected, Baron, Evansley, Merrick, Jace, and Judius are waiting, having a silent standoff outside of my office. Inwardly, I groan, feeling like this meeting is a lost cause if everyone is already dug in. Half of the problem is that everyone is choosing sides instead of looking for a middle ground. Granted, there are some things that I will not compromise on, Soraya being my head warrior is one of them because she has more than earned her place. Gentlemen, I greet everyone all at once, trying to lighten my tone from how I feel. Guys, can you work the training field today with Nex? Warriors are stopping by intermittently for skill brush-up. I direct to Jace and Judius, who exchange confused looks before complying without complaint. My eyes lock with Baron's briefly, hoping he will take the hint and send Merrick and Evansley away too, without me telling him to. His frown deepens slightly, but he does just that, sending them to the training field to help with the rank trial prep. Probably best if it's just us, he agrees, shutting the door behind us. I skip the large oak desk and instead head over to the two sofas. The last thing I want is endless bickering, I admit with a sigh. But we need to figure this situation out, whatever the problems are. The fact that the man is sitting there with a file folder is unsettling, but we've got all day. Agreed. I have to say this, you may not agree with me or want to hear it, but you handled Henry wrong, Baron starts, his frown deepening by the second. Before I can dispute anything, he raises a hand, stalling me, and continues. He might be a bit of an ass, but under his old-fashioned ways, he's a good man and a good warrior. Throwing him out on his ass in front of everyone sets a bad precedent. So I should have let him disrespect my mate and head warrior? I snap back, feeling Cyrus' frustration only adds to mine. No, but he would have come around eventually. It's not Henry that I'm referring to, he grumbles, shaking his head. You're not an alpha anymore, you'll be crowned king soon. If you fuck up, the entire race can pay the price. But no pressure, I mutter bitterly. For over a decade now, this pack was expecting an heir to show up, not an entire pack, nor one larger than them. You guys come in like a wrecking ball, you want too many changes too soon, he warns with a flicker of something in his dark eyes that leaves me unsettled. Understand it from my side, I say, trying to find middle ground. After all, my pack has sacrificed for this war they never wanted. I can't send them back to the Dark Ages. You made it clear both packs need to be integrated, but my people have already been through so much. What are the specific issues? The two biggest I know you won't do anything about, so why waste my breath? Baron asks, crossing his arms over his chest and leaning back against the sofa. Let me guess, I groan, knowing precisely what he's bringing up, again. Soraya and Mila. I've seen her in action. I can tell why you chose her for your head warrior, but feelings aside, she's a she-wolf. Baron practically hisses. How does not having a penis make her any less worthy? I snap, irritated. That this is still an issue. You know why? She's mated, so it's only a matter of time till she's in pup and then what? I've seen the woman drop a warrior while wearing a skin-tight dress and stilettos. Don't underestimate her, I warn. Her job is to train. She sees things that others miss. I'm telling you her results will speak for themselves. Baron sighs but slowly nods. The larger problem is that she will be viewed as a weakness. Our enemies will think we've slipped, he warns. Let them, I reply with a shrug. If they think we're weak, it will be a hell of a shock when they learn better. We've more than doubled your ranks, not to mention every member of my pack has basic defense and many were in the ranks before their current roles, and they're all battle-hardened. And Mila, he asks, shifting the topic to even more dangerous territory. What about my beta female? I growl. You know what, he snaps. You think I'm an ass for bringing it up, but you know how wolves feel about witches. Unfortunately, I do. Even after everything, Kane was only too happy to see us leave and take her with us, though I imagine a lot of that had to do with her always standing up to him. After we won the war, Mila and her sister, Sasha, were invaluable in the hospital, tending to our wounded. Thanks to their skill and expertise, they were able to save many lives that would have been lost otherwise. Sasha, being a polar opposite personality-wise, was easier to win her new pack's hearts over, but Mila has clearly been through more than her share of trials, leaving her jaded and on the hostile side of things. Our first meeting was less than ideal, where she tried her damnedest to kill me, Jace, and Xavier, but in the end, turned out to be Jace's mate. I see a lot of the same responses from her that I saw from Jessie. Mila hasn't opened up about her past yet, but I can imagine it's not all sunshine and rainbows. The fact of the matter is, aside from our rough introduction, she has done nothing to make me question her allegiance and never once given us any indication that she is unsafe. If anything, having Jace seems to be mellowing out that fiery temper, and she's bonding very well with Jessie. She is a wolf too, I reply, understanding his point of view, but not being able to do anything about it. Mila is my beta female, my best friend's mate. Thanks in large part to her help, we were able to win the war. You can't expect me to exile her for a part of herself. She is nothing like her ancestors who revolted. Christian? Jessie links hesitantly. You know her, we don't, the people dash. I cut Baron off with a raised hand and focused all of my attention on my bond with Jessie. What's wrong? I link back. It's probably nothing. But I'm lost and having a hard time linking anyone dash. As soon as she says the words, I notice just how strained our link feels. It should have been crystal clear and easy at this proximity. Under the strain, it suddenly ends, and I'm blocked off. I can't reach her, but I can feel her still. Nothing is wrong with her, but something is off. We need to go. I shout, jumping straight up and heading out. Warning bells start to ring out from below the palace, in the town that surrounds it, and my blood runs cold. One by one, more bells begin to ring out, and palace staff start running while guardians and palace guards flood out like ants. Highness, Adrian calls, running over, brows knit in concern. We need to keep you secure. There's been a breach. Is Jessie back? I ask with a sense of dread forming as the panic and chaos around me rise. She would have come straight for me if she were. No, the queen is missing. Chapter 19. Jessie? Jenna calls from behind me as I wait near the front door for Vincent to get his butt in gear. He lingered slightly behind and spoke with a posted guard for a few moments. Hey Jenna, I greet with a smile. The poor woman looks as nervous as can be, and I can't help but feel bad for whatever conditioning brought her to this point. All set. Ready when you are, she says, perking up. Chloe and Mila exchange quick hellos, and Soraya arrives a moment later. For being nearly 10 a.m., she looks a little rough around the edges, almost hung over with her pale complexion and shadowed eyes. You good? I link, not wanting to draw attention to her. I'm fine. Fuck, why does everyone keep asking me that? Soraya snaps back. 'Cause you look fucking hungover and you're cranky as fuck, I deadpan. Soraya glares at me, pursing her lips, but doesn't say anything for a moment. I'm fine, Henry just stressed me out to the point I slept like shit, she trails off. You don't have to go, you know? I offer, knowing full well Soraya would never give up shopping, plus a time to torment me. You wish, she teases. I really do. The shuttle will be here momentarily, Ader announces, ushering us to the doors. We're just waiting on. There they are. My brows furrow in confusion at first, knowing that everyone is already here, but a sense of dread quickly sets in. Following his gaze, my fears are confirmed as I see Liana and Rebecca sauntering lazily towards us, too wrapped up in their own conversation to even look in our direction. Oh, for fuck's sake, I groan, accidentally linking Soraya. Yeah, I'm totally not missing when you break one of their noses, she snickers. Oh good, we're all here, Rebecca greets us, her voice formal and lacking sincerity. I've arranged the shuttle to take us to the shopping district. She walks past us with Leanna in tow, heading out the front door, leaving Mila and Chloe exchanging wide-eyed looks, Jenna shrinking away like she wants to bolt at the first chance, and Soraya smirking, suddenly recovered. I grab Jenna's hand just as she goes to run away and practically drag her out the front door as I rush to catch up. The poor woman feels like a terrified field mouse, but I need to deal with the other two before I can address her. You're coming. I question whether I'm catching up to them. Rebecca turns to face me and quirks a brow, taking me in before her gaze lands on Jenna and becomes even less impressed. Leanna pushes out a tisk sound and rolls her eyes at Jenna, making me grit my teeth from the effort it takes not to slap the pomposity out of these women. We cleared our day for you, Rebecca says, stressing her sacrifice for me. What kind of impression would it be for us not to show you around after all? You think that's what is casting a bad impression? Ember chides. I bite my lip to stop from laughing out loud. You shouldn't have gone through that much trouble, I reply, struggling to find a diplomatic response. I understand how busy you must be and figured we'd connect next time. I even force a smile, hiding the tension I feel building. It was no trouble really, Rebecca dismisses with a flick of her wrist. We really should get going though. Lots to see and all. Right, I say with a tight-lipped smile and head onto the shuttle, dragging Jenna behind me, though she seems to have recovered. We head straight for the back and take a seat while the others slowly file in. You should have let me go, Jenna whimpers, her brown eyes darting around as she picks at invisible lint on her clothes. If you don't want to come, that's one thing, I say, flashing her a small smile. But don't let those bitches run you off. Jenna's eyes go impossibly wide at what I said, but she quickly recovers with a small laugh. You're not what I expected. She trails off, looking at me like now is the first time she's seen me. Oh, I ask, quirking a brow. And what did you expect? I don't know, she mumbles. I guess something more like them. I wasn't raised in your world. I was adopted at a young age by a nice human family. I didn't even know werewolves existed until this year. So I'm not used to the hierarchy and still waters as my home. One I'm told is quite progressive, I laugh. I wasn't born to be a queen, I literally fell into this. Thankfully, Christian knows what he's doing because I'm totally winging it. Jenna laughs and relaxes at my admission. I have no idea what has been said about me and my pack, but I get the impression it wasn't particularly flattering. Having only watched them briefly, I'm certain this poor woman has been the other two's punching bag for quite a while, only strengthening my resolve to protect her. Lies, Soraya flops down next to me, ignoring my glare. You may not have known about our world, but you were born to be queen. I have never met a more righteously annoying person in my life. Seriously though, you're nice to a fault. Really? I growl. The lack of a filter on Soraya can be exhausting at times. You know I'm right, Soraya huffs, crossing her arms. Hell, look at us, I was an uber bitch, and even after everything, you stood up to Christian for me, multiple times, and now we're friends. As rough around the edges as Soraya is, she is also a good person deep down, and some days you have to dig deeper than others. She didn't like me from the moment I showed up. When she found out I was Christian's mate, she became downright hostile, even going as far as trying to convince me to reject him. In her defense, all she saw was a weak human and didn't think I was worthy to be her Pax Luna. Sometimes I wonder about my mental state, I wryly reply, pursing my lips and glaring at her. Oh, you're certifiable, Mila chirps, taking a seat next to us with Chloe. Says the psycho, I laugh, watching her face fall. The last two to walk on after Rebecca and Leanna are Vincent and Ader, all of whom sit at the front of the shuttle. Rebecca says something to the driver. He throws it into gear and starts to pull away from the palace. The two guards are busy with their own conversation, but Vincent notices me looking his way and takes the invitation to talk. Ground rules are simple, ladies. Stay together and stay in sight at all times, Vincent says directly to me. Is the town not secure? Chloe pipes up, sweeping her long brown hair behind her ear. "Oh, you needn't worry. The town is patrolled and quite safe." Vincent just takes his job quite seriously, Ader offers with a warm smile. "Enjoy yourselves and take in what our small town has to offer." "You say that like it's a bad thing?" Vincent huffs, giving his boss a sidelong glance. "As long as everyone stays on script, everything will go fine." I sigh but bite my tongue. All I wanted was to sneak out with Mila and Chloe to get some clothes that actually fit and try to de-stress from the palace. Now the most significant sources of my stress are with me, and I can feel my tension mounting into a budding migraine. "Here," Chloe offers, pulling a small pill bottle and a bottle of water from her bag. "Judius said you'd probably need these, and forget." "Is it a gamma thing to be able to read when I need this?" I tease. "Like Gamadar?" "Judius is just freaky like that," Chloe links back with a laugh. "You keep rubbing your forehead and eyes, though." "So, how's the medical program here?" I ask her, making small talk. Chloe was in training to be a healer when her pack was attacked and she was taken. Doc was only too happy to have a new, eager pupil when Christian asked him to continue her training. "Big," she drawls, though the guarded look in her eyes tells me she's unimpressed. "Of course it is," Leanna chimes in. At its peak, the Royal Pack was the size of Still Waters and Crescent Falls combined. "Our medical program is the best of the best." "Where'd everyone go then?" Mila questions. "I mean, from what I've seen, there are more Still Waters members than there are Royals." I hadn't really considered the numbers before, but she's right. The balance is off, too. Still Waters is a healthy mix of warriors, assorted pack members with mates and omegas. Royals seem to be all warriors and omegas, with a small number of mates. With the fall of the previous king and queen and so long before your arrival, some left to neighboring packs with extended family, Rebecca dismisses Mila's observation. Still, her frigid tone indicates this is a sore topic for her. We're here." The town has a winding, village-like feel to it, with narrow, one-way streets. There's limited parking, though I've seen very few vehicles since I got here. With the palace being in the center of the valley on a raised hill, the houses and shops are on the downward slope towards the forest. The trees scattered throughout make the village look as if it disappears into the forest. Stepping off the shuttle, I sigh in relief, feeling a bit of the heaviness from the palace missing until Rebecca's energy hits me a moment later. Even still, there's something different about the town. The energy is lighter. "Just one more thing I'll have to ask Derwin about." "Where to first?" Rebecca asks, sweeping her arm around at the various storefronts. "Dresses? Casual? Beauty products?" There's a twinkle of excitement in her eyes that makes me think that she and Soraya are going to get along better than expected. "They'll bond over torturing you," Ember snickers. "Fuck off," I growl back. Already, I'm so over all of this and regretting agreeing to a group shopping trip. I should have just snuck off with Chloe. Why not start with the closest one? "I'm sure we need stuff in all of them," I mumble, not even forcing any excitement. What little resolve and optimism I had quickly died when Rebecca and Leanna showed up. Even with the medication, the tension across my shoulders and neck keeps growing along with my headache. She nods and leads the way with Leanna hot on her heels while the rest of us follow. The first store is nice enough, but the clothes are trendier than I prefer, and the sizes aren't within my range, so I browse around, offering my opinions when asked. The next store has more shoes than I've ever seen, and I think it's Soraya's version of heaven. At least shoes are generally more forgiving, and I'm able to pick up a new pair of running shoes. The following two stores have clothing that is not in my size, let alone my style, although I keep busy helping Chloe, Mila, and Jenna pick out various items. Soraya neither needs nor wants my help. Relief washes over me as I walk into the next store, where I see its beauty products, and I'm not willing to stand around idly while all my friends pick out clothes again. While everyone fusses over makeup, I head to the bath and shampoo area, smelling the different bottles before settling on a few. Wanting to make sure Claire didn't feel left out, I found a nice Satsuma body wash and lotion, then picked out a refreshing wild cherry body wash and lotion for myself. "For someone wanting to shop, you're buying very little," Vincent comments, looking at the items in my hand. His tone is slightly condescending, only adding to the budding pressure in the back of my brain. Soraya and the others were more interested, I sigh, heading towards the register with him in tow. We have people in the palace who could have run out for this for you, you know? He chides. I turn my attention to him, no doubt glaring as my patience crumbles in record time. Once again, I hit a weird wall trying to get a feel for him, like he's projecting disdain and annoyance to hide something buried deeper down. Why would I send someone else out to do something that I can do for myself? I huff, crossing my arms, preparing for the comeback he no doubt has. To not waste other people's time? He replies without missing a step. This fucker, Ember growls. Is that what I'm doing? Wasting your time? I ask, clenching my jaw. I'm sure there are better things both of us could be spending our time on than picking up, he pauses, picking up a bottle to read, stretch mark lotion? He trails off, eyeing me. That's for Claire, I snap, grabbing the bottle and giving it to the cashier. I didn't ask you to come with us. If you have more pressing matters, by all means, go back. I'm sure Ader can keep us out of trouble. This area is patrolled after all. Vincent rolls his eyes and grabs my bag while I pay and sulks off through the front door, leaving everyone behind. I can't leave. Ader went back already. With the patrols, there's no need for both of us, he complains, dropping my stuff off at the shuttle. Where to next? Well, we should probably wait for the others, I say, furrowing my brows at the petulant male. His energy matches his sentiment. He really doesn't want to be here. You really don't like me, do you? Vincent's eyes widen briefly at being called out, but he quickly recovers. Like, he stresses, doesn't factor into my job performance. I don't have to like you to keep you safe. It would make your job easier, I mutter under my breath, rolling my eyes. Not everyone is going to like you, he clips back. Well aware, I reply, locking my gaze with his. But if I'm such a bother to be around, then please, delegate me away, because this constant passive-aggressive hostility is wearing me out. I'll let you in on a secret. I hate shopping. But Soraya and everyone else seem to love it, so I'd rather be back in my room out of the way, too. Vincent's frown only deepens, and he sighs deeply. Come on, let's keep going. I take a deep breath and follow him towards the next door where everyone else is waiting. The moment we step in, I groan seeing another high-end fashion store, but Rebecca is in her glory, suggesting things for both Chloe and Leanna to try on, and even Soraya gets recommendations. The effort they put into ignoring Mila and Jenna in every store hasn't gone unnoticed by me. I've also been painfully aware of the curious stares and silent attention drawn to me from other shoppers and store workers, but so far, no one has approached me. It's a shame we haven't been able to find you anything today, Rebecca says in that same sickly sweet tone my Aunt Karen uses when she picks at my weight. Before I can retort, Leanna calls her over to look at something more pressing. We can punch her soon, right? Ember asks, but I feel her pain hidden by her words. She's always maintained there is nothing wrong with our thicker size, stating if Christian loves us, what should anyone else's opinion matter? Having these women throw it in her face and, no doubt, feeling my own embarrassment, however, seems to have eroded her resolve a bit. Jessie? Jenna calls timidly from behind me. I mumble, not trusting my voice as I pull my game face back on. There are a couple of stores we could try that should have a better selection for you. If you want. She offers, plucking at an elastic around her wrist. Lead the way, I say with a smile, hanging up a small scrap of fabric they call a shirt. I've seen bras with more material. And just where are you sneaking off to? Vincent snaps, setting my teeth on edge. We weren't sneaking, Jenna was telling Dash. One thing. I said one thing. Stick together, and the first time I turn my back, you're sneaking off, he scolds, drawing all eyes, making my cheeks heat. I wasn't sneaking, I defend our exit toward the doors. I'm sorry, I'll wait, Dash. Lead the way, Highness. Vincent snaps, pushing out the door. My eyes burn from frustrated tears, threatening to fall as I'm met with shocked looks from everyone in the store, including strangers, at my public scolding. I storm off after him, unable to stand their judgmental stares any longer and wishing for nothing more than to be home, or anywhere but here. Fucking hormones. Chapter 20. Was that really necessary? I hiss, catching up to Vincent. He, however, acts completely unfazed, as if he hadn't just made a scene in the middle of a store by scolding me like a runaway child. You wanted to go, we left. There really is no pleasing you, is there? He grumbles, crossing his arms over his chest. My throat tightens and my eyes burn, threatening tears at any moment. There's no reasoning with him. For whatever reason, he's decided I'm some terrible burden, and as much as I wanted to get to the bottom of it, now I want to get through the day and not have to deal with him ever again if I can help it. This way, Jenna whispers, grabbing my hand and leading me away from the scowling man. A short walk later, we stop at an unassuming store, and when we walk in, my eyes are met with bright floral prints and pastel colors all too common in plus-size clothing. Oh, I mumble at a total loss for words. Everywhere I look, clothing that my grandmother would wear hangs on display. Vincent clears his throat, lifting the sleeve of a particularly loud coral flower print blouse, and gives me a pointed look. This is more your taste? He asks with a mix of disbelief. Can you just not right now? I snap. Please, just give me some space. He rolls his eyes, throws his hands up, and takes a step back, scanning the nearest clothes and frowning. My head aches with pent-up pressure, making it even more challenging to keep the energies that surround me at bay. The hot mess that is Vincent feels like a kid hammering on a pot, while Jenna's jumpy, eager to please energy is like a rattle, and the three other women I didn't even realize were in the store are boiling with excitement and anxiety. The combination threatens to overwhelm me. Over here, Jenna says, waving me to follow her. In the back corner of the store, I find a small sliver of hope, seeing basic staples, plain t-shirts, tanks, yoga pants, leggings, and sweats. Thank God. I quickly leaf through, finding my size and bump up one, then pick out an assortment of tops and bottoms, only striking out in the jean department. Somehow, bedazzled jeans seem to be a big thing here, and the last thing I want to do is to bring more attention to my hips. Not bothering to try anything on, I bring my load of clothes to the register and pull out my credit card, eager to pay as quickly as possible and be on my way. I tried, I really did, but I can't handle anymore. There you two are, Rebecca calls from the doorway, walking in like she owns the place. Her eyes go wide, and she clutches her chest dramatically as she takes in the limited selection. This? None of those other stores carried anything over a 10. Not all of us are thin, I defend, hating that I have to state the obvious. You know, Jessie, I can put you in touch with my personal trainer. She's helped me stay in great shape over the years for Baron. You do want to keep Christian happy, right? She asks, picking up a pair of my sweatpants, her gaze flickering between me and them. Her insinuation is too much right now, making my chest tighten painfully. I know all this woman wants is for me to break down, but thanks to these pregnancy hormones, she may very well get what she wants. The energy in the room is stifling, my head is splitting, and suddenly I'm feeling nauseous. Jenna, can you finish this transaction for me? I ask, turning briefly to the timid woman. I need some fresh air. Thankfully, she nods, and I force myself to walk instead of running out of the building. For the love of Christian, can you guys keep those two away from me for a few minutes before I have a breakdown? I link Soraya, Mila, and Chloe. Would be easier if you just told them off already, Soraya snickers. Soraya. We're on it, Chloe hisses, glaring at Soraya. I hear them close in behind me and strike up some small talk in the background, but nothing registers as I make my way outside to the fresh air. With a deep breath, I hold my churning stomach, leaning against the window beside the door and praying I don't throw up on the sidewalk. Deep breath in. Hold. Let it out slowly. By the third round, the nausea starts to recede, but my head warns me I'm in for the long run. I feel Vincent's approach before he says a word. His energy hits me with the same force as a mental push, making me groan. Can we go back? I ask, a pleading edge to my voice. They have several other stops planned out, he replies with a shrug. They can stay then. I'm not feeling well. Please, Vincent, I just want to go back before I get really sick, I press on, locking my gaze on him. Thought you wanted to stay and shop for the greater good? He muses, his frown deepening. We literally just talked about you running off, and not one store later, you're running off again. Nothing sinks in with you, does it? His words leave me seeing red, but my stomach is right back on high alert, threatening to act up. I needed fresh air, I grit out, bringing my gaze to his. Seriously, I walked right by you at the door, and I stopped just outside the door against a window, so that you could keep an eye on me. This has to be a conspiracy. Why else is everything coming at once? If you're so hell-bent on running off, then go. He growls, crossing his arms over his chest. I'm done chasing and stopping you. Please, Vincent, I just want to go back. Can we go back, or call a ride or something? I pleaded, trying to get through to him. They said they will cut it down to 2 more stops, he replies, clearly having linked Rebecca. Unfortunately, that could easily be an hour or more, by which time I could have a full-blown migraine. I don't think I've got that long. I'll walk even. I just need to go, please, I whisper, putting my hand on his arm and instantly recoiling as his energy hits me tenfold. You don't listen to me any other time. Why start now? He huffs indignantly. Forget him, Ember snarls, itching to give him a piece of her mind. You've tried it his way. He won't help you. He just wants you to suffer like the rest. With tears budding in my eyes, I push off the window and begin to make my way back up the hill to the palace. Automatically, I try to link Christian, but all I hear is static. Great. Wolfie ESP is on the fritz, fantastic. Slowly, I trudge back on foot the way we came, going as best I can remember. The roads are winding, making the ones we turned down hard to remember, but I keep heading towards the palace. A sudden sense of unease sets in, making the hair on the back of my neck stand up. Looking around the street, it seems the same as all the rest and quiet. Christian. I try linking once more, straining all of my effort to get through. What's wrong? He links back, the worry clear in his tone. It's probably nothing. But I'm lost and having a hard time linking anyone dash. The link snaps mid-message, cutting me off from him. My eyes scan the surroundings relentlessly for any movement as I reach out desperately, trying to link him again. When I can't get through, I try the Guardians and even Vincent, but I'm cut off. Instinctively, my palm lands on one of the Guardian blades I tucked under my sweater on my lower back. Warning bells start to ring in the distance. Their eerie sound multiplies as more bells join in. Show yourself, I growl, sensing something ahead of me. A scruffy-dressed man steps out from the shadows between 2 houses. I don't recognize him, but feel another presence emerge behind me as my head threatens to split in 2. I told you they'd find them too soon. Next time, hide the bodies better, the first man scolds the second. Once again, I reach out desperately to link with anyone as my heart races, only to be met with a static void. I open myself fully, trying to find the source of the block, and am drawn to a third presence. A small woman stands innocently to the side, with porcelain skin, long, pin-straight ice-blonde hair, and pale blue eyes. Deal with her later. They'll be here in no time. Grab her, let's go. The second man snaps like I'm not even there. The first man lunges for me, but he's too slow. Even in my impaired state, I draw the Guardian blade and spin on him, driving it deep into the base of his skull. A sudden drowsiness hits me as I hear the woman chant something. I stagger and shake my head, struggling to push the fog back that clouds through my mind. The second man yells as he runs at me, full speed, with a knife raised above him. I spin on him, throwing my blade at his throat, and use my continued momentum to launch my second blade at the woman. Its keen edge silences her into a crumpled heap on the spot, letting the haze lift as I drop down to my hands and knees. Wave after wave of nausea leaves me retching on the ground. Fast footfalls draw my attention up as Dex and Mackenzie come running down the street. How many were there? She asks, dropping to her knees beside me. I only saw the 3, I mumble between pants. Mackenzie wraps her hand around my wrist, and I barely feel the snap of her push, but nothing happens. Neither she nor Mila can stop migraines. Sorry, Jessie, there's nothing I can do, she whispers, tucking her brown curls behind her ear. He'll be here in a moment. I only nod, knowing she's right and she's of better use taking in the scene. Mackenzie walks off, and a moment later, Dex comes over to help me move off the road onto some softer grass. The movement sends my nausea right back up to overdrive, leaving me retching once more on the lawn. Tires squeal as a vehicle races to a stop not far from me. Frantic energy explodes all around me as more people show up, bombarding me from all sides. Suddenly, the world starts to spin as I dig my nails into the ground to anchor myself. Dirt and grass clung under my nails, but I don't care at this point. What happened? Christian snarls, running over to me. Are you hurt? I groan when he takes my head in his hands, lifting it to face him and sending new waves of nausea and dizziness over me. Stop, please, I whimper, shutting my eyes against the brightness and motion. Shit, he hisses, catching onto my state. How bad? Bad, I mumble, focusing on my breathing. Where the hell was Vincent? He growls, helping me up. He was here, I needed air and got disoriented. I trail off, knotting my fingers in his shirt. Jeez, Jessie, why didn't you say something? Mila asks, her voice laced with concern. I feel the incredible sensation of her magic seep through her fingertips at my temple. Take her back, the most I can do is put her to sleep, she whispers to Christian. Do it, he agrees. Her energy floods my mind, making me feel like I'm falling, but I don't hit the ground. Everything goes black. Chapter 21. Christian. I brush the hair back from Jessie's tense forehead, seeing her brows still knit in pain and knowing there's nothing I can do about it. What's worse is that all I want to do is hold her, but I know, in my worked-up state, I'm part of the problem. Sleep well, baby, I whisper, brushing my lips gently across her temple. Doc gives me a reassuring smile as I stand and reluctantly walk out of my room, leaving him with her. I'll link you the moment anything changes, Judius assures me from the hallway. He was waiting against the wall for me to finish up and slip into our room as I head out of the royal wing. It's for the best, Cyrus assures me. With her safe, we can put our attention elsewhere. He's right. Figuring out what the hell happened is priority number one. As I make my way to Ader's office, everyone practically jumps out of my way, giving me a wide berth. Arguments echo down the hall, not stopping when I enter. Vincent and Derwin are going at it, with Baron, Ader, and Garrick trying to quell the situation. What happened? I snap, not in the mood for more Guardian versus Palace Guard issues. An assassination attempt, I'm afraid, Ader replies, his aged features creased with concern. By who? We haven't even done anything yet to upset anyone, I growl, pinning the man in place with a glare. Unfortunately, rogues don't care who you are, they just want chaos dash. Bullshit. Derwin roars, cutting Ader off. Even rogues know Jessie as the rogue Luna. Why the heck would they attack her and not the others? Are you sure? I ask Ader. Derwin's right. This doesn't make any sense. Come on, brother. You're not seriously buying this, are you? Derwin scoffs, throwing his hands up in disbelief. The darkening in his eyes warns just how worked up he's getting. Clearly, there's more to this. I don't know what to believe. All I know is I just came from taking care of my mate, who is sedated because of how bad a migraine she has. And finding her barely coherent surrounded by dead bodies isn't acceptable, I snap, glaring at everyone in the room. No one dares speak as Cyrus claws for control. None of this makes sense, and how quickly they blame rogues instead of digging into things deeper pisses both of us off. Don't tell me what you think. Tell me what you know for certain, I grit out, trying to reel my temper in. 2 men and a woman, presumably rogues, infiltrated the town, killing a squad of 4 palace guards who discovered them. The bodies were hidden in a rush and found by a resident, who sounded the alarm, Vincent reports, unable to leave out the rogue's suspicion. And? I prompt, ticking my jaw. And that's all we know so far, Vincent shrugs. The Guardians dispatched them before they could be questioned, and you saw the rest. Derwin growls at Vincent's dig but lets it slide. Except that's not what happened, he links me directly. Jessie took them down before Dex and Mackenzie got there, so we need to talk with her when she wakes up. Something doesn't add up. Agreed, but Doc warned me that she'll be out the rest of the day, I caution. We have our entire force sweeping the town to flush out any other possible infiltrators, and the guards within the palace have been doubled, Ader assures me. We also have our best trackers out scouting where they came from to see if they were working alone or not. And the Guardians? I question, turning my attention to Garrick. They're already at their camp. Searching it now, he replies with a smug grin. Dex took off with Shone and Quinn as soon as you arrived on the scene. Mackenzie is still working the scene. She says something is off with them, particularly the woman, and gave me this to look into. He holds out a smooth obsidian stone with strange markings on it. The object is about the size of an egg, but otherwise unremarkable. The young keeper is eager to get into it. She has some theories, but is currently digging up archives. I'm supposed to bring it to her in an hour. I can take it for you, I suggest, holding out my hand. Focus your energy on what is really going on. Very well, Garrick nods, passing the stone over. If you'll excuse me, I'd like to see what Dex has found. Go, keep me in the loop, I mumble, looking at the stone. Other than being slightly warm from being held, it seems like a nondescript piece of black rock with faint carvings, so I stuff it in my pocket. We will continue to dig also, Ader adds. Go be with Jessie, I'll be sure to link you with the slightest development. Go eat something and cool off, brother, Derwin adds, knowing that I need to calm down before I can be around her. I need to grab a bite myself. Derwin leads the way to the dining commons, grabs 2 plates, and leads us over to where Mila and Chloe are already seated. Both women look distracted and have guilt written across their faces. Stop blaming yourselves, I sigh, taking a seat. I should have known better, Chloe starts, her brown eyes locked on mine. Before we even made it to the first store, she was rubbing her head. I knew she had a headache, and those women. Jessie always hides the best she can. She's suffered through them since long before I met her. Nothing you could have said or done would have changed anything, I mumble with a frown. Unfortunately, Jessie has always had migraines. We had hoped that with her bond with Ember repaired, they would stop, and for a while it seemed to help, but not any longer. Even meditation with Derwin is no longer a safe option after the last time she saw the shadow. She'll be okay, just needs to rest, I say. Where are you? The keeper links. Dining commons, are you free? I can be there in less than 5 minutes, I offer. I'm closer, stay put, you're gonna want to see this. Marjorie links. Sounds like the keeper already found something, I say, feeling a sliver of hope. A moment later, she rushes into the room, black robes swishing and brown shoulder-length hair flying wildly as cobwebs stream behind her. Where is it? She asks, pushing our plates out of the way and dropping 2 giant leather-bound black books in their place. I pull out and place the stone on the table, drawing curious eyes, but Mila jumps backward out of her seat and drags Chloe with her. She locks her blue-green eyes on the polished obsidian lump, shoves Chloe behind her, and backs up further. Get away from it, she hisses. Where did you even get that? And why are you carrying it around in your pocket? My eyes are glued to the furious she-wolf, whose gaze is still locked on the stone. You know what it is? I ask, a sense of dread growing in me at her reaction. The woman looks like she's having a standoff with a deadly predator and waiting for it to strike. It's a dark talisman. Why do you have it? She snaps once more. Mackenzie found it on a woman dash. What woman? Where is she? Mila yells, her eyes now full of fire as her skin color drains. Mila, you're starting to freak me out. What's going on? Chloe whispers, laying a hand on her shoulder. Irons, you need to chain her. Mila starts, urgency lacing every word. Mila, calm down. She's dead, no irons needed, I say, throwing up my hands. No, she's not. Mila growls, looking around before staring at the black lump once more. What are you talking about? I saw the body myself. Her throat was slit and spine severed, she's dash. You're not listening to me. She cuts in, her voice choking with fear. The talisman is the witch, Marjorie offers, sliding a book over to me with various stones like the one in front of me. As long as the stone is intact, the witch can't be killed. Break it, Derwin orders, reaching for the stone. No, Marjorie and Mila yell in unison, freezing everyone in place. You only get one chance, Mila whispers, never moving her gaze from the stone. They're enchanted and hexed, Marjorie explains. Mila has more than enough power to get the job done, but the enchantments need to be lifted first. Well, how do we do that? Derwin huffs, eyes trained on the lump in front of us like it's a bomb ready to go off. Easiest way is to trigger it, Marjorie says, scanning her text. Oh, this will do. She grabs the dagger from Derwin's waist, cuts her palm, and reaches her fist above the stone. No, don't. Mila yells, eyes wide with terror. Time slows down as she's too late, and the keeper drips her blood over the stone. As the first crimson drop hits the pitch-black stone, it hisses, and the carvings glow red. We barely have an instant to get out of the way as the stone starts to rumble. Panicked screams ring out as people rush for the exits, leaving the 5 of us ringing the table. With a high-pitched shriek, the stone breaks in half, spilling out black tar that multiplies and covers the table. We're frozen in place, watching as a human-like figure begins to rise from the tar. First, a head and shoulders appear, then a black-clawed hand grips the table as it hoists itself out of the tar pit on the table. Icy blue eyes peer out of the black abyss of its face as it scans around, fully formed as a tar-covered woman. Her eyes land on Marjorie, who feebly points the blade at it before scanning us and finally landing on Mila. Now would be a great time, Firefly. Derwin shouts at Mila, snapping her out of her stupor. The very air shimmers around Mila as blue flames race out and around the table, ringing the tar pool and woman. She lets out an inhuman, shrill scream and lashes out, only to be thrown back by blue flames. The tone sends cold shivers up my spine, knowing this is well out of my abilities. Destroy it already. Derwin snaps. I'm trying. Mila hisses, her voice strained as she focuses all of her attention on the entity in front of her. She's trying to break my ward and escape. Don't let her. I order, not wanting that thing loose in the palace, or anywhere for that matter. Not helping, big guy, she snarls. Cyrus huffs at her nickname, but lets it slide, not wanting to distract her at this moment. It's you, the woman rasps in a blood-curdling tone, her eyes locked on Mila. Your line was supposed to have ended, abomination. The woman's form begins to degrade, looking less like a beautiful young female and more gaunt and grotesque as the flesh starts to sag off her bones. I hear that a lot, Mila grits out, flexing her fingers. More blue flames rise, enclosing the thing in a dome before the table beneath her bursts into flames. Her ear-piercing screams make me cover my ears, but my eyes stay glued as the dome begins to collapse on her. Like all the air getting sucked out of the room, the blue flames condense in on themselves, sealing the woman, tar, and stone into a clear, ice-blue gem. Mila! Chloe shouts, catching her as she sags to the floor, spent. You sit. Derwin growls at Marjorie before checking on Mila. Is that it? I ask, looking at the gem. Is it over? Nervous murmurs sound around us as people trapped near the edge of the room exchange worried looks, holding each other close. I don't miss the way they look at Mila and the fear in their eyes. They think she did this, Cyrus warns. Dumb fools. Clearly, she stopped it. I snap back in frustration. How scared they are and how they blame her is clear as day on every one of their faces. No, Mila pants out, then shifts her eyes up to me. If anything, this is just the tip of the iceberg. Chapter 22. A soft breeze whispers through the leaves, but it is the only sound other than the rush of the waterfall in the night's air. My surroundings feel like a lovely summer evening at the heart of the lake, with its pristine blue water and rainbow pebbles, but this is the dreamscape. I can make it wherever I want. Everything is perfect except for one significant detail. I'm alone. Selena, the moon goddess, is painfully absent once more, as she has been every time I've tried to reach her. In fact, I can only feel the people within the palace and the surrounding town, nothing beyond the valley. I feel a pull to her more now than ever, but I can't reach her. My eyes land on a scrap of paper on the beach. Its tattered edges look worn by age, and when I bend down and pick it up, I see detailed cursive writing, a small, simple phrase with heavy meaning. Find me. Has something happened to her? Can a goddess even be hurt? I didn't know the answer to my questions, but the concept makes my blood run cold. Most days, I can barely function anymore. What good could I possibly be to her, and where would I even start to look? This trail of thought exhausts me, making my eyelids and body feel heavy. With a final look around, I close my eyes and feel myself slip back out of the dreamscape and back into the abyss. Sparks run across my cheek as a warm hand gently caresses it, bringing me out of my deep slumber. Christian's gold-ringed green eyes are locked on mine as my eyelids flutter and take in my surroundings. He's crouched beside the bed, his handsome face a mixture of concern and relief. "Hey," I whisper, bringing my hand to cup his. "Hey," he replies with a soft smile. "How do you feel?" "Groggy," I mumble, licking my dry lips. "But better." "Understandable, you've been out for a day. I'd have let you sleep, but you really need to eat something." "Come on," he urges, helping me sit up. "Anything you want, waffles, soup, ribs, you name it." "Beef and veggie stir-fry?" I mumble, my stomach growling now that it too is awake. "Done. It'll be here in about half an hour, so you have time to clean up and shower if you'd like," he offers, nodding to the bathroom. He holds out his hand for me and holds me steady as I gingerly step out of bed, feeling the stiffness in every muscle. Suddenly, the previous day's events come rushing back, making my heart race as my wide eyes lock on Christian's. "Shoo, baby," he coos, pulling me closer. "Everything's okay and has been dealt with. I'll fill you in while you eat, after your shower. I promise, there's nothing to worry about." His words have a calming effect on me, and I can sense his serenity through the bond. He's not lying, but still, I can't fully feel at ease. I head to the shower, quickly clean up, and then throw my hair into a loose braid before walking back out wrapped in a towel. Taking the lazy way out, I grab Christian's hoodie and a pair of yoga pants. No sooner than I finish changing, there's a knock on the door. "It's open, Doc," Christian calls. Luna." He greets, cheery as always. "It's good to see you up and about again. That was a tough one, wasn't it?" His eyes rake over me, taking in every small detail before coming back to my eyes to evaluate my answer. "Yeah, it's been a while since I've had one that bad," I admit with a sigh. The doctor walks over, gestures for me to sit on the bed, and begins his evaluation, checking my pupils first. I can't help but flinch away from the light, clearly still in the post-migraine hangover. He works away, dutifully checking my vitals before having me lie down to check various spots on my abdomen. "Hey, Doc." I call, earning an inquisitive, "I know you're a medical doctor and gifts aren't really in your purview, but..." I trail off, not even knowing how to phrase my question. "Go ahead. I'll give you any insight I'm able, though very little is known about gifts and yours even less so," he admits. "Could something be messing with mine?" I ask, furrowing my brows. I'm losing control too often. Even with the crystal and meditation, I can't keep everything out. I think that's what triggered my migraine today. Christian crosses his arms over his chest and rubs his chin thoughtfully. There's nothing but concern in his eyes as he watches us. Dr. Phillips, on the other hand, slowly nods like he's working through a concept. "It would make sense that the added hormones in your system are amplifying your gift. You are empathic of sorts, right?" he asks, and I nod. "My understanding is that you will pick up on moods and whatnot around you on a good day. Normal she-wolves can become temperamental during pregnancy. It stands to reason that the two are linked. Is there anything we can do to help her?" Christian asks, clearly catching the gravity of the situation. I'm afraid the guardians might be a better source of help there. "The best I can suggest is to keep your stress as low as possible and for you dash," he looks pointedly at Christian, "to keep your temper in check, especially when around her." "Low stress," I scoff, palming my forehead. "Does that mean like bed rest for the next however long? Are you feeling unwell?" Doc asks, snapping to attention. "I'm fine," I dismiss. "It's just that these people can be a lot to handle. The one I thought would be the worst has been no trouble, Eli." Yes, the master of lineage. "I wonder if he won't be able to discover something about your parentage," Doc muses. "The little that I do know about gifts is that they are often passed to offspring, so your mother or father could have had the same, or a similar, gift." Christian lays a reassuring hand on my shoulder, giving it a light squeeze. "If anyone can find it, Eli can." The man is like a bloodhound. The idea of finding out about my birth parents both intrigues and terrifies me. My adoptive parents never hid the fact that they didn't give birth to me, but my file was very light on details. Eventually, I had just come to terms that my birth parents either didn't want me or couldn't take care of me, and focused on the fact that my adoptive parents both liked and loved me. Obviously, the fact that I'm not even human has thrown me a curveball. This world can be dangerous and violent at times, and I can't help but wonder if that had something to do with how I became another kid in the system. Was my mother a rogue? Does my father know I exist? Are either of them alive, and if so, why did they abandon me, and in a human world no less? My limited experience in the wolf world has taught me just how important their family structure is. The support offered to each other is inspiring. Despite being as uptight as the old royal rank wolves, they haven't given Christian or Xavier an ounce of flack for spending so much time with Claire, being late term, and struggling. Jace, Judius, and Nex gladly stepped up to fill the gap, ensuring things run smoothly so Xavier can focus his attention where it's genuinely needed. Even when Claire first found out she was pregnant, the joy and excitement that radiated off of Christian and Jace was heartwarming. You'd think it was their pup she carried. Even orphans like Ethan, many tried to adopt him, but he was too wild and refused until I came along. Pups mean a future, Ember pipes up. You'll have the support of the entire pack the whole way. If pups are so important, then why was I thrown away like trash? I ask, unable to hide the hurt in my voice. Packs go through great lengths to keep pups safe, even taking in rogues, but no one wanted me but humans. There has to be a reason, she whispers, lacking conviction. Even she wonders the same. For so many years, I thought Ember was a figment of my imagination or a very vocal subconscious. If I had been raised among wolves, I would have embraced her instead of suppressing her for so many years. Eat something and plenty of rest, Luna, Doc says, drawing me out of my self-reflection. If you need to avoid people to manage your stress level, blame me. And if the migraines are going to be a problem, come to me at the first sign. I'll order extra of your medication. It seems to work well and is safe, though it will make you sleep. Thanks, Doc, I say, flashing him a smile. Their doctor is on vacation next week. I'll be able to get you in for a full workup including imaging, he says with excitement dancing in his eyes. Thanks, Smarty. Your discretion is appreciated, Christian replies, shaking the man's hand. Of course, Alpha, he replies, always formal. This place is like a soap opera. Nosy gossip hounds too busy prying in everyone else's business to worry about their own. To hear Doc talk negatively and with such a tone of disgust is sobering since he's always the model of prim and professional. Just as Christian opens the door to let Doc out, an Omega is there with dinner, and my stomach growls loudly in anticipation. He grins at me, setting the tray down and passing over a steaming plate of beef stir-fry. So what happened? I ask, not wanting to be left out of the loop. We were actually hoping you could tell us, Christian replies, rubbing the back of his neck. I'm afraid I can't be of too much help. I was already in rough shape when they got there, I admit, taking a bite of the delicious food. All we know for sure is that the three crossed in and infiltrated the town, killing a squad of 4 guards before crossing paths with you, he says, ticking his jaw. Wasn't accidental, I don't think, I mumble, furrowing my brows. It felt deliberate, like they were waiting for me. Ader is convinced they were just rogues out to cause chaos, Christian adds with a frown. No, I shake my head, focusing back on the interaction and the way they felt. Wait, they weren't even wolves. The realization shocks me. My impaired state left my brain sluggish, but now, fully rested and mostly back to normal, how their energy was wrong stands out like a sore thumb. They smelled like rogues, but they weren't, I murmur. What was the woman? Something was seriously off with her. Just the memory of her energy makes me shudder. Evil rogues have an oily feel as madness sets in. She felt like soot and ash. Right as always, Christian sighs. The Guardians traced them back to a rogue camp where they killed the residents and stole their clothes before making their way in. And the woman? I press on, most concerned about her. A dark witch, he reluctantly replies. She tried to knock me out, I whisper, wrapping my arms tightly around myself. Shoo, baby, you're safe now, he coos, pulling me onto his lap and giving me a loving embrace. Mila took care of her. She's not coming back. Took care of her? I question, twisting to look at Christian. What do you mean, not coming back? You only killed her vessel. Mila destroyed her essence and talisman, he explains. Why do I get the impression there's a very big but here? I groan. Christian sighs, his eyes narrowing away from me like he's arguing with himself internally about something. Because there is. Dark witches never act alone, according to Mila. Which means there's another one out there. Chapter 23. So not only do we have a shadow man lurking about, that no one can find a trace of, but there's a dark witch too? I gasp at the increasing severity of our situation. Calm down, baby. You're safe here, we just need to be vigilant. Christian tries to reason with me. And before you ask, yes, everyone is aware and the Guardians have tripled their guard on Ethan. Why is there always something? I groan and squeeze my eyes tightly shut. I can't even manage a simple shopping outing. Christian hugs me tighter and kisses the top of my head. I can feel his apprehension through the bond. He's no happier about this than I am. In his loving embrace and with a full stomach, sleep eventually takes me once more. The next morning, I woke up alone. As the sleepy haze recedes, I remember Christian slipping out and telling me to rest more and that he'll see me at lunch. Rubbing the sleep out of my eyes, I blink my surroundings into focus and notice a cart sitting not far from the bed with a note. Morning, beautiful. I came to check on you, but you were sleeping peacefully. Eat up and take it easy. Judius will be by to grab you for lunch. Now that's love, letting us sleep, Ember snickers. I lift the cover and see a platter covered in fruit, bacon, and blueberry waffles. I grab it, head over to the sofa, and pick up my phone, checking the text with a big smile on my face. Just a couple of quick ones from Jason and Trish, checking in to see how the project is progressing and how I'm liking it here. After fabricating a colorful response, I finish breakfast and link with Christian. Thanks for breakfast. You're very welcome, though I have to admit I was tempted to crawl back into bed with you, he muses. You should have, I tease. After the last morning way-up reward, you set the bar high. God, you test me, little one, he growls. Unfortunately, duty called. Find anything? I ask, knowing they're still trying to dig to the bottom of what happened. Nothing new. You're right. They were human. The rogue clothing hid their scent, he admits. But, I prompt, feeling his hesitation. Something doesn't feel right, he sighs. Ader and Baron are satisfied to call it chaos, but they haven't had a single incident since the last royal family was assassinated. We're here for just over a week, and someone magically shows up and makes a pass at you. Why? Same as always, to get at you? I offer. In this world, mates are viewed as a weakness. With Ember living deeper within me than other wolves, she's not easily detected, leaving me appearing weak. The Guardians worked on training me before we ever found out I was a wolf, and I was a good archer before I met any of them, so I'm far from defenseless. That doesn't answer why, though. If someone wanted to take out the throne, they should have done it before we came. The pack was less than half the size it is now, and there were just old royal rank wolves. Now there are 3 royals, the entire Guardian force, and young, new rank wolves prime out of war. We're missing something. He trails off, the concern clear in his voice. I hate it when you make sense like that, I grumble. I don't want you to worry, baby, he stresses. I promised no more secrets. I want you to be aware and vigilant, but until we know more, there really isn't anything we can do. Knowing there's a problem and not being able to do anything about it is the worst feeling. My nature is to want to do something to try and help, not sit around and wait for someone else to fix everything for me. We can talk more at lunch. Derwin's calling me, he says apologetically. Go, I'm good, I say, closing the link. After setting everything back on the cart and slipping it back out the door, I noticed all the shopping bags and set to work putting everything away. I set the Satsuma body wash and lotion aside and dug out the onesie I had picked up for Claire, determined to visit quickly after I showered. I make the quick walk to the far end of the hall where the Delta quarters are, and after linking up with Judius, he assures me that both Xavier and Claire are there like every other day. My soft knock is met with a frustrated "come in." Claire is seated on the sofa, and Xavier is on the floor with baby crib parts everywhere like a jigsaw puzzle. Their room is similar to ours, featuring a suite with a bedroom, a combined living room and kitchenette, and a door that presumably leads to an additional bedroom or a future nursery. Jessie. Claire cheers from her seat, one hand outstretched to me and the other rubbing the side of her swollen belly. Even seated, her stomach takes up most of the view of her upper body, and she's balancing what looks like crib instructions on it like a table. "Hey," I greet with a smile, taking her hand and looking down at Xavier. By the frustrated look in his eyes, he's out of his element. "How goes the battle?" "Give me electronics or engines, I'm good." "Carpentry?" "Not so much," he groans, palming his forehead before running his hand through his short black hair. "You'll get it, hun," Claire coos. "You're just getting worked up. Here, let me give you a hand." She shifts in her seat, intending to get up, but he raises a hand to stop her. "You will not," he grumbles, locking his dark eyes on her. "Doc said no bending, you're not even supposed to be out of bed." "Sitting in bed or on a sofa is the same thing," she sighs, rolling her eyes, but makes no further move to get up. "Let me look," I say, picking up the instructions. A quick look shows him trying to put the end rail into the brace slot. I can't help but laugh when I see that he's got everything mixed up and still has pieces in the box. Shoo for a second. Xavier only frowns, but eventually moves as I wave him off. I chew on my bottom lip as I mentally sort through all the pieces, then bend down and group them to ensure they have all the necessary parts according to the instructions. He grumbles off to the side as I disassemble the one piece he had already assembled incorrectly and start to reorganize them into the proper spots. Before long, Julius shows up, and the three of us make quick work of the crib. He and Xavier carry it into the nursery while I sit next to Claire before they join us. I want to be mad about this, but at the rate I was going, the baby was going to be here before I was done, Xavier sighs. Trish loves IKEA but can't build them to save her life. I can build an entire house of this type of stuff, I laugh. Oh, before I forget, I picked up something small. You were missed. Claire takes the bag from me and, after a quick look, starts to tear up. They're awful, aren't they? She states more than asks. Jenna doesn't seem bad, but ugh, Rebecca and Leanna. I thought I left that type behind in high school, I admit with a shudder. Nothing I can't handle, though I think Mila and Soraya are running a pool for when I break someone's nose. I think I want in on that action, Xavier chuckles. There are still a few slots open, Julius whispers with a crooked grin. Really? I scoff, quirking a brow at him. What? I can't let Nex or Jace win, he shrugs. Unbelievable, I growl. On that note, we have a lunch to get to, Julius prompts, nodding to the door. The best part of this is room service, Claire replies weakly. She's putting on a brave face, but I can feel how weary she is. I'll be back soon, I assure her, hugging her before waving to Xavier and following Julius out. That might not seem like much, but you made a difference there, Julius says, locking his blue eyes on mine. Xavier's worried sick that she's going to start cramping and bleeding again. The man is going to be gray before the baby gets here, if he even has any hair left. Claire's pregnancy hasn't been easy. She's had a range of challenges, from extreme morning sickness that lasted all day to pinched nerves, anemia, and, apparently, now bed rest. But I've never met a woman more committed to being a mother in my life. I'll make a point of staying with her, maybe tomorrow night. You guys should get him out to de-stress, I suggest, as we make our way down the hall from their room. I'll talk to the guys, Julius says with a smile. Hell, even get him on a run. Speaking of which, when's the last time Ember got out? Too long, I sigh. Ember hasn't put up a fuss, but I'm sure she'd like to go for a run. Unfortunately, the necklace Mackenzie gave me to mask the pregnancy scent only works in my human form. Maybe I'll try and get Derwin to take me out somewhere safe. Right, Julius scoffs. Something else I should know? I ask, grabbing his arm to draw his attention. No, but this place. He trails off, his crystal blue eyes hardening as he struggles to find the words. It's like no one gives a damn. They've already written off that attack as nothing more than some lone humans trying to cause trouble. Julius's outrage and concern hit me in waves, making me take a step back. Shit, sorry Jessie, he says, taking a deep breath and reeling in his emotions. I just don't get it. They already lost one royal family, you'd think they'd learn from it, but no. It's beyond lazy, it's reckless. Relax, Julius, I say, laying my hands once more on his arms and taking a deep breath. I've never once put my faith in anyone else. I know we'll get to the bottom of this, and until we do, I'll be extra careful. Judius visibly relaxes under my touch in an instant, letting out a final sigh before nodding. You're right. At least the Guardians are taking this seriously. Lord knows none of us can do anything about the shadow. Sounds like the last of them will be here by the weekend, so we'll have both the Warrior Rank Trials and the Guardian Challenge. Chloe is strangely excited for this, he says, twisting his expression to one mixed with concern and confusion. Maybe people are finally starting to respect Soraya and she's running out of work? I say with a laugh. Nah, still sending a steady stream, though there are fewer each day. Chloe figures that at this rate, she'll have gone through the entire pack within a couple of weeks, he chuckles, but the laugh doesn't reach his eyes. Judius doesn't like the way the royal pack is treating Soraya, but also knows better than to step in. Even Nex is letting her run her course. So what did Christian tell the others about my absence? I cautiously ask, not wanting to mess things up. The truth, he shrugs. That the stress triggered a full-blown migraine and the medication kept you out. I nod, grateful for an easy cover. What Judius said is not technically wrong, they just left out the energy bit. Fair enough, I admit. Lord knows I won't be able to hide that I get migraines for long. Speaking of which, you good? He asks with a tight-lipped frown as he looks me over. Apparently, they're quite amped up already. Oh, goody, I say, rolling my eyes. Yeah, I'm fine, sleep helps, and docs kept me topped up meds-wise. You sure? He asks, raising a brow. Not too late, you can still save yourself. I can't help but laugh at his theatrics. I've got this, no one's gonna make me run and hide anymore. There's a look of pride in Judius's eyes as he nods and opens the private dining room door for me. Muffled sounds increase in volume the further open he pulls the door. Both of us stop dead in our tracks inside the doorway as we take in the chaotic scene in front of us. Waves of emotions like frustration and irritation crash into me, and I clutch onto Judius's arm. Soraya and Mila stand shoulder to shoulder, arguing with Rebecca, Liana, and another woman I don't recognize, while Chloe and Jace hold them back. Nex is palming his face to cover a laugh, and Christian is rubbing his eyes, looking like he's about to start sprouting gray hairs at any moment. Baron, of course, is backing his mate, as is Evansley, while Merrick and Jenna stay out of the way. Oh good, she's here, Rebecca says, crossing her arms over her chest and locking her hungry green eyes on mine. Her very voice makes me grit my teeth to keep my temper in check. Well, fuck. Chapter 24. Oh good, she's here, Rebecca says, crossing her arms over her chest and locking her hungry green eyes on mine. Her very voice makes me grit my teeth to keep my temper in check. Well, heck. Let's all just take a step back, calm down and dash, I say, throwing up my hands. I am calm. Rebecca clips, cutting me off. Clearly, Ember snorts. You're right, let Jessie decide, Mila says, crossing her arms over her chest, but her blue flame eyes warn that she is anything but calm. Do I get to know what I'm deciding on? I tease, trying to lighten the mood, but only earning glares from both sides. This is a serious matter, Your Highness, the mystery woman pipes up in a disapproving tone. Her strawberry blonde bob swishes around as she animatedly tries to stress her case. As such, it is not to be taken lightly, as it will have long-lasting repercussions. My brows arch at her dire tone and warning. Christian should have prepared me for such vital conversations, and at the very least, let me know who the newcomer is. Repercussions. Soraya scoffs. Lady, you're barking up the wrong tree. I'm the one who cares about fashion. Jessie would show up in sweatpants and running shoes if she could. Stifled laughs sound out from around our side, including Christian, but Rebecca and the newcomer are not impressed one bit. I struggle to suppress my own smile despite their narrow-eyed glares at me, noticing Jenna cover her mouth not to give away her amusement. What am I wearing sweatpants to? I ask, raising a brow at Soraya. You are not wearing sweatpants. The woman squawks, bailing her fists. You will be representing the throne. You can't be dressed like a Omega? I guess, trying to pause her meltdown. An Omega, she groans, palming her face and sinking into the nearest seat. Holy heck, drama llama, Ember pipes up, her shock clear. Can I have a from the top version of whatever I'm apparently not wearing sweatpants to that the entire fate of the throne rests on? I ask, tossing my hands up. Jace and Christian both laugh, but quickly hide it when the woman turns her attention to them. Anna here has come to take care of all the details for your coronation, Rebecca states with an air of assumption, like that will clear up everything. You know, the ceremony, attire ball. Surely you know what I'm talking about. This has been a steep learning curve, I reply without thought. Rest assured, Highness, I will take care of all the details. Anna chimes in, having recovered, by practically jumping from her seat and bringing her attention back to me, locking her gaze on mine. With Jessie running final approval, right? Soraya stresses. Surely Her Highness has more important things to spend her time on than table place settings? Anna tuts. Just Jessie is fine, I say, forcing a smile. And I don't mind, there's not really much on my plate right now. Well, Rebecca and Leanna have already been such a big help, it's nearly done, Anna replies weakly, looking between Rebecca and Soraya. But it is Jessie's day, she should have the final say, not someone else. Unless you don't want her input. Soraya presses on, giving them a pointed look. Of course, yes, I most definitely want her Jessie's input. As you said, it is her day after all, Anna replies, trying to save face. But this is for Christian and Ethan too, right? I ask, trying to wrap my head around this event. Yes, Christian chuckles, amusement dancing in his green and gold eyes. But we just wear suits. You, my queen, get a fancy dress. He laughs louder, seeing me roll my eyes. All this is over a dress? I ask, scrunching up my face. Oh yeah, Mila says with a grin. Go ahead, show her the dress options. Her excitement only makes me dread the selection, because it can only mean whatever's already been picked is hideous. When Anna doesn't make a move to show her selections, Soraya reaches over for a file on the table that I hadn't noticed and flips through it before sliding 2 pages in front of me with a triumphant grin. What's worse than hideous? Ember asks, her attention solely on the middle choice of the 3 presented dresses. Good God. Not one of the 3 dresses is something I'd wear. They were all shown on size 0, tall, shapeless models, basically the opposite of my body shape, and just terrible choices for me. The middle dress is low-cut, figure-hugging, with a bold black and white pattern, while option 1 is a pink puffball affair, accentuating the hips. 'Cause I need more of that. The third choice isn't terrible, but the colors of red and gold don't do me any favors. Overall, the fit is more modest, featuring a square scoop neck, but the numerous gems and embellishments are so distracting that they take center stage. Of course I can come up with more options, Anna offers, no doubt reading my expression. Sorry, I'm just, I trail off, trying to find a nice way to put it. I'm very low-key dash. And modest, Soraya adds. I would be able to rock that zebra thing, but Jessie would look like a tomato. And she does not do pink, or frills, or fluff, and have you seen her trunk? She doesn't need dash. Filter. I snap at Soraya, who only shrugs. What she's trying to say is that I like less restrictive, more flattering fits and colors. I'm not as bold as Soraya. Absolutely, I understand fully. And what colors should I look for in the new options? Anna asks, clicking her pen to make a note. I like blues and greens. Black, of course, I muse, trying to think of what I like that would be acceptable dress colors. And accents, is gold still good? She presses on, scribbling onto a notepad as she goes. I'm more of a silver fan? I reply, uncertain how that will go over. This could work, Anna mumbles, lost in thought. But the dress colors were to match the color scheme, Rebecca reminds her, as if the decision has already been made. Okay, but if that doesn't work for Jessie, then they can figure out a new color scheme, right? Mila cuts in, not letting Rebecca take over. Sorry if I'm dash. Nonsense, Jessie. Anna says, waving me off. You only get crowned once, it should be perfect and just how you pictured it. I can actually see it coming together nicely, the men in black suits with silver accents, and I think a nice dark green for you. Like forest green? Yes, I think that could work. You mean like this? Soraya says, passing Anna her phone. The quick flash I see is of me and Christian at the masked conference ball, where I was wearing a dark green, satin corset-style dress with black lace overlay. Exactly like that, she squeals. Can you send me this? Oh, this is going to be perfect. I have so many ideas. I'll have some options and mock-ups for you early next week. The woman's excitement is nearly nauseating, but her good nature makes it easier to take. Rebecca, however, has dropped down to her seat, dejected, as if I had stolen her Christmas away. Will you be free to help with some insight? I ask, training my attention on Rebecca and Leanna, who have remained quiet throughout this conversation. You want our help? Rebecca asks, tilting her head to the side. Want is such a strong word, Ember snickers, making me bite my lip to keep from laughing. Well, Soraya, Chloe, and Mila know my tastes, and you guys know more about what this all entails, so I'm sure between us all, we can get this sorted, I reply honestly, though I pray her attitude is left at home that day. Of course, Jessie, we're here to help, she says with a smile. How about it, Jenna? I ask, turning my attention to the timid blonde. Me, she whispers, grabbing her chest. I mean, of course, anything to help. And you say you weren't born to be queen, Soraya scoffs. I just want a little peace. Besides, none of us have had a coronation before, I reason. With that settled, Anna leaves in a flurry of excitement to draw up a new proposal, and everyone else takes their seats, with lunch being served shortly after. The soup and salad combo are expertly paired, but I can smell the spice on the soup and chicken from the wraps at a distance. Inwardly, I cringe when the plate is set in front of Christian, fearing that I might gag if they also give me one right now. As if Christian senses it, he stops the Omega by grabbing her wrist before she can put the plate in front of me. Instantly, I recognize Lena, her worried dark eyes lowered, but her attention focuses ahead. She can't eat this, Christian grumbles, only adding to her anxious state. Sorry, sire, Lena stammers, her other arm clenched at her side. Her Highness has beef barley for soup and extra bacon on her Caesar wrap without chicken. Thank you, Lena, I say with a smile, taking the plate from her. Christian, let's go with an apologetic look. Jessie, she gasps, covering her mouth and taking a step back as her eyes go impossibly wide. Hi, I reply with a slight giggle, trying to lighten the moment. This is perfect, thanks. Lena recovers and nods, forcing a ghost of a smile on her lips as she slowly backs away before practically running her cart to the kitchen. The look in her eyes when she looks over her shoulder in the doorway makes me pause. Why does she look so scared and conflicted? A knock at the door draws everyone's attention, but I wave off Judius as he goes to answer it, instead going myself. On the other side, Henry stands, head low and a folder in hand. Hi, Jessie, he greets with a nod, keeping his gaze down as he holds out the folder. Sorry to interrupt, I just came to drop these off. It's just lunch, I say with a sigh. Have you eaten? No, ma'am, he instantly replies. I was working overtime with some first years. I'm gonna scrounge up something now. We're just starting, come on, I say, standing aside and motioning in. Henry's eyes snap up to mine, and his brows knit tightly together like he thinks this is a trick. Just soup and wraps. Tea, thank you, he replies, watching me closely before finally walking over. Jace grabs a chair from the far side and sets it across from Soraya and Nex, and a moment after, he takes his seat, a place setting and food are dropped for him. An awkward silence hangs heavy over the table. Apparently, no one expected me to invite him in, nor knew how to respond. Whether they should talk to him or wait for Christian to address him, I hadn't thought this through. So, how'd they do? Soraya asks Henry, cutting the silence. You were right, Riley and Lynn are far better than Lynn was with Kelly, Henry says, relaxing a bit and taking a bite of his wrap. She's got that edge to her, Soraya replies, waving her spoon at him, excitement dancing in her dark eyes. I bet if we paired her up with someone bulkier, like Liam, they could be downright dangerous. What about Ken? Henry muses over another warrior they have in mind, taking another bite of his wrap. That could work, Soraya agrees with a nod. His height is better, Lynn is a bit tall for Liam, Nex adds. With the start of their conversation on training, the awkward tension at the table melts away, and slowly, different conversations begin to spring up. Evansley, Merrick, and Jace start talking about a sports game, and Chloe and Mila make idle chit-chat with Jenna, while even Leanna and Rebecca chime in on occasion. Having blown my entire social fortification in the first 15 minutes of lunch, I focus my attention more on eating. As always, the food is good and filling, and by the end, I'm once again tired. Have I ever mentioned how proud I am of you? Christian links. I can't recall, I muse. Mostly you tell me how much I test you. I flash him a sidelong smirk and focus on the table in front of us. That too, he chuckles. But you did well, baby. I know they are a lot to deal with sometimes, but Rebecca and Leanna were here with the last queen. They should be able to help you if they can keep in line. That's a big if, but somehow I don't think Mila and Soraya are going to let that fly. I laugh. Yeah, he drawls. Because you're a pushover, eh? Haven't you heard how fragile the new queen is? I ask in mock concern. Nope, only how precious, he replies, not missing a beat. You're smooth today, I tease. Trying to get lucky? Baby, I already am, he says, lifting my hand for a soft kiss. The love feeding back through the bond puts a giant grin on my face as my cheeks heat, no doubt flushing scarlet. Me too, I link back. Oh snap, Jace announces, drawing the table's attention to him. Things are about to get more interesting. The last of the Guardians are here. Sounds like we're in for a big weekend, I say, looking at no one in particular. No doubt. Jace agrees, his gray eyes twinkling with anticipation. Guardian challenge and a rank challenge to blend two packs. What could go wrong? Chapter 25. Remind me why we are up so early? I groan, poking the fire outside behind the palace. Because today is the day. Jace replies, his gray eyes swirling with equal parts of joy and insanity as he tosses another armful of wood onto the fire before brushing his golden brown hair off of his forehead. Isn't fire Mila's speciality? I counter, helping to stoke the two cook fires. True to Playboy fashion, he commandeers an area just outside of the kitchen, no doubt ruining the perfect, emerald green lawn. Someone has to keep him from setting himself on fire. Yeah, but she threatened to light me up if I didn't let her sleep a little longer, he admits, eyes widening. Besides, you like to barbecue. Yeah, for dinner, I scoff, rolling a log over with my stick. Dig deep, Highness. It's for the good of your people, he digs, donning his signature Playboy smirk. Do that one more time and see how quick I can light you up, I warn, smiling darkly. Noted, he says, throwing up his hands in surrender. After piling up the second fire pit, we head back towards the kitchen. Is this all truly necessary? Maureen, the kitchen lead, asks, looking around her in disgust. We could have made a suitable feast. Let the man have his fun, Gustav chides, shooing her away. Unlike Maureen, the head chef looks thoroughly amused by the spectacle that is Jace cooking. Anything you need is at your disposal, Beta Jace. Just a little help watching this guy, Jace says, patting the pig as Lena and another Omega work to season it. Oh, and sides. I'm more of a meat guy, Claire usually does the sides. We've got you covered, I say with a laugh. Lena has an army of potatoes ready to go for skins, they're making salads and, veggies, wings, and beans. Lena fills in, with a nervous smile. See? They've got this. Go play with your pig. I wave him off and head over to the sink to wash my hands and get some breakfast. Now we're ready, Jace announces, making me look back. He's modeling his kiss the cook apron, and I can't help but laugh. Really? Where on earth did you find that? I say, shaking my head. I have my sources. Go on, get breakfast or whatever. The feasting begins at noon though, he warns. Jace is like a kid on Christmas morning. The joy rolling off of him at doing something as simple as barbecuing is enough to lift any mood. Is there anything else I can help with? I ask Lena, and she shakes her head no. We've got it, she says with a smile. They're kicking me out of the kitchen, where ya at? I link to Christian. Guardian's courtyard. They're about to get started if you're up for it, he replies. I'm in, give me 5 to get there. Closing the link, I look around, get my bearings, and head out the side door of the kitchen into the bustling dining commons. Everyone is up and at it early for the rank challenge, which is probably the most exciting thing to happen here in the last decade, excluding our arrival. I grab a couple of breakfast sandwiches, a bottle of chocolate milk, and orange juice and make my way to the Guardian wing. Sean is waiting for me, dressed only in pants with a pair of swords strapped to his bare back. Ready for one hell of a show? He asks, his dark eyes gleaming with excitement. I take it you're competing? I ask, watching him lock the door, then lead the way to the courtyard. And miss the chance? Of course I'm competing, he says with a wink. But between you and me, I think your guards are already picked. Oh, I ask, raising a brow at his candor. I can think of a couple that will fight tooth and nail for top spot. Sean pushes the door open for me, and we're met by loud, rhythmic hooting. The brightness from the rising sun temporarily blinds me, as does the explosive energy in the courtyard-turned arena. A ring is set up at ground level in the center with guardians surrounding it, as well as loaded on the course above it. Between competitors and spectators, hundreds cram in a small space. Guardian energy has a specific signature that everyone possesses, in addition to their own unique flavor. Every other time I've been around them, it's always been restrained and hidden, although poorly, but not today. Today, it's on full display and whipped up into a feral frenzy. I spot Christian standing with Mila and Garrick at the far side and make my way over, saying my hellos as I go. I had no idea there were so many of you guys. I say to Garrick, while I tuck into Christian's side and pass him a sandwich and orange juice. His love washes over me, helping to push back the chaos. We have many secrets, Highness, but all of them work together to protect you and your family, he replies, uncharacteristically sentimental. I know I have not always been the easiest man to deal with, but I hope you understand better now. His words are cryptic yet very telling for the elder guardian. This was probably the closest I'd ever get to an apology for some of his rougher moments, but both Garrick and the Guardians have always had our backs when needed. I nod, knowing nothing more needs to be said. Considering a career change? I tease Mila, noticing her flaming locks are pulled back into a neat braid for once, giving her a guardian feel. That's an option, she muses. Nah, but Mackenzie is competing. She said they could use all the help they could get today, and apparently, I being a witch isn't an issue to them. I didn't miss how she sneers at the part about her being a witch, as if it's not a problem. Mila has always maintained that witches and wolves don't mix, and while I've seen the ignorance and fear firsthand, once they get to know her, it usually goes away. The royal pack, however, is on its own level of extraordinary. Christian told me all about the dark talisman and how Marjorie triggered it, releasing the Dark Witch's essence, then Mila destroyed it. He also told me how the people in the room reacted, the fear and mistrust written across their faces. They blamed her, even though her actions had saved them. Suddenly, the crowd quiets and parts once more as Derwin makes his way to the center of the ring. Like Sean, he wears only sparring pants, though his blade is strapped to his waist instead of on a harness on his back. He raises his arms high, and a hush falls over the crowd as everyone waits on bated breath for what comes next. Guardians, are you ready? Derwin yells, his voice booming with authority and power, met with wild cheers. It's been a decade since we've all gathered at the palace. Now that our queen has arrived, we can begin. Derwin grins and winks at me as the crowd goes wild. If the energy was wild before, it takes on an entirely new life, feeling like its own living entity. The depth and the dynamic make me think there's a hell of a lot more to this guardian bond than a regular pack bond. As you know, elites are only capable of competing, but anyone can challenge for the rank before we begin. Derwin pauses, his brown eyes scanning the crowd. Do we have any challengers? Excitement erupts as everyone scans their surroundings, searching for anyone brave enough to step forward. Slowly, the crowd begins to hum as speculation is thrown around. The mumble stops suddenly as the first challenger steps into the ring, a tall, tan-skinned woman with short, spiky black hair and dark eyes. A moment later, two more men join her in the center, but the fourth person has all of my attention. Golden eyes burn bright as they lock on Derwin's. The gathered crowd erupts into wild speculation, with the other three competitors forgotten since all eyes are on Ethan. Isn't that Dash? Can he do that? Waves of confusion, shock, and concern crash into me from all sides. By the way that both Christian and Garrick tense up, clearly, no one saw this coming. Ethan stands defiant with the other challengers, his head held high, ignoring the stares and gossip, but looking completely outclassed by guardians at least 8 years his senior. "My prince," Derwin starts, locking his dark eyes on him. "Your place is with the king and queen to watch your bodyguard selection. I'm here to compete." Ethan replies with steely determination blazing in his eyes. All eyes shift to me, unsure of how to proceed. There's an inner fire radiating from him that I've never felt before, amplified by his determination, giving Ethan an entirely different, stronger aura. "Please, Jessie," he whispers in my mind. My chest tightens with the turmoil raging in me. The last thing I want is for him to get hurt. And yet, this poor kid has never had any control in his life and doesn't ask for anything until now. "Let him," I choke out. Christian raises a quizzical brow, but says nothing. He hasn't had a say in anything in his life so far. This is important to him. "And who will you be challenging for?" Derwin asks Ethan in a commanding tone he uses on his subordinates. "Jessie," Ethan responds instantly. Derwin grunts and nods. "You'll have to beat your fellow challengers, then be one of the last 3 elites standing," he warns. "I have to try," Ethan replies, balling his fists. "Understood," Derwin says, ticking his jaw. He squeezes Ethan's shoulder as he goes to walk past and out of the ring. "Good luck, kid." Derwin walks over to join us, his jaw set in a tight-lipped frown. I can feel his concern, but also his pride for the man his ward is becoming. "Did you know he was going to do this?" Christian growls at him. "Of course not." Derwin snaps back. "But I should have fucking guessed. When he asked how it worked, I just thought he was being curious." "How bad will this get?" I whisper, feeling my stomach churn. "This isn't going to be pretty," Garrick admits. "Do you want me to stop him?" "Did I?" Of course I did, but I couldn't do that to Ethan, so I just shook my head no. "You may begin," Garrick announces. Sparring rules. The last contender standing will compete with the elites. The 4 contenders square off in the ring, with the 2 larger males teaming up against the lone female and Ethan. My stomach rolls and twists painfully as I watch the match start. Pride, dread, and anxiety all war in me. I may have watched him spar countless times, but this is different. The thought of watching him get hurt makes me want to throw up and close my eyes, yet I'm incapable of turning away. Christian wraps an arm around me, pulling me tighter to his side as I chew on my nail, eager for this to be over. In a blur, the match begins with a flurry of hits. Both men attack on the fly, ignoring each other and turning their full attention on Ethan and, more so, the female. Ethan seizes the opportunity, dodging the half-assed attack launched at him, dropping low and launching his shoulder hard into the woman's opponent. Not missing a beat, she smashes his face off of her knee, then launches at Ethan's opponent, leaving Ethan to finish him off. As he pins the male twice his size, pride explodes in me, but as soon as Dex calls the pin man out, Ethan turns on the remaining 2. The black-haired woman is trading blows and holding her own, but struggling to get the upper hand. Chapter 26. "Well done, young prince," Garrick praises Ethan's first-round success. But that was just the first step. Jessie sags against me, and the worry flooding back through the bond is enough to churn my stomach. I hold her tighter, trying to offer what comfort I can, but even I'm conflicted. This life is anything but gentle, and Jessie wasn't raised in it, but watching Ethan compete is eating her up. After waiting so long for my mate to show up, I was beginning to think I'd never have a family of my own. Yet here I am, beaming with pride, watching my son beat guardians and fight for what he believes in. He spent so much of his young life running and fighting for his life. To see him finally living instead of surviving is worth the weight I bear for him. Garrick walks to the center of the ring, holding 3 green pouches with silver scrollwork. A hush once again falls over the crowd as everyone pushes back once more, giving them maximum space in the arena. One by one, competitors make their way to the forefront, bristling with anticipation. Every contender will take a numbered token from their charge of choice. Matches will be random, and may the goddess bless the best guardian. Garrick's voice echoes around the crowded courtyard, radiating power and authority. Derwin stands behind Ethan with his hands resting on his shoulders, pride shining through his chocolate gaze. When he showed up with a kid one night, no explanation, I just assumed he was the father, but something never added up. Not that he didn't care for Ethan and make sure he was provided for, but as much of an ass as Derwin was back then, family meant everything to him. Particularly after losing our parents, he wouldn't have taken off. What Derwin lacks in fatherly traits, he makes up for in guardian fashion, nearly dying to keep Ethan safe. His dedication to training and shaping Ethan into the young man he is now is unwavering. With a gentle nudge, Derwin sends him off to select first. On tentative steps, Ethan walks up to the elder guardian and reaches into the center pouch, pulling out a red token with the number 9. One after another, the contenders make their way forward, selecting tokens, then break into different groups. I'm not as familiar with all of the guardians as Jessie is. Still, I recognize Quinn from her associations with Jessie. Standing with my smirking brother in my group, Shone and Dex are practically salivating as they survey their competition in Ethan's group. The largest group is for Jessie, with Ethan getting last-minute advice from Mackenzie. I see how it is, I tease Jessie, nodding to her numerous contenders. I don't even know how to feel about this, she mumbles. Am I that fragile? Or do they just like me more than you? Her nervous laugh warns she's uncomfortable, but her attempt at humor lets me know she's trying not to take it negatively. Seeing as our queen has drawn the most interest, we'll start there, Garrick announces with a wave of his hand. Without complaint, the other two groups melt into the crowd, leaving just the one group. Everyone checks their tokens and breaks off into pairs. I can't help but grimace seeing Ethan come to stand in front of one of the largest males in the group. Don't count him out yet, Jessie whispers, her voice small and wavering. I squeeze her tight and kiss the top of her head, focusing my energy on being strong and even for her. Half of the group stands off to the side, leaving the other half spread across the arena with Ethan in the current sparring group. Garrick leaves the arena and signals them to begin, though there might as well only be Ethan and his opponent as far as I'm concerned. Everything else fades away. The male, in his mid-30s, dwarfs Ethan in size, but begins by shaking his hand and saying something quietly to him before squaring off. My chest tightens painfully, and I don't dare blink, afraid to miss a moment. He shakes out his broad shoulders, flexes his enormous fists and leans in to make his move, leading the attack. Ethan steps back instead of blocking, making me go rigid. All I want to do is jump in there and take the fight for him, but I'm stuck rooted in place. Cyrus snaps and growls in my head, wanting to yell at him for freezing, but stops on the spot, noticing the way Ethan plants his ankle. His attacker doesn't catch on fast enough and swings in with a powerful left hook. In the blink of an eye, Ethan lets loose his coiled energy, launching himself up and driving both palms up under the hulking male's chin, snapping his head back. Jessie sucks in a breath, watching as the man's hit loses focus, sloppily landing on Ethan's ribs with the follow-through energy as he pitches to the ground and takes Ethan with him. He ends up sitting on the man's chest, who lies there unconscious. Pride explodes from me and Cyrus as Ethan's execution draws gasps and cheers from the crowd. He did it. Jessie squeaks, grabbing and squeezing my arm. Yes, he did. I agree, grinning like a fool. The move is one I've seen countless times, one of Soraya's go-to options, particularly when we were younger and she was taking on the world. I see your handiwork, head warrior. I chide through the mind link, knowing she's plenty busy at the moment, trying to coordinate the rank challenge with Henry to meld the two warrior bases. Fuck, how's he doing? She links back immediately, anxiety lacing every word. Why am I not surprised? I sigh. I can't decide if I should thank you or throw you in. Goddess above man. She snaps, cutting me off. How's he doing? Decide later. He won the challenge round dash. Yes! She screams, making me wince. And? He just took down his first match, an elite male like 3 times his size, I admit, smirking. That kid has talent. Christian, I'm over here trying to organize shit and sweating bullets, dying to know how he's doing, she sighs. Nex keeps asking me what's wrong. The man is. Concerned, I finish off when she pauses. You've been on high alert, and things have been stressful. It's only natural that your mate will be concerned about you. At least he's not a dick. I prefer it when he is, she grumbles. Getting dick and being a dick is different, I chide, knowing Soraya too well, and add before she can retort, got to go, they're doing next round. The winners from the first round are given a breather while the second group contenders square off. My eyes roam over the matches as they unfold. Some are with fists, others are armed. In my distracted state, I didn't notice Mila slip away, but I see her crouch over Ethan's opponent on the far side, helping him sit up. Ringing of steel on steel draws my attention back to the matches, with Mackenzie and a willowy male going at it in a flurry of blade strikes. Watching her work, with the speed and precision she wields, is bone-chilling. I've never doubted her abilities. Derwin speaks highly of her, and she keeps him on his toes, no easy task. In a move too fast to see, both guardians freeze with Mackenzie holding her blade to his neck, and the match is called. Jessie lets out a small cheer under her breath, and I feel happiness seep back through the bond as she inwardly celebrates her friend's victory. The levity is cut short, however, as Ethan walks back to the ring, squaring off against his next opponent, a lithe blonde woman close to his size. Jessie rubs her forehead, no doubt trying to rub away her stress and possibly a headache. "Do you need Doc?" I whisper, bringing my hand to cup her cheek. Her fingers feel cool as she lays her hand over mine and leans into my touch. "Not yet. I'll swing by after the match," she murmurs. "Jessie," I say, struggling to resist the urge to drag her there myself. The last thing I want is a repeat migraine for her, but I know she wouldn't appreciate me summoning Doc either. "It's not bad," she promises, locking her honey-gold gaze on mine. "Everyone is worked up today, and that guardian energy that I've told you about Dash. The light spilling out from under a door?" I reply, remembering how she described the feeling of their energy, saying Derwin holds more power than he shows, but he doesn't hide it as well as he thinks. "Yeah," she sighs. "Well, today it's on full display, from all of them. I swear it feels alive. But Doc said Dash." "I'm well aware," she groans, cutting me off. "It's not that bad yet, I'll go after, I promise." I can't leave knowing he's in the ring. As if on cue, the next matches begin. Ethan manages to block his opponent's first 3 attacks, but she outclasses him in almost every way, using the same style against him, and he can't keep up. I feel Jessie tense and stop breathing as he tries a last-ditch attempt at an attack, but the more experienced guardian turns it against him, twisting him off balance and driving him chest-first to the ground for the pin. Jessie lets out a shaky breath as the match is called and the woman gets off his back, holding out a hand to help him up. My chest tightens, and I'm not sure if it's from me or her, but watching him struggle to contain himself eats me up. He gave it his all and did better than anyone could have expected, but to watch him stand there trying to keep a stoic facade on while his eyes water and brows furrow in frustration strikes me in a way I've never felt before. Garrick makes his way over, places a hand on his shoulder, and whispers something to him. Ethan rubs his eyes harshly with the back of his hand and fights a skull. With more words and a pointed look from Garrick, he finally gives him a sharp nod, thanks his opponent, and makes his way over to us. He says nothing but stands in front of Jessie. I don't need to be an empath to sense his disappointment. She pulls his back tightly against us and whispers how proud she is of him. Not wanting to overwhelm him, I squeeze his shoulder and focus back on the remaining matches. With the dwindling competitor pool, we're down to the final game in no time. Mackenzie squares off against a male easily 3 times her size. They circle each other carefully, clearly having watched each other fight before. The hulking male doesn't mistake her size as being easily overpowered. Instead, he crouches down, shrinking his size and blocking her from another quick strike victory. Eventually, Mackenzie makes the first move, striking out low with a sweeping kick to take his feet out from under him, but he's ready and remains planted like a tree. The follow-through, however, catches him off guard, as Mackenzie uses his block to expose his head, catching his temple with a stiff elbow. The stunned male shakes his head, trying to gather his wits, but she wastes no time and wraps her arms around his neck, driving her elbow into his windpipe. Unfortunately for her, He's nowhere near incapacitated enough to go down without a fight. A savage forearm chop to her ribs hits with enough force to lift her body off the ground, but she hangs on. His last-ditch effort is a boot to her stomach, which pays off, sending her rolling across the arena. Jessie flinches in my hold, gripping Ethan tighter with one hand as she watches, absent-mindedly rubbing her temple with the other hand's fingers. Suddenly, I'm cursing myself for not making her pass on this. Hopefully, once this match is over, I can convince her to see Doc. Mackenzie staggers to her feet, her left arm wrapped around her ribs, hand clutching her stomach as she struggles to even out her breathing. Her opponent has dropped to one knee, coughing and gasping for air. Not waiting for him to recover, she launches herself at him, expertly maneuvering into place on his back. They claw and grapple with each other, Mackenzie trying to lock onto a sleeper hold and him trying to rip her off, but in the end, she gets both her arms locked around his neck and legs locked around his chest. In a final attempt to get her off, he throws himself back first to the ground, driving the air audibly from Mackenzie's lungs, but the relentless woman doesn't break her hold. He struggles for a moment more before hesitantly tapping her leg in surrender. The crowd goes wild as Mackenzie lets go, and the guy rolls over, panting to catch his breath. She limps over to us with a cocky smile plastered on her face, her gaze shifting between Jessie and Ethan. "You ready for it?" she asks Ethan, holding out her hand. Without hesitation, he takes it, flinching before Jessie can even react. He groans and sags against us under her push, breathing heavily, but says nothing. "Really?" Jessie asks, disapproval lacing her tone. "What?" She shrugs. "He fights like a guardian. He can heal like one too." At her words, Ethan stands tall, pushing his shoulders back, and even musters a small smile. "I know you probably ignored what Jessie and Christian said, but you really did do great out there," she says, laying a hand on his other shoulder. To fight and win the challenge is an achievement in its own, to have beaten an elite and held your own against a second, and at such a young age. The pride and excitement shining in her green eyes scream nothing but sincerity. "Kid, there's no limit to what you'll be able to achieve in a few years at the rate you're going. Hell, Derwin better watch out." "I better watch out for what?" Derwin asks, walking over with Mila. Not waiting for permission, she reaches for a spot on Mackenzie's lower back, and judging by the way her body relaxes, heals her. "He's gonna give you a run for your money one day," she boasts. "Of that I have no doubt," he agrees, narrows his gaze at Ethan, then shifts his attention to Jessie. "But you, time to go, princess, I can see it on your face." "I'm fine," Jessie protests. "Really? Stubborn woman." "I know a touch of what goes on up here," he says, tapping her temple. "Stop pushing yourself." This softer side of Derwin rarely shows, but early on, he connected with Jessie in a way I never expected. "Fine," she groans. "I'll go see Doc and check out the other challenge, unless you're planning on putting me to bed too?" Her sassy tone and challenging glare have me smirking as I lean in. "If I put you to bed, kitten, it won't be to sleep," I tease, whispering in her ear. "We're not trying to treat you like a kid, but we don't want you to suffer either." My admission strikes a chord, and the fire in her eyes relents. She nods, leans up for a kiss, and slips away with Mackenzie. "On to the main event, brother," Derwin announces with a glint in his eyes. "How great would it be to have Uncle Derwin be your bodyguard?" Ethan asks, having recovered from his earlier loss. I can't help but chuckle at his enthusiasm. "Kid, he's been looking out for me in his own twisted way for as long as I can remember." Chapter 27. The moment Mackenzie closes the guardian courtyard doors behind her, I feel like an elephant gets off my temples. As if our feet are on autopilot, we make our way to the palace's medical wing and get a shot to stop my budding migraine in its tracks. "So are you like my shadow now?" I ask Mackenzie as we head back to check on the rank challenge. "Sort of," she laughs, her green eyes twinkling with mischief. "I basically already was. This just makes it official. In the grand scheme of things, nothing will change for you. I'll just be looking out for you. I have to say I far prefer you over Vincent." I sigh. A hand on my arm stops me dead in my tracks as Mackenzie gives me a hard look. "Are you ever going to tell me what happened that day?" Her lips purse, pull down in a frown, and she locks her steely eyes on mine. There's nothing to tell Mackenzie, I dismiss, not wanting to hash the shopping fiasco out again. Are you seriously going to heal Ethan and leave yourself with broken ribs or whatever? Mackenzie isn't prepared for my redirect and can't hide her shock as she rubs the back of her neck at a loss for words. I raise a brow, not letting her off the hook so easily. I look out for you, not the other way around, she huffs, rolling her eyes. That was weak, even from you, I chide. You of all people ought to know me by now. I do, she laughs. That's why I picked you over the prestigious king. Besides, Derwin would have become insufferable after I beat him, and I just couldn't stand the idea of listening to his non-stop belly aching. The mental picture makes me laugh. I've already seen grumpy and sulking Derwin, and much like his guardian duties, he throws his whole being into whatever he does. Having watched those two spar, they face off rarely and often break off or call the match before the pin. Fine, Mom. I'll leave you to keep Jace from catching himself on fire and head back to check in with Mila, she concedes. Mackenzie? I call, stopping the guardian mid-turn. Does anyone watch out for the rest of us? She asks, furrowing her brows. Something feels off here. I worry about everyone, but I worry about Mila the most, I admit. She won't admit it, but she's struggling, and no one's giving her any credit here. Mila has always maintained that wolves and witches don't mix, but seeing her blend in and be accepted by our pack, and watching Crimson Dawn's pack welcome her sister Sasha, made me think she was overselling her opinion. The royal pack, however, has been an eye-opener. No matter what she does, they look at her like she's a walking, talking bomb waiting to go off. Even after saving the dining commons from the Dark Witch, they acted like Esichi was the Dark Witch. What's worse is I have no idea how to help or fix it. They're just stuck in the past, she grumbles with a knowing look. But to ease your mind, yes, she is well respected by the Guardians, and we watch out for her. Thanks, I say, offering a small smile, feeling another weight lifted. Go get patched up, I promise to stay out of trouble. Mackenzie scoffs, but walks away, back towards the Guardian wing, leaving me in the kitchen near the back door. After the excitement of the morning, the idea of watching Jace in his grilling glory brings a smile to my lips as I step out the back door. Highness, Vincent drawls, making the smile drop from my face in record time. A glance over my left shoulder reveals him leaning against the wall, as if waiting for me. He's wearing his black and blue palace guard uniform, the same as always, short-cropped brown hair, brown eyes, tall and lean like Dex, but oozing boredom and irritation. Vincent, I reply, clenching my jaw. The medication doc gave me effectively stopped my migraine, but he gave me a half dose at my request, as I wanted to hang out some instead of sleeping. At this exact moment, I'm wishing I had gotten the full dose. Why? I ask, raising a brow as I continue to my destination. He grabs my wrist and pulls me over to a more secluded area, making me grind my teeth. Vincent has always put up a stubborn, stoic asshole front, but today there's a crack. His energy, although exhausting as always, is eroded by confusion and doubt. He's uncertain. You had your chance, why didn't you take it? He growls, his eyes locked on mine. I have a headache already, I sigh, not bothering to hide my strain as I rub my forehead. Can you just get your whatever it is you want out of the way so I can go relax around people who actually like me? You know what I'm talking about, he snaps, letting me go and taking a step back. Why'd you cover for me? I didn't, I dismiss, trying to walk around him. Bullshit, he hisses, putting his arm out to block my way. We both know dash. Nothing. I growl, cutting him off and glaring at him, having had enough. You know nothing about me, Vincent. You never bothered before you decided to put up this asshole front. There's no point in me explaining myself to you, because you'll either be suspicious or call bullshit anyway. Vincent stands nearly stunned by my outburst, eyes trained on me like he's waiting for more. I told Christian the truth, that I had a really bad migraine hit and tried to make my way back to the palace, but got disoriented, I say, trying to quell his curiosity. Yet you conveniently left out my role. He trails off with a pang of guilt. Telling him that you taunted me all day, told me to go off on my own because I frustrated you, wouldn't have fixed anything. I don't know why you hate me so much, but you can give my details away, Dash. I don't, he cuts in lowly, turning his gaze to the ground as he leans once again against the building. And I can't give your details away. I already tried. Fucker, Ember growls, unimpressed with his lack of conviction. You can't be surprised, I huff in response. Wouldn't it be better to be protected by someone who gives a shit? He does, and a strong wolf is her cryptic reply. I sigh, lean against the wall beside him, and palm my forehead once more. This is the closest to communication we've ever managed, yet I'm coming up empty for what to say next. I don't hate you. I'm not the guard for you, he practically whispers. I know Derwin laid you out and all, but his left hook is brutal. Or are you crappy against Dash? The fuck? He gasps, cutting me off and scrunching up his face in disgust. That was a cheap shot, and I'm more than a capable warrior. Then what's the problem? Other than personality conflicts? I ask, cocking my head to give him my best bored look. In a moment of pure comedy, Vincent's jaw goes slack, but words fail to materialize, not even a sound slips out. He closes his mouth, takes a deep breath and tries to speak again, backed up by his pointer finger, but once again, his voice fails. Even your body knows it's a weak argument, I laugh, pushing off the wall and clapping him on the shoulder. Between Mackenzie and Judius, I should stay out of trouble. Let me know if you come up with an actual reason, or if you're going to finally level with me. You don't know what you're talking about, he huffs. I can't help but smirk at his sullen response. His energy reads like an open book and lit up like a Christmas tree, telling me I'm on the right path. I know more than you think, I warn with a wink, starting to walk towards the grills. That's the kind of thinking that gets you into trouble, he counters, not moving from his sulking spot. And you certainly don't know anything about me. Whose fault is that? I call over my shoulder. His silence is strangely satisfying. This entire temper tantrum he's been putting on for me isn't getting his desired reaction, and his resolve is starting to crumble. Not fast enough, Ember growls. Inwardly, I roll my eyes at her. The dumb mutt can't decide if she likes him or not. The grill pits are pretty close, with their succulent aroma greeting me before I see Jace. He's having a blast, running from pit to pit, but Judius, unsmiling and standing with his arms crossed, has my attention. His crystal blue gaze flits between me and Vincent in the distance. Fuck, what did he hear? I need some good energy, Judius, I plead, laying a hand on his forearm. He sighs heavily and closes his eyes for a moment as he pushes everything away. Fine, but we're talking about this later, and not the edited version Christian got, he warns. And what will that solve? I ask, raising a brow. Trust me that I have it under control. He sighs once more, but reluctantly nods. I trust you. It's him I don't. He's a work in progress, I admit, pursing my lips. But I don't rely on him for safety, just you and Mackenzie. I flash him my cheesiest smile, and it works, instantly relaxing him as he throws an arm around my shoulder and turns us towards Jace. My elf has impeccable timing, Jace exclaims, gray eyes dancing with excitement. Try this. He holds a piece of pork out for me with barbecue tongs, and instantly my mouth waters. Piping hot, I take it and toss it in my mouth, savoring the rich and tangy sauce. That's your best one yet. I'ma need more of that, I admit, grinning. How's it been going? Great. After they got over the shock of the sexy grill king cooking for them, everyone's been digging in. We've already gone through a pig. The joy and excitement rolling off of him make my heart swell. Like everyone, he's been equally stressed, and this is proving to be a perfect outlet. Sexy grill king, eh? Probably more like, is the beta trying to kill us with food poisoning? I tease, making his face fall. Even Judius can't help but laugh. You wound me. Jace replies dramatically, bringing the back of his hand to his forehead. Lies. You're such a drama llama, I groan, taking the plate Judius offers me. And you're mean today, Jace grumbles, turning his attention back to the fire. What crawled up your bonnet? More like who? Judius mumbles under his breath as he picks up a plate for himself. Nah, she gets sappy when Christian dash. Dude. I snap, cutting him off before he finishes whatever lewd comment he has in store. Boundaries. You're getting worse than Soraya. Besides, some ass had me up at the crack of dawn. Maybe that's why I'm cranky. My pointed look doesn't even faze him as he gives me his signature playboy smirk. Ass. My money is still on Vincent, Judius grumbles, his lips twisted in a frown. What's his problem anyway? Jace asks, waving over 2 kitchen staff to take the next pig off. I want to say me? I start, but pause. Lord knows plenty of people don't like me, but this is different. It's like he's trying to force himself not to like me. But I feel like there's more to it. I can have a heart-to-heart with him, Jace offers, a dark glint in his stormy eyes. Judging by the look on Judius's face, he's game too. Nah, I dismiss with a wave. Mackenzie won, so if anything, she'll break his nose. Lucky fucker. Jace grumbles, digging out a $20 bill and slapping it into Judius's waiting palm. Do you guys seriously bet on everything? I gasp, shaking my head. Got to take joy in the little things, Jace says with a smirk. Though at this rate, you ought to just pay me, Judius adds with a smirk of his own. Why? Who did you pick? I ask, curiosity getting the better of me. Derwin. It's always princess this and princess that, Jace says with a shrug. Makes sense though. He may be an ass, but there's nothing he wouldn't do for Christian. Hot damn. Look who it is. Jace calls, gesturing over my shoulder. I light up seeing Xavier pushing a grinning Claire in a wheelchair. You know the rules, Xavier says to her before kissing her on the cheek and leaving her with us as he goes to grab plates. Yes, dear, she sighs, though nothing can wipe the smile from her face as she tenderly rubs her belly. I never thought I'd be so happy to be outside. Your timing is perfect, Jace says, practically running over to her with a sample in his tongs for her. Claire laughs, but happily takes it, tossing it back. Yeah. Junior says more, stat. Claire declares, licking her lips and fingers. Jace puts his hands on his hips and puffs up like a peacock, looking like a culinary superhero. The happiness washing over me from all sides leaves me smiling like a fool and forgetting about the earlier stress. So how's the challenge going? Xavier asks, passing Claire a plate piled high with pulled pork and sides, along with a drink. Better than expected, Jace admits, nodding over to the makeshift picnic table eating area. For the first time since we got here, both packs are mingling, and there are animated conversations with plenty of laughter, even between banged-up members. I'm beginning to think we should have done this as soon as we showed up. Maybe things would have transitioned smoothly? He's not wrong. The energy around us is considerably more harmonious and relaxed than it has been so far. A quick scan reveals that while there are still secluded pockets of one pack or another, the overall difference is substantial. Hi, Jenna says, walking up with Merrick wrapped around her. She fidgets with a bag in her hands as her gaze drops. It's like saying hi took all of her gumption. I hope we're not intruding, Merrick says, scanning our group. Of course not, won't you join us? I offer, gesturing to the food. Now's your chance, honey, Merrick whispers to Jenna as he unwraps his arm from her. She turns her big brown doe eyes on him, and after he gives her a nod, she walks over to Claire. I saw this when shopping and thought you'd like it, for the baby, she practically whispers, holding out the bag she was fidgeting with. But if not dash. Thank you, Claire gushes, happily taking the bag from her. Instantly, she tears up, looking in the bag before digging out the items, a cute little blue outfit complete with blue booties and a hat. I'm sorry, I love it, but these damn hormones have me crying at the drop of a hat. Yeah? Jenna asks tentatively, like she doesn't believe her, but in an instant, Claire drags her into a hug. Suddenly, the energy shifts around us, the levity disappears like it is snuffed out completely, and anxiety swamps me. I scan the area, looking for the source, and see nothing but concern among everyone else as they mutter amongst each other. Then everyone starts to head back to the ring. What is it? I ask, noticing the rugged look on Jace's face. Henry just challenged Soraya for the head warrior position. He trails off, sending a shiver down my spine. Can he do that? Claire gasps. Yeah, and he did. What's more, she accepted, Jace says, his frown deepening. They're in the ring right now. Chapter 28. Christian. Watching the Guardian's bodyguard selection is intense. I've sparred with Derwin often enough to know what kind of fighter he is, but to watch him go through match after match and knock down one opponent after another shows just how much he holds back when sparring. He's equally fierce with his mighty fists as he is with blades, though I can't help but wonder who would win between him and Mackenzie. His final match is with Quinn. What the curly-haired brunette lacks in size, she makes up for with speed. Much like Mackenzie, her weapon of choice is a matched pair of small daggers, though hers are curved, whereas Mackenzie's are straight, better for throwing in a pinch. The first half of their fight is spent with Derwin on defense as Quinn launches attack after attack, backing him up without mercy. She's relentless in her blade strikes, never giving Derwin a chance to strike back by leaving him fending off the razor-sharp daggers, but her frenetic pace is unsustainable. Both opponents have already gone a couple of rounds to get into the finals, and the fatigue is catching up to them. Derwin takes a stumble, making my breath catch as I watch Quinn's blade sail towards his chest. His eyes darken, and the corner of his mouth tugs up in a sinister smirk as he catches her wrist in his palm and jerks her off balance, flipping her and twisting her midair for the pin. She lashes out with her free hand, landing a glancing blow on his left shoulder, but he catches her arm, completing the face-down pin. "Oi, get off me!" Quinn growls beneath my grinning brother. With a final shove, he falls over laughing while she rolls over panting. "Can't say I didn't give you a run for your money, eh? That you did, but did you have to poke holes in me?" he asks, quirking a brow as he looks at his freely bleeding shoulder. "Don't be a baby," Mackenzie chides, laying a hand on his shoulder, followed by him flinching after the push. "You good, Quinn?" Nothing a stiff drink can't fix," she laughs, getting up and dusting herself off. "There's a pig roast calling my name." The ring clears and refills with contestants vying for Ethan's attention. For his part, Ethan has been glued to the matches, not missing a single detail. Now that it's his turn for a champion, he's practically quivering with anticipation. "It's okay to blink," I tease him, squeezing his shoulder. Ethan looks back over his shoulder at me, giving me a sheepish smile as he rubs the back of his neck. The slight flush of crimson on his cheeks tells me how focused he is. "So, who's your money on?" I ask, giving the arena a nod. The first round of matches is already underway, with the first contestant eliminated. He chews on the inside of his cheeks as he scans the arena. "She's wicked fast," Ethan says, pointing to a willowy woman with short-cropped curly hair and deep caramel skin. "I haven't met her yet, but I saw her sparring with Uncle Derwin and Mackenzie a few times, and she kept up." I mumble, impressed with his assessment. "She is indeed quick, having the second win and ending her match on the second move. But I think Shone has a good chance," he muses, pointing to the lean Asian just as he drops his opponent, a bulky male almost twice his size. His weapon of choice is twin thin curved short swords that he wields remarkably quickly. But really, I hope Dex gets it. "Yeah." I question wanting more. He's not stuffy like some of the other Guardians. And even though he's insane, thinking that DC is better than Marvel, he's pretty cool for an old guy, Ethan reasons. I raise a brow at that assessment, having expected something tactical, not a comic book preference. It doesn't help that he calls Dex old when he's 5 years younger than I am. "Old guy humph." I grumble, frowning. "Well, you know what I mean," he dismisses. "Like he's not Garrick old, but Dash." "Right," I sigh, cutting him off. "There are more important things to judge warriors on than their comic preference and age, you know." "Christian," Ethan whines, turning to roll his eyes at me. "They're all elite guardians. Of course they are all great warriors, but if I'm gonna be stuck with one like a shadow, it'd be great if I didn't get a lame one." "Sometimes safety isn't cool," I chide, earning a huff. As we finish talking, the final match starts between Shone and Dex. The males square off with blades in hand and slowly circle each other, looking for weakness or an opening. Shone makes the first move, striking low with a high follow-through that Dex blocks and counters with a jab to his ribs, narrowly missing. The contact of steel rings out as attacks are blocked and countered, with neither man getting the upper hand. Shone draws first blood, landing a glancing slash across Dex's thigh. Instantly, Ethan tenses up, sucking in a breath as he leans in, eyes wide, not wanting to miss a thing. The final exchange is a flurry of blades that ends with Dex catching Shon's wrist and pulling him in close with his larger blade poised across his throat. "Your champion," Garrick announces, clapping Dex on his shoulder before whispering something to Shon and patting his shoulder. It has been a long time since we've been together like this, but watching this display of skill leaves me confident in our ability to uphold our sacred duty. The crowd roars to life, hooting in unison to congratulate the victors. "You need to get out of here." Next, Link's out of the blue, his tone rushed and anxious. "What's wrong?" I link back, trying to block out the deafening cheers. "Fucking Henry just challenged Soraya for the head warrior position," he snaps. "Stop them." I growl, hitting a wall as I try to link Soraya and Henry. "You don't think I tried that? They're already squaring off." "Damn," I groan, palming my forehead. "I've got to go to the training yard before Soraya kills someone." Derwin frowns, knowing very well what she's capable of, and nods off. I push my way through the boisterous crowd, rushing out to the back where the warrior challenges are, once again cutting my way through the press of bodies packed in like sardines to watch the ultimate match. Soraya and Henry are in the center of the ring, crouched and ready to attack at any moment. "Enough." I boom, letting my aura flex fully, making those closest to me flinch back and shuffle away. "Not now, Christian," Soraya snaps, never taking her eyes off of Henry, who isn't backing down either. "I wasn't asking," I growl, letting my alpha order thread through every word. "With all due respect, sire, you agreed to the rank challenge," Henry counters. "This isn't what I meant, and you know it." I snap, balling my fists. A deep rumble rips through my chest as Baron approaches. Of course, Baron is going to show up now. By your own words, what better way to unite the force and make sure everyone is where they belong? Baron says, crossing his arms over his chest. "If she is as good as you say, then she should have no issues keeping her position." His callous tone sets my teeth on edge. Taking every ounce of restraint, I have to not deal with him in front of everyone. "She was appointed by me," I growl lowly. "Soraya has nothing to prove." "The warriors disagree," Henry says with a shrug. "Each and every one of them has fought for their position. It's only fitting that the one who leads them proves she's worthy of the title." "The hell dash. Bring it, old man." Soraya snarls, pacing like a caged animal, waiting for the door to open for her victim. "Once again, your alpha has stepped in on your behalf, Dash." "The hell he is," she hisses, cutting Henry off before shifting her gaze to me. "If you respect me at all, you'll let me do this. Otherwise, he's right and I don't deserve my position." "That's bullshit and you know it," I chide, glaring at the fired-up she-wolf, but I've seen that look in her eyes before. There is nothing more important to her at this moment than proving her honor and skill. "What will it be, sire?" Baron presses. Soraya holds my gaze captive as she practically begs to be let loose. "Teach him a lesson that his grandchildren will feel," I link her with a sigh. "If you two are so hell-bent on fighting, so be it," I spat. "But when this is over, it's over." Both opponents nod and square off, leaving me and Baron to make our way to the sidelines, where Jace, Nex, Judius, Jessie, and Xavier are waiting. Instinctively, I go directly to Jessie, wrapping her up and breathing deeply, taking in her scent and calming down slightly. "You shouldn't watch this," I whisper to her, relishing the way she melts against me. "This isn't like watching Ethan fight." "I'll be damned if I'm gonna miss Soraya settle the sexism once and for all," Jessie replies, flashing me a reassuring smile. She shifts her focus to the budding match in front of us and tenses up, anxious for it to be over. "Don't think I'll be going easy on you because you're a she-wolf," Henry warns, shifting his shoulders and ready to launch an attack. "I wouldn't dream of it," she drawls, "just like I won't hold back because you're ancient." Henry growls in response, launching himself at her. His powerful, calculated strikes make it clear that he, too, has earned his rank and is no slouch. Soraya starts by blocking and dodging his attacks as she sizes him up. After several exchanges, she begins to test him, first going low, then trying for his ribs, but he's quick to block and return the hits. In a surprise move, He fakes low, landing a stunning jab to Soraya's face, crushing her nose and sending her flying back. Latching onto his success, Henry lunges after her, fingers locked above his head, ready to bring them down like a hammer. She shakes her head and catches him mid-flight with a two-footed donkey kick to his ribs that sends him careening off course to end up face-first on the ground. Both struggle to their feet and, when Soraya turns around, Cyrus nearly breaks free at the sight of her face covered in blood that runs freely down her shirt. Only Jessie's tightening grip grounds us, giving me the chance to wrestle the enraged animal back under control. The exchange cost both competitors, but the way Henry hunches over, clutching his left side and breathing heavily, warns just how heavy a toll he has paid. Soraya circles him, like a wolf setting in for the kill, blood aside, looking considerably better than him. She drops back into her solo feral fighting style, delivering precise strikes and falling back, letting him lash out wildly and tire himself out. She lets him land a glancing blow on her side, drawing him into a lunge that ends in her stomping on the side of his knee, breaking it in a howl of agony, dropping him to his hands and knees. The stubborn ass strikes out again, but she easily falls back and out of his reach. Yield, she snarls through a crimson mask, making her look deranged. No, Henry growls, staggering to his feet once more, putting all his weight on his good leg. It's over, she says with finality, throwing her hand out for him to take. The hell it is, he snarls, slapping her hand away. When she shoves it at him once again, he releases a feral growl, grabs hold, and flips her, crashing down, driving his elbow into her ribs. Soraya gasps, having the wind knocked out of her. Jessie presses back against me, keeping me from moving closer like I had without realizing it, and both Judius and Jace work to hold back Nex, who snarls at the cheap shot. Henry manages to land 2 punches before Soraya recovers, savagely kicking his broken leg before punching him square in the jugular, cutting off his air. The shift is instantaneous as the last of her restraints crumbles, and she delivers brutal strikes one after another, leaving him a bloody mess. Finally, he falls on his back, and Soraya quickly seizes the opportunity and gets her knee on his throat for the final blow. Yield, she snarls, pulling her fist back for the final strike. Not a sound is heard as everyone holds their breath, waiting to see how this ends. Reluctantly, Henry finally taps her thigh after what feels like an eternity, and the resounding roar shakes the ground as the crowd goes wild, cheering their proven head warrior. I make my way over to them with Jessie tucked into my side. If they look bad from a distance, the closer we get, the worse they look, and neither gets up. Both stay panting on the ground. Like a ghost, Mila steps over, her blue-green gaze shifting between the two, but her frown and slumping shoulders speak volumes. Soraya reaches out first for her, letting the feisty redhead haul her to her feet and steady her before closing her eyes and relaxing. Mila grins at Soraya while she takes in her state from head to toe. You do not do anything half-assed, do you? Mila chides. Soraya returns her grin darkly through her crimson mask. Cupping Soraya's cheeks and setting her thumbs on either side of her nose, the air hums around them as Mila's magic flows between them and repairs the damage. Next, she switches her attention to Soraya's ribs. Thanks, Soraya breathes out, taking a dramatic deep breath. That's good enough for me. Soraya shifts her attention to Henry, who is still struggling to catch his breath and is barely able to sit upright. The defiant warrior says nothing, but his eyes speak volumes that he wants nothing to do with Mila. Mila straightens her back, trying to play it off, but even I can see how it affects her. Stubborn fool, Soraya growls, glaring down at the sullen man. It's okay, Mila whispers, lifting her chin. Baron clears his throat as he frowns at Henry. This is the problem, Soraya snaps, glaring at the beaten man, failing her arms. I thought I was stubborn, but you're next level. You think I'm not fit, and even after I beat you, you can't concede that maybe you might be wrong about us. Soraya, Mila cuts in, grabbing her arm to try and calm the fired-up wolf. No, Mila. This is nonsense. The way they treat you, me, hell, even Jessie. It's ridiculous. Working with feral rogues was easier than this. Leave his ass to rot if he's too stubborn to accept help, Soraya says to Mila before pushing her back and starting to walk away. And don't think this dash, Soraya pauses, gesturing to Henry's leg, gets you out of your duties. I expect you to report as usual tomorrow morning. I don't care if you're on crutches, you're there. Murmurs start to grow in the hushed crowd as the tension rises. With a final hard look, Soraya turns her back on him and begins to stalk off with Mila. Wait, Henry says, glaring at the ground. A hush falls over the crowd as they wait to see what happens next. Mila turns and watches the man with a guarded expression, but doesn't approach. Just the leg and no funny business. I'll see what I can do, Mila wryly replies, raising a brow. You're not obligated to help him, I link to Mila, making it clear that she has a choice. And let him have the satisfaction? Nah, I'd rather he live with the knowledge that he was healed by a witch, she replies with a dark chuckle. I struggle to suppress a smirk as I watch the grisly veteran side-eyeing Mila, who works with such intensity that she might set him on fire at any moment. Even he knows he's earned it, Cyrus huffs. Rome wasn't built in a day, I mutter in response, knowing that both Soraya and Mila have dug some serious footings today, ones that I'll be damned if I let anyone try to undermine them. For better or worse, things are changing. I hope we can keep everything moving in the right direction. Chapter 29. Despite a crazy day yesterday, I slept poorly. The migraine meds doc gave me left me tired the entire day, but the constant, excited energy bombarding me from all sides from the matches kept me charged up. I tried to stay and enjoy the barbecue and celebrations of the PAX formally joining, but after eating an early dinner, I retreated to our room for mindless TV and quiet while Christian and Ethan played their parts. Christian left me in bed with a tender kiss, ordering me to take it easy today. The brat in me wants to find some trouble just because, but the exhausted woman in me is as pliant as a newborn lamb. With nothing pressing, there's no rush for me to get up anyway. If there are daily responsibilities for the Queen, then no one has informed me of them. Rebecca and Leanna have kept to themselves, saying nothing to me since the coronation nonsense. Christian is busy day in and day out with Baron and his royal duties. Ethan splits his time between lessons with Percival and hands-on learning with Christian. Everyone has something to do except me. Not that I need someone to hold my hand all day, but I like to keep busy. Soft knocking on the door brings me out of my sulking and back to reality. After telling them to come in, Ethan pokes his head in before pushing his way in with a tray and a second boy behind him. Hey Ethan, is that you, Link? I ask, craning my head to get a better look at the boy with curly, dirty blonde hair and blue, gray eyes, who's practically hiding behind him. Sorry, H Highness, Link stammers, staring at the ground. Just Jessie is fine, and there's nothing to be sorry about, I say with a smile, shrugging on one of Christian's hoodies. What can I do for you boys? It's what we can do for you, Ethan says with a grin, setting the tray down beside me and pulling the lid off to reveal rolled-up fruit-stuffed crepes with a side of bacon. We couldn't decide which flavor to get you, so we went with a few of each. You didn't have to do this, I say, feeling my chest tighten and my eyes water. Yeah, we kind of did. Ethan trails off with a sheepish grin. Are you in trouble? I ask, raising a brow and narrowing my gaze at the boys. No eat Luna? Link verbally fumbles, and I can't hold back my giggle at his flustered state. Jessie, Ethan whines through mind Link. What? I laugh back. Wait, aren't you supposed to be with Percival? I ask, checking the time and seeing it's well into their lecture time. I have 3 days off while he's visiting home with his brother, the palace's head physician, Ethan dismisses. So you're bringing me breakfast? Not that I mind, but shouldn't you be off having fun? I tease, taking a bite of a strawberry-filled crepe. We have a surprise for you, Ethan says with a grin. But you have to eat first, Christian said so, and change. Don't wear anything nice. His cryptic behavior leaves me more than a little curious and confused, but the excitement rolling off of him has me downing breakfast in no time. I change into yoga pants and a tank top, then throw one of Christian's oversized zip-up hoodies over top before returning to where the boys are waiting. Ethan's unruly brown hair cascades wildly across his forehead and into his eyes, but the excitement shining through makes the gold shine even brighter. Link, although subdued, is unable to hide his excitement either, but hangs back like Ethan's wingman. "Here," Ethan says, holding out a black blindfold. "Come again?" I ask, quirking a brow. "Jessie," he groans, trying to slip it on my head. "You'll ruin the surprise, please?" "Fine," I sigh. Ethan slips the blindfold in place before snugging it up. A moment later, I feel him take my left hand and Link take my right, and they lead me out of my room and awkwardly downstairs before picking our way through the palace. Opening my senses to the energy around us, I see everyone we pass. The boys are cautious as they lead me further and further from my room to a part of the palace I've never been to. "Took you guys long enough," another boy's voice chides. "Knock it off, Jax," a girl hisses, followed by the sound of a fist meeting flesh with an F. "Lexi," Ethan groans. "Hello," I laugh, feeling ridiculous, blindfolded, and surrounded by bickering kids. "Highness," they greet in unison. Before I can say anything, Ethan says that his friends can call me Luna. Our pup is building such a good life with friends. Ember practically squeals, having zoned in on the two new friends, though I feel her added interest in the girl in particular. "This way," Ethan says, tugging my hand once more. "Can I take this off now?" I ask, reaching for the blindfold. "Not yet, Luna," Lexi says, taking my other hand before I can reach it. One of the boys grunts, and a creaky door scrapes open. A moment later, warm, humid air washes over us, and we come to a stop on uneven stone. Vivid scents fill my nose as soft water babbles and trickles around us. The smells are familiar and make my chest tighten with longing for home. Wet earth, leaves on the forest floor, lush greenery, and water are the most prominent. I feel the gentle heat from the filtered sun's caress. I feel like we've been transported to a new location. "You can look now," Ethan calls from somewhere ahead of me. Tentatively, I slide the blindfold up, blinking against the bright light. Long gone is the hard marble and sterile feel of the palace, and in its place is a slice of deep rainforest. Ethan stands with his friends on the overgrown main path, watching me intently. Lush greenery chokes out everything everywhere, while trees tower above us, hitting a glass ceiling and blocking out most of the sun, leaving only filtered light to come through. My eyes roam over every inch, taking in the lush, exotic greenery that fills the giant lean-to greenhouse from wall to wall. "What is this place?" I mumble, eyes wide, trying to drink in everything all at once. Unlike every other area in the palace that is manicured to the T, this greenhouse looks to have been forgotten long ago. It has become terribly overgrown, leaving its inhabitants to suffer. "The greenhouse, but almost no one comes here anymore," Lexi says, leaning down to look at a small white flower. "My mom said this used to be beautiful when she was my age, but after the royals, well, it got abandoned." "I know you miss your farm, everyone's busy, and you want something of your own," Ethan says, locking his golden gaze on me. "So when Jax and Lexi showed me this, I knew it was perfect for you. It just needs a little, whatever it is that you do that makes your gardens grow." I wrap him up in a big hug as I struggle to suppress the tears threatening to fall. "It's perfect," I choke out, "but I don't know who to ask, Dash." "Christian already did." Ethan cuts me off. "It's all yours." "Conspiring with the youth, eh?" I tease, linking Christian. "The youth conspired all on their own," he chuckles back. "They just didn't know who to talk to for permission, but it's all yours." "Do you like it, baby?" "I love it," I whisper. "It feels like home," he asks, but there's no bitterness in his tone, just understanding. "Yeah, I admit." The energy is completely different. I feel like a weight is lifted. "Well, it's all yours, and the kids are your muscle. Don't be afraid to use them, and don't forget to eat," he says in an authoritative tone. "Yes, Dad," I sass, closing the link and turning my attention back to the greenhouse. "I love it," I choke out, feeling a renegade tear slip down my cheek. "Come on in, check it out more," Lexi says, waving me in. I finally took a good look at her. She's nearly as tall as the boys, willowy with auburn hair that barely reaches her shoulders and bright green eyes. Jax is the tallest of the group, but not by much, and thickest. His messy golden brown hair hangs in his hazel eyes, but he's got a kind smile. "There's a pond at that end," Lexi says, pointing to the distant end. And a waterfall at this end with a stream under all the trees to connect them. I follow her direction, and sure enough, there is a waterfall, but it's so dark, even on a sunny day, you can barely see. My eyes travel over the trees while my fingertips skim across the relatively smooth bark and dark, glossy leaves, releasing a tangy smell. They're citrus trees, I say, taken aback. Really? Jax asks, scrunching his face and lifting his narrowed gaze to the canopy. In all the years we've played here, there hasn't been a single orange. Well, they need a haircut, I laugh, taking in his skeptical response. I just need to get some tools, Dash. You mean like these? Ethan cuts in, grinning like a fool. With Link's help, they've carried over a giant tote filled with hand pruners, loppers, saws, and all sorts of other gardening tools. We even found a funny ladder with one leg and a saw on a stick. That's an orchard ladder and perfect, I exclaimed with a grin of my own. My excitement could rival a child's on Christmas morning right now. We may not know anything about gardening, but we're quick studies and strong, Jax says, offering me a sheepish smile as he rubs the back of his neck. I take care of the trimming, and the kids form a steady caravan line to haul the debris outside. The trees all had a clear indication of where the canopy used to be versus where it now smashes against the glass ceiling. Each branch is carefully extracted so as not to damage the lights, glass, or structures it's tangled into over the years. Not one of the kids complains the entire time. Instead, they happily keep up and ask questions as we work. By the end of the first day, the canopy is tamed, leaving the trees looking a little bare, but I know they will do much better now, and light is once again making its way into the greenhouse. What's more, I have a peaceful sense of accomplishment that I haven't felt in such a long time. Jax and Lexi have to leave late in the afternoon for a family dinner, but Ethan and Link stay until the bitter end. After grabbing a late dinner with the boys and giving them both a final hug, I dragged myself upstairs. Christian is waiting and watching a hockey game on TV, but gets up and walks over when I come in. I know you love nature and all, but did you have to bring it home with you? He teases, pulling a leaf from my hair. Amusement dances in his golden green eyes, and I quickly pull his lips down to mine for a kiss. Christian doesn't miss a beat and wraps his arms around my waist, pulling me flush against him. My quick thank you kiss turns into a deep, passionate kiss before he pulls back, leaving us both panting. Shower, he says, his voice husky and full of need. Or, I trail off, sliding my hand up his chest and around the back of his neck before pulling him back down to me. His lips part expectantly, but I twist, kissing that soft spot under the corner of his jaw that I know drives him crazy. Damn, he groans, rolling his head back to give me more room as my lips work their way down his throat to suck on my mark. Christian hoists me up, wrapping my legs around his waist and giving my butt a playful spank as I wrap both arms around his neck. His chest rumbles in satisfaction as he turns the tables, kissing and licking his mark, leaving me mindless putty in his capable hands. I don't even realize he's moved us to the bathroom until he turns the shower on and slides me back down his body to stand on my shaky legs. I stand there, blinking up at him for a moment in a daze while he quickly strips his clothes off before ripping mine off. I gasp as the warm water hits my fiery skin, but it's enough to snap me back to my senses. Christian's brows shoot up as I push him against the wall. Someone's feisty, he teases, the corner of his mouth tugging up into a smirk. Don't pretend you don't like it when I am, I counter, licking my swollen lips. Oh, kitten, he taunts, I'm always up for the challenge. His confident wink feels like he's trying to push my buttons, as if he thinks he can actually win. Are you, though? I ask innocently, looking up through my dark lashes into his darkening gaze. Chapter 30. Christian. Oh, kitten, I warn. I'm always up for the challenge. I wink at Jessie, enjoying her fired-up side and wanting to see more. Are you, though? She teases, looking up through her dark lashes. The fire dancing in her eyes tells me exactly how worked up she's getting. I can't help but chuckle at her bravado. That inner fire is one of my favorite things about her. As she recovers from the trauma in her past, her walls have come crashing down, and I see the honest Jessie now. When I think I have her figured out, She surprises me yet again, and I love her all the more for it. Taking control of the situation, I gently guide her against the cool bathroom shower tiles, feeling the warmth of her skin and the sweet scent of her presence. "Baby," I groan as she shifts closer, teasing me with her touch. Jessie looks up at me, her eyes filled with intensity and desire. Her every move captivates me. I lift her gently, ensuring she feels safe in my arms as we continue to move together. She sighs in pleasure, her eyes fluttering closed as she gives herself to the moment. The way she lets go of her worries is terrific to witness. Jessie relaxes, her grip tightening as she moves with me, and soon we find a rhythm that feels natural and full of warmth. I can feel her emotions through our bond, our connection deepening with every shared moment. "Christian," she whispers, her voice soft and full of affection. I smile, my chest swelling with the love I feel for her, and I hold her close, kissing her forehead as we share this peaceful connection. "Thank you for being you," I whisper, my heart full. Jessie smiles, resting against me as we enjoy this quiet time together. Her presence is everything I could ever want, and I'm thankful for the bond we share. After a moment, we both chuckle at the lightness of the moment, with Jessie teasing me in her usual playful way. We laugh together as I help her rinse off and care for her with a gentle touch, ensuring she feels relaxed and loved. "I don't know how much longer I'll be able to hide this," she trails off, gesturing to her body. My eyes shift from her to her thoughtful expression, and I gently place my hands on her hips. "It's okay, baby," I whisper, dropping to my knees in front of her. "No one needs to know anything before we're ready to tell them." "I know," she sighs. "You get a checkup soon, right?" I ask, shifting my gaze up to her, and she nods, uncertainty in her eyes. "Why don't we see what Doc has to say and go from there?" "Okay," she says with a soft smile. "Can we veg out a bit before bed?" I was ready for bed when I came up here, but someone worked up my appetite. Jessie raises a comical brow, and I don't miss her change of topic, but let it slide. "Anything you want, baby," I reply, getting up and sprawling out on the couch while Jessie grabs snacks. A moment later, she's curled up with me and fast asleep, her granola bar with a single bite taken out of it. I flick the TV off, pull a throw over us, and drift off too. Jessie shifts on top of me, stretching out like a kitten after a nap. I groan, seeing that the time is already 7 in the morning, yet I'm not ready for this to end. "Stay," I grumble when she tries to get up. "But I have to pee," she counters, looking up at me with pleading eyes. Reluctantly, I untangle myself from her, freeing her for a bathroom dash. Instead of coming back, she heads directly to the closet, emerging dressed for the day. "Since when are you a morning person?" I laugh, arching a brow. "I'm not, but I had to pee and I'm hungry." "You're usually leaving around now anyway, aren't you?" she asks, furrowing her brows. "Maybe I wanted to take a day off and stay in bed with you all day," I counter. "You don't take days off," Jessie deadpants. "She's got you there," Cyrus snickers. I sigh, begrudgingly sitting up. Not wanting to hold her back, I quickly clean up and get dressed to have breakfast before I head off for another fun-filled day with Baron. We grab breakfast from the dining commons and take a seat in time to be swamped by Ethan and his friends. Seeing him laughing and joking with other kids his age makes my chest tighten. The difference in him this short year is like night and day, having gone from next to feral and mute to the ringleader of his own juvenile pack. Just watching him, I can feel Cyrus puff up in pride. I leave Jessie with them after hearing their plans to tackle the greenhouse and head once more to work with Baron. The more we delve into the royal pack's workings and responsibilities, the more of a mess I see. The absence of a formal king or queen hasn't helped matters at all. Unlike other packs, when the Alpha King was slain, the Beta couldn't take over here because of bloodlines. The whole situation is a mess. When the King's brother Caleb was killed, it left the Beta position for Baron. Unfortunately, he was only Beta for a month before the royal family was assassinated, dumping everything on his shoulders for the next decade. Baron did his best with the limitations imposed on him, but all he could manage was to keep everything barely running, basically. I'm uncertain whether he chose to bear the weight of the kingdom alone or if the Gamma and Delta shirked their responsibility. The result is that the man oversees everything and questions everything I do. As we delve into day-to-day responsibilities, and I divvy up the work between Jace, Judius, Soraya, and Xavier, he questions how prudent that is. Ever since Mila was outed as a witch, he has made his thoughts on her presence in the palace very clear to me, going as far as suggesting I find a new beta and send them elsewhere. Making it clear that it will never happen hasn't stopped him from bringing it up, but at least it comes up less often. Despite Baron's efforts, the royal pack is a mess. Finances are in chaos. They hemorrhage money because things have been locked in place since the last king died. Xavier has been a godsend, working on the books between taking care of Claire and making significant headway. Unfortunately, the current system requires my approval for every minor change, which I intend to rectify after my coronation. Another problem is the pack's dynamics. A healthy pack has a strong core of warriors with an equal amount of mates, regular pack members, and omegas to support. They should all be on the same page and working together for the good of the pack. That's how a healthy pack works. Instead, the royal pack is sick. Jessie said as much when she first arrived here. I thought she had just experienced culture shock after everything she had been through, but I was wrong. There is a rot here that the more we dig, the bigger it spreads. We're uncovering more and more wolves whose sole reason for staying is to siphon off as much as they can for their own benefit. Picking off the low-lying societal parasites has been easy enough. Once exposed, they quietly avoid facing the consequences. However, the ones dug in deep are proving more difficult. They've had a decade to hide their tracks and set up their comfortable lives, ones that they are not interested in having disrupted by a new, inconvenient royal family. I may not have planned to be king, but knowing that Ethan could have inherited this mess makes me more determined than ever to clean it up. Christian, it may take me till he becomes king to get this place in shape. Throughout the day, I feel our bond hum to life now and then. Jessie always keeps her emotions in check, but at times, excitement surges back, followed by frustration and then triumph, always leaving a sense of contentment. Going over the giant headache that will be the coronation and ball makes me cringe, and we power through it for the rest of the day to avoid prolonging details. Ader, the captain of the palace guard, is responsible for security on the grounds, while Garrick will oversee personal safety. Jace will be overseeing guests alongside Merrick as alphas from near and far, including some familiar faces, will be staying for the event. Evansley is overseeing the palace overhaul, ensuring the guest quarters are ready for their arrival. There are a million different details to attend to, yet the lion's share has been divided up, leaving us free for the night. A moment more, if you please? Baron calls as I try to slip out with everyone else. Of course, I reply with a tight-lipped frown. Baron, for his part, remains seated with his brows knit and a pensive look in his eyes. Have you given any more thought to my warning? He asks, rubbing his jaw. Cyrus growls in my mind, knowing where this is heading. It's not up for debate, I say with a pointed look. Take your own feelings out of it and look at the big picture, Baron says, slouching back in his chair. Already, the people grow restless with her in the palace. It's only a matter of time until something happens. They will accept her. This is not up for debate. I snap, slamming my fist down on the table. And when they don't, he counters, unfazed. Then I will deal with it, and a hybrid will be the least of their problems, I growl. That's a dangerous game. Baron sighs but presses no further. If that's all, I ask, raising a brow. Baron nods with a tight-lipped frown, and I'm only too happy to slip away before he brings up anything more about Mila. I pause on the other side of the door, rolling out my shoulders and trying to shake out my pent-up frustration before I find Jessie. After wandering around the palace, I finally feel mellowed out enough to see her and head to the greenhouse. Walking through the doors feels like a different world compared to the place that Ethan brought me to just days ago. The dense jungle has been tamed, letting the last rays of the sun filter through. The mountain of debris I passed on my way here left me wondering if there would be anything left for them to grow. Jessie is kneeling by the stream, trimming overgrown ferns away as curious orange, black, and white-spotted fish swim near her and check out her every move, much like puppies. She looks so light and carefree here, with a contented smile on her lips, as she focuses on her work. The amount of work she and the kids have accomplished in such a short time is mind-boggling. I could hear running water when Ethan brought me here, but now I see that it runs the entire length of the greenhouse, connecting a pond at one end to a waterfall at the other. They've also uncovered a stone walkway that appears to have grown directly from the earth. "Hey," Jessie calls, catching me checking out her handiwork. "You're incredible, you know that?" I reply, impressed with her work. Jessie takes my outstretched hand, and I help her up, wrapping her up, dropping my head to the crook of her neck, and breathing deeply. "I missed you." "You're working too hard," Jessie pouts, looking up through dark lashes. "It's only for now, baby," I assure her. Transitions can be a mess. This one is no exception, but I'm pushing hard to get everything taken care of before Jessie progresses too much. I worry that she'll have complications like Claire, and if I don't get everything sorted in time, I won't be there when she needs me. That thought plagues me every night. Somehow I'll fail her. What if I'm not there when she needs me, or if my pup hurts her, or if someone comes after her again? This nightmare fuel has been my constant companion, driving me to do more every day. "Where'd you go right there?" Jessie asks, brushing her fingertips against my temple. Her golden brown eyes search mine as her brows knit tightly together. "Nowhere, baby," I say, kissing her hand. "I'm right here with you. Come on, let's go home." Jessie frowns, clearly not buying my answer, but thankfully doesn't press on. Instead, she tucks against my side and leads us out. I sigh, savoring her contact, pushing everything else away, just focusing on her and this moment. Tomorrow is another day. Chapter 31. A sluggish start to the morning sees us having a late breakfast in the private dining room, with the royal pack members thankfully absent. Seeing Judius, Chloe, Jace, and Mila waiting for us, along with a surprise appearance from Claire and Xavier, makes breakfast feel like old times. After everyone has worked so hard, Christian and Baron decide to take the day off, and many others are off somewhere doing God knows what. I push the scrambled eggs around my plate, having only eaten a little. My stomach has been on and off lately. Sometimes I feel like I'm a bottomless pit, other times I feel like if I eat a grape, then I will puke. At this exact moment, I am the latter. "Incoming," Jace warns as he fights to suppress a grin. I look up from my breakfast and raise a brow at him. I can tell he's on the verge of bursting out laughing, but I'm clearly missing the joke. "Where is she?" Soraya growls as she bursts into the private dining room. Her eyes narrow as they land on me, glaring daggers. I can feel the anger and hostility radiating from her in waves, and it leaves me stunned. "You," she hisses dangerously. Soraya appears on the verge of shifting as Nex catches up to her, barely managing to wrap his arms around her chest before she jumps onto the table. "Mi amore, you have to calm down," he says as she slams him with an elbow to the gut. He grunts and doubles over, but doesn't break his hold. "You've done enough already," she hisses at him, her words laced with venom. She's practically rabid, and he's grinning like a fool as she loses her composure on him. "What's going on?" Christian finally asks. Like everyone, he's on his feet and has a protective arm around me. "Soraya, calm down and tell me what's got you so upset." Jace starts laughing out loud now, not even trying to hide it, while Mila smacks him in the gut, not fazing him at all. Judius and Xavier are looking around at everyone at a total loss, while I see a smirk creep onto Claire's face. "Your mate," Soraya growls. Christian frowns and looks at me, flashing a "now what did you do" look. "What?" I exclaim, throwing up my hands in surrender. The heck could I have possibly done? Seriously, I've been on my best behavior. "Only because you're too tired to leave your room most days or hiding in the greenhouse," Jace teases, grinning like a fool. Whatever's going on, he's clearly finding it far funnier than the rest of us. "Laugh it up, playboy," Nex warns darkly. Jace's smile falls as the warning registers. Suddenly, he's not looking so cocky. "Soraya," Christian growls, losing his patience. "Your mate," she growls, shifting her gaze back to me. "Triggered a breeding season with her stupid supercharged Luna Queen hormones." "I did what?" I ask, furrowing my brows. "I'm pregnant," she snaps. I can sense how angry she is with me, and I'm at a loss. I may be new to the werewolf world, but I'm pretty sure if you're pregnant, you ought to be yelling at Nex. Not me, I challenge, feeling my temper flare to life. I'm pretty sure I'd remember knocking you up. You think this is funny? She asks, dangerously calm all of a sudden. I hope you're having a whole bunch of them, she hisses as her eyes begin to water. Soraya, love, calm down, Nex pleads, seeing she's on the verge of tears. Fuck off, she snaps, breaking his hold and storming out the back doors. Sorry, Jessie, Nex says as he goes after her. A vicious snarl that radiates through the dining room freezes him in place, throwing up his hands in surrender as he backs up to give her space before cautiously heading out after her. Chloe, can you and Doc see if she's right? Christian asks, shifting his attention from the door to Judia's mate. You're joking, right? I ask, furrowing my brows and feeling like the butt of a practical joke once more. We'll know soon enough, baby, Christian says, kissing the top of my head as everyone sits back down. What am I missing? I finally asked, looking around the table. Breeding seasons are very rare and typically triggered by exceedingly strong Lunas or rarely by royals. It's like a failsafe so that when their child matures and is ready for their mate, there are many in the same age range. Contrary to Soraya's reaction, it's actually a good thing, Claire says, smiling. I'm happy to have her back, even if she's just here for a shared meal. Doc is happy with her progress after her extended bed rest and has approved small outings. You're joking, I reply, gaping at her, then a serious Christian. Surely she's pulling my leg. Afraid not. Like Claire says, it's so rare I can't remember the last one, Christian admits with a shrug. Think about it, Jessie. We tried for 8 years to have a pup, you're here for a few months and magically, I'm pregnant, Claire says with a smile. Xavier hugs her close, dropping a hand to her full-term belly. He's beaming at her. Every time I think he can't get any cuter with her, he tops it. Kate got pregnant shortly after she transferred from New Moon. Then you did. How far along are you anyway? Claire asks, pausing thoughtfully. No idea, I have my first checkup today, I mumble, less than impressed. At any rate, even on birth control, you got pregnant and now Soraya, safe to say she's right. The real question is how many others, Claire explains. Chloe pipes up, drawing all eyes. Her face is beet red as she tries to look at Judius. I'm late, she mumbles. He sits there, slack-jawed and silently stunned as he stares at her. Christian claps him on the shoulder, snapping Judius out of his shock as he wraps his arms around her. Congratulations, man. Christian beams at them. I start feeling a bit queasy as they all talk. Nex comes back in, looking defeated, before slumping down in the chair. Don't worry, Nex, she'll come around, Christian tries to reassure him. With a sigh, I get up and head out back. Soraya is sitting on a bench and doesn't even look my way as the door clicks shut behind me. I swear to the goddess above, I will cut off your balls right now if you don't leave me alone this instant. The promise in her words makes me feel bad for Nex. I'd be sleeping with one eye open if I were him. Fortunately, I don't have balls, but I feel like it might be a little late for that. I tease, raising a brow. Seriously, she growls, turning her murderous glare on me. Hey, you always show up when I try for space, I say with a grin. Karma's a bitch. I'm sorry, Soraya, I didn't know this was even a thing, I admit, taking in her teary eyes. Not like you did it on purpose, she says bitterly. Right? She asks, locking her dark eyes on mine, as if she's suddenly unsure. Fuck no. I'm not ready to have a baby, I can't even take care of myself, clearly, I say, dropping my head in my hands. This is some cruel joke that I'm pregnant. Well, you managed Jace pretty well, she jokes with a teary grin. Seriously, Jessie. What am I going to do? I can't be head warrior and pregnant. Her sorrow hits me in waves, and it tugs at my heart. Henry will have a field day with this. Is that what you're worried about? I ask, dumbfounded. Do you think we'll replace you? I grab her hand to make her look at me. Soraya, I have every confidence that you can kick us full term. You're not alone, you have Nex. Did you see that idiot? He's over the moon. He knew before I did, said he could smell it, she says with a frown. We hadn't even talked about it or anything, but the ass is excited, like he's been waiting to knock me up since we met. Fuck, I thought I was so careful, she says, rubbing her eyes. "Goddamn breeding season," she groans. "He has been waiting this whole time to knock you up," I say with a laugh as I scrunch up my face. "You didn't see how he looked at you at the ball, but he looked like he won the lottery." He did too. They weren't even mates then, but he only had eyes for her. The wind picks up, cutting through the light sweater I'm wearing and making me shiver. "Come on, it's too cold out here for me," I complain. "Let's go back in so I can push my breakfast around my plate for another 20 minutes before I go back to bed." "Actually, forget it. I'm making popcorn. You want some?" I ask, looking over my shoulder as we walk back into the kitchen. "Jessie, it's like 9 in the morning," she scoffs. "Yeah, and?" I ask, raising a brow. "They say eat more and listen to your body, right?" "Well, the gremlin wants popcorn, not scrambled eggs. Who am I to argue?" I laugh. The kitchen staff looks at us curiously as I dig out the popcorn popper, fill it up, and turn it on. Soraya joins me a moment later with 2 bowls, cheddar topping, and a dill pickle topper. "Really?" I ask, frowning at her choices. "Hey, I'm not judging your popcorn for breakfast. You don't get to judge my toppings," she grumbles. We head back into the dining room, popcorn in hand, and although there are looks, wisely, no one says a thing. Claire scoots over and starts eating mine after wrinkling her nose at Soraya's. "Sorry," Soraya mumbles between fistfuls of popcorn, not looking at anyone in particular. Nex wraps an arm around her, placing a kiss on her temple. "I'm still mad at you," she says, not sparing him a look. The venom is long gone from her words as she comes to terms with something that's obviously out of her control. "I know," Nex replies with a chuckle, "but I still love you." "Doc wants to see you today too, Soraya," Chloe says, breaking the silence. "You too, Mila." "Oh no, no, no," Mila says, waving her arms around dramatically. "Keep your medical stuff away from me." She glares around the table like we are all lepers, threatening to kiss her. Jace laughs like it's all some giant joke. "Keep laughing," Nex threatens, glaring at Jace. "I'll see you on late-night pickle runs." "Huh. Not for a while yet. I'm more of a cool uncle," Jace trails off as Nex grins darkly. "Oh, you did not." Mila snaps, glaring at him. "Better go with them and see Doc," Christian says, fighting a smile. "Luna." Doc greets me, beaming. The bastard is in his glory now. He's been praying for me to be pregnant since I brought Claire in for a test. "Soraya and Mila, let's run a quick blood test first and confirm yours," he says, nodding to Soraya. "And see if you're caught up too, Mila." Doc's mate and Nurse Lily gives me a gown to change into and leads me to the ultrasound room. Christian and Soraya are waiting for me when I get there, painfully quiet. My heart's racing, palms sweaty, and I'm starting to feel queasy again. "Breathe, baby, everything's okay." "I'm right here with you," Christian murmurs, holding me tightly in his arms. His touch and scent do wonders to soothe me, even calming my heartbeat. "Are you okay?" I ask Soraya, noticing her over his shoulder. Her regularly tan skin has taken on a sickly white color as she leans against the wall. "I'm good," she says in a shaky voice. "Nex." I link. "What's wrong?" He links back immediately, the concern clear. "Soraya looks like she's gonna pass out in my ultrasound. Can you dash?" "On my way." He cuts me off, linking back. He had gone out to cover training with Jace and Judius while she got tested. Christian moves over to check on Soraya while Lily helps me onto the exam bed. A shiver runs down my spine as the cold of the bed seeps through the hospital gown, and the uncomfortable crinkling of tissue paper sounds under me as I lie down. "Sorry, it'll only be cold for a moment." She finishes setting me up and getting the machine ready as a soft knock sounds on the door. Nex slips in and trades places with Christian, who moves back over to my bedside, where he belongs. "Ready?" Lily asks, smearing a clear, warm gel around my lower belly and the sensor in her hand. Not trusting my voice, I nod, squeezing Christian's fingers in a death grip. He, on the other hand, is grinning like a fool, and his golden green eyes practically burn with excitement even in the dark room. I flinch, feeling the cool probe come into contact with my gel-covered skin as she circles, beginning her search. Various gray blobs swirl and shift around the screen as she presses the scanner into different angles, searching for her goal. Suddenly, a black circular bubble with a white, bean-shaped blob outlined in it appears on the screen. In an instant, she adjusts her position, focusing the bean blob into something more clearly resembling a baby. Ember yips in joy, clearly more excited than I am, rivaled only by the waves of pleasure radiating off of Christian. Congratulations, Alpha and Luna, look stash. That's it? Soraya asks, cutting off Lily. She's fixated on the screen like an alien is on display as she leans in, completely disregarding us. Does she not know this is our moment with our mate? Ember grumbles. She's having a hard time too. If it helps her to look at the ultrasound, what's the harm? I chirp back. Yup, and the flutter there is the heartbeat, Lily explains, pointing to a flickering white spot on the screen. We all lean in to get a better look, making the room feel very crowded. What's that? Soraya asks, pointing to a black shadow. Oh, is it another one? She asks excitedly, apparently fully recovered, with a mischievous glint in her eyes. Soraya, that's not even funny, I growl at her, narrowing my gaze and glaring mental daggers at her. Lily shifts the probe around, pushing it slightly deeper into my stomach from a somewhat different angle. Her eyes snap wide as she brings the picture into focus. A second identical black bubble and gray bean, heartbeat and all, is now next to the first, clear as day. My heart drops as she shifts the probe again, and we now look at 2 beans on the screen. That's right, 2 beans. How the hell am I going to handle 2 when I'm scared shitless of 1? By the goddess, Christian whispers, eyes wide and locked on the screen. Tears start to fall before I even realize I'm crying. Stupid hormones. Being the world's shittiest mom starts while I cry because I'm having 2 and didn't even want 1. Claire would have been jumping for joy. Christian interrupts my breakdown with a soft kiss, his joy battling my despair. I try to fight back the tears, but the more I do, the more they come, joined by soft sobs. It's okay to be scared, baby, he whispers, pulling me closer to him. I'll be with you every step of the way, and you have a whole pack behind you. We got this, baby. A couple of sniffs later, he has me calmed back down, and we continue with the appointment. Both babies are healthy and 11 or 12 weeks along, giving me a due date of April 28th. Twins automatically bump me into a high-risk pregnancy, so I'll be seeing a lot of doc and undergoing a lot more monitoring and medical scrutiny. You're up, Lily says, smiling at Soraya. For the first time since I've known her, she doesn't have a snarky comeback or anything to say at all. My lips fail to work as I see her eyes roll back, and she crumples straight into Nex's arms. Chapter 32. And there's the heartbeat, Lily says, pointing to a flickering spot on the screen. My attention, however, is on the death grip Soraya has on my hand. After Nex caught her mid-faint, Soraya latched onto me and insisted we stay for her ultrasound. Much like Christian, Nex is grinning like a fool, and the excitement and pride rolling off of both males is nauseating. Why don't you clean up, get dressed, and Doc can go over a bit of additional information, Lily says to the uncharacteristically quiet head warrior. Even now, Soraya's skin is still sickly pale, and her dark eyes are glazed and unfocused. Doc's eyes shift between me and Soraya. Would you guys like to stay together or go dash? Together. Soraya calls, cutting Doc off mid-sentence. The wild look in her eyes silences any protest from me, and I nod. I slip away to the change room to change back into my yoga pants and tank top, zipping up Christian's oversized hoodie as a soft knock sounds. Christian pokes his head in, brows knit together and eyes swimming with concern. I'm all set, I mumble, balling up the hospital gown and tossing it in the hamper. He closes the distance and wraps both arms around my waist, instantly soothing me with his contact. I can feel how concerned he is about me, and I hate to bring down his mood. I know this is a lot to take in, Christian whispers, rubbing circles on the small of my back. But nothing changes. I'm still here for you 110%. Sometimes I feel like such a joke, I mumble, laying my head against his chest. The steady, rhythmic beats pull me into a deeper, more relaxed state. Like, just when I get a handle on something, it's like a bad infomercial. But wait, there's more. Christian chuckles and hugs me tighter, placing a soft kiss on the top of my head before letting out a sigh. Soraya's about to kick down the door. Say the word and I'll get her to let us have a private appointment. Nah, I groan. She may be more freaked out than I am. I've had like a month to wrap my head around this. Maybe not the twins part, but she found out hours ago and is freaking out. And this is yet another prime example of how perfectly suited you are as Luna, Christian says with a warm smile. The admiration flooding back through the bond is impossible to ignore and sits heavily on my chest. I don't understand what he sees. All I see is a woman afraid of babies, not a leader. Christian squeezes my hand and leads us out of the change room, down a short hall, before holding an office door open for me. Soraya and Nex are already seated on the right side of the desk, and Doc sits behind, leaving 2 chairs for us. No sooner do I take a seat than Soraya literally drags my chair over to touch hers and grabs my hand once more. Luna. Doc greets, beaming at me. Everyone is so excited, making me feel like crap for not being able to muster the same level of enthusiasm. What an exciting time, Exciting isn't the word I would use, Soraya growls. Life's unexpected moments often bring us the greatest joy, Doc replies, not missing a beat. He flips through our files and passes us the sonograms before going back to the chart. My fingers absent-mindedly trace the outline of the little lives inside of me. I knew I was pregnant. I hadn't expected it, but when Christian told me, my physical symptoms started to make sense. Not being able to stomach some foods, nausea, and being tired all the time. I've dealt with IBS my whole life, but this felt different. But knowing and seeing are 2 entirely different things, as is thinking you're having a baby and finding out there are 2. Luna. Doc calls, pulling my attention back to the conversation going on around me. Christian gives my shoulder a reassuring squeeze as he smiles warmly at me, no doubt feeling my conflicted state through our bond. Sorry, I think I zoned out a bit there, I whisper, shifting my gaze from the picture back up to him. I'm sure this has been a lot to take in, Doc admits with a nod. Know that we are here for whatever you may need. He places his clammy hand over mine, giving it a light squeeze. Thank you, I mumble, feeling his sincerity, but also his pity. Are there any questions I can answer for you? Doc asks, and I absent-mindedly shake my head no. Maybe once the shock has worn off, I'll think of something and ask them. Lily said she's high risk? Christian asks, leaning in. Twins require extra monitoring, he replies plainly. As you can see, so far they are matched very closely, but that could change. At this point, everything is very similar to a singleton, but the later weeks can be difficult. My stomach drops at his words, considering what Claire has already gone through. Hell, considering how big she looks full term with one, I'm going to look like a whale. Now Luna, Doc coos, concern etching his features. There is no reason to think you'll have a difficult pregnancy. This is just the what-ifs. You're young and healthy. You may have a flawless pregnancy and not even need me. Christian gives my thigh a reassuring squeeze, bringing me out of my inner freakout. I lay my hand over his and take a deep breath to gather my thoughts. I know, I whisper. I never thought I'd have a baby, and now I'm having 2 at the same time. It might seem like a lot right now, but there will be so many wanting to help out. Wolves are social creatures and pups are the lifeblood of a pack, equally as important as the she-wolves who carry them, he offers, trying to reassure me. There is still plenty of time to adjust, and we are here for whatever you may need. Thanks, I reply, my voice quivering and small. Doc redirects his gaze to Soraya. Now I've already gone over most of this with Jessie, but the same applies to you. No drinking, raw meats, limit your fish intake, and caffeine dash. You want me to give up coffee? Soraya snaps, gripping my hand even tighter and making me wince. You can still have some, but not a lot, Doc clarifies, throwing his hands up in surrender. And as for your duties. Soraya groans and palms her forehead. Yeah, I know, Henry wins and gets my job back. On the contrary, Doc says with a grin. You're in perfect health. I'll want to keep a close eye on your progress, of course, but I see no reason you can't continue. Though sparring should be limited if not eliminated, all it takes is one unlucky hit and you could be severely damaged. But I've always been hands-on. That's how I work, Soraya complains. You'll just have to rely on your mate to be the punching bag, he counters with a wink. Next, you're gonna tell me I can't have sex anymore either, she huffs, finally letting go of me and crossing her arms over her chest. There's nothing wrong with a healthy sex life during pregnancy, he says with a laugh. though you may want to tame it down a bit. The last part he directs to Soraya with a pointed look. Thank goodness, she sighs, slouching against her chair as Nex and Christian start to laugh. Don't act so innocent, you're just as relieved as I am. You two are always. Dude. Boundaries. I groan. Can't teach an old dog new tricks, Ember snickers. She's not that old, I growl. Anything else I should know? Soraya grumbles as she fidgets, clearly over this. Lily will have some reading material for you all to read. We are here for any additional questions. Expect mood swings, increased libido, and fluctuating appetite. If anything feels off, don't hesitate to link me, day or night. Signs of concern would be fever, bleeding, cramping. Those are all immediate check-ins, don't wait it out. Understood, I mumble, almost as if I'm on autopilot. Oh, and Luna? Doc adds, drawing my attention back into focus. Your other lab results are much improved. I'm giving you a tentative green light to do non-physical contact training again. Thanks, Doc, I reply with a smile. I may not be able to spar, but I'll be able to practice with my bow and daggers again. Just don't overdo it, he deadpans. Ask Claire, I have no remorse putting you on bed rest if need be. His threat leaves me swallowing hard and making a mental note, actually to heed the warning and not push myself for once. I won't, I promise. One more thing, Marty, Christian adds when I go to get up and leave. I'd still like to keep this quiet as long as possible. Of course, and you? He asks, shifting his attention to Soraya and Nex. Tell anyone and I'll neuter you, Soraya deadpants. No need for drastic measures, Doc replies, instantly paling. You're a couple of weeks behind Jessie and a singleton, so you've got several weeks before anything becomes noticeable. Don't worry, Luna. You'll be able to hide it for a while yet with the way you dress. Thanks, I whisper, feeling guilty. It's not uncommon for couples to hide pregnancies early on, Doc adds, as if picking up on my mood. We often recommend it for the first trimester due to possible complications. You two are under enough stress right now, no need to add to it. I smile at his understanding and force myself to take his words at face value. Lord knows, soon enough I'll have everyone up in my business, might as well enjoy what privacy I still have for as long as I can. In the meantime, just keep up with your prenatal vitamins, he says to me before shifting his attention to Soraya. Lily has yours waiting with your reading material. Fan-freaking-tastic, she groans, standing up and practically bolting to the door. Doc, Christian chuckles, shaking his hand after Nex, who quickly takes off after his disgruntled mate. Thanks again. Anytime, Alpha, Luna, he nods respectfully. Christian snakes an arm around my waist and guides me out of the office. How are you holding up? Christian asks as we wander the halls. Is it strange to say I'm fine? I ask. Christian's raised brow and frown confirm it is. I don't know what else to say, it is what it is. I'd come to terms with one, it's not like I can say sorry, no room at the inn. Christian breaks out into a throaty chuckle, clearly not expecting that response. No, baby, he agrees. I think they're a package deal at this point. I feel worse for Soraya, I admit, earning a She was blindsided and has a lot on her plate. Don't worry about her, Christian laughs. She was a terror as a kid, she'll have her kid scrapping and taking on people 3 times its size in no time. Have you ever seen how she takes care of the weakest warriors and develops them? That's her own version of nurturing. She has a thing for strays. Clearly, I giggle, thinking about her and Nex. Christian stops mid-step, and I feel the tension creep into his body. What is it? They're back. Early, and there's some sort of commotion, Christian sighs. In that instant, I feel all of his earlier joy dissipate like smoke. Go, I say, kissing him quickly. Honestly, I'm fine. A little time in the greenhouse playing with plants and de-stressing is exactly what the doc ordered, I assure you. I was going to spend time with you, Dash. And then the palace happened. I finish for him with a laugh. Seriously, go be kingly, I'll be there when you're done. Sorry, baby, he replies, hesitantly stepping away. Go. I say, rolling my eyes as I turn off towards the greenhouse. Christian sighs, but I hear his footsteps echo away from me. The moment I step through the greenhouse doorway, a weight lifts and my soul instantly feels lighter. The difference a few days has made is like night and day. The citrus trees are starting to bud for a fresh flush, and the moonflower seedlings that I had found crammed in pots, dying a slow death from being stunted and yellow, are now a rich, healthy green. Moonflowers were one of many plants that I had to research, having never come across them before in the human world. Thankfully, Marjorie was able to find me a book with all the needed cultivation information. Something as simple as moonflowers is that they are social plants and need to be grown touching a second moonflower plant or they'll wither and die. The book's insight leads me to transplant in pairs, otherwise I would have potted them up as singles. A smile roots firmly on my lips as I look around after watering, seeing all the possibilities. I've always gotten along well with plants and could see a neglected or young plant and see it for all its potential. In a couple of weeks, this place will be covered in blooms. In fact, I can already see the flower stalks on the orchids growing along the tree. Like a dark cloud, my sunny mood dampens as anger, hurt, and fury smother me. My heart starts to race as I turn around to see the source of this volatile outrage. "You," he seethes, locking eyes with me. "Oh shit." Chapter 33. "You," Percival seethes, locking eyes with me. "Oh no." He stands just inside the door, glaring at me, his whole body trembling, but it's the sheer amount of anger rolling off the aged king's advisor that has all of my attention. "Get away from that," he snaps, storming over to me and taking the pot out of my hands. His livid energy is like a slap to my face, leaving me stunned and stepping back for some space. The enraged male, however, keeps step with me, backing me up and setting my heart racing on overdrive. "How dare you," he screeches, making me flinch and quicken my steps. My back hits the doorway of the greenhouse, trapping me between glass and the furious man. "Is nothing sacred? You people have no respect, get out." My mouth instantly parches as I struggle to address the furious man. "What?" "Out," he screams, flailing his arm that isn't wrapped protectively around the pot. My body is only too happy to obey, opening the door enough to slip out and trying to shut the door behind me. Still, Percival slams it open, ripping it from my grasp and sending me unceremoniously to the floor on my ass. Gasps and murmurs ring out, shifting my attention to the gathering crowd his commotion has drawn. "Percival." "No," he snaps, cutting me off before I can begin. "You had no right." "No right?" Unshed tears fill the old man's eyes as he clutches the pot of seedlings against his chest like the most precious of relics. "I'm sorry, I didn't know." "You didn't care," he snaps, leering above me, making me crawl backward as my heart hammers against my chest. "You think you can come here from whatever dark corner you crawled out from and replace her?" His words hit like a ton of bricks, leaving me reeling in their wake. Other than quick professional addresses after the introduction, when he thought I was Christian's mistress, we haven't talked at all. Yet the hate-filled words he's hurling at me, coupled with his raw fury, leave me completely baffled. "I'm not trying to. You will never be the queen she was," he spits, venom lacing his words. The crowd gasps in unison as Percival's words register more with them than with me, and the energy around us shifts instantly. Shock and confusion are replaced with anger and judgment as the growing crowd of onlookers presses in towards me. My stomach drops as I struggle to maintain control of myself against the disorienting, hostile energy bombarding me from every direction. I don't recognize their faces, which warns me they are from the royal pack, but I feel every emotion rolling off them, and none of them are happy. "This was a mistake, I didn't know." "This was a mistake," Percival agrees, once again cutting me off. "You should have never come. You don't deserve the title you've stolen." Murmurs of agreement ring out as the crowd quickly forms into a mob with a single vision. "What is going on here?" Mackenzie shouts, momentarily simmering the crowd. My heart leaps as the mob parts, making way for Mackenzie, who stares down the angry people, radiating power and authority like a ray of hope. "Stay out of this, Guardian," Percival clips, never taking his gaze off of me. "Don't forget your place, advisor." Mackenzie booms, making the man take a step back before pulling me to my feet. "You think you can destroy what she built and take her place?" he growls at me, ignoring Mackenzie. The anger and hurt in his eyes are mirrored by the relatively large crowd now gathered around us. I wasn't. "I was trying to help," I whimper, feeling my eyes start to water as the weight of everything threatens to crush me. You are sadly mistaken. You will never be half the queen she was. Enough. Mackenzie snaps, pushing him back from me. The crowd jeers, angered by her treatment of the old advisor, but she stands unfazed, glaring at them as if issuing a challenge. Go, Jessie. This could turn ugly, Mackenzie orders, not taking her attention off of him. Not needing to be told twice, I push past the crowd, shoving people out of my way when they refuse to move, and bolt to the back door, struggling to breathe. The hallway blurs through unshed tears as I force myself to run, praying I don't crash into anyone or break down before I can get away. One foot in front of the other, just a little further. My heart drops as the last man, clad in the palace guard's blue and black uniform, steps into my path. No, not now. Jessie, Vincent calls. I push past him and take off over the grass towards the woods, ignoring the calm wind licking at my face. Jessie, wait. Please. Not now, I choke out, feeling my chest burn. My skin ripples and burns as I feel Ember scratch and struggle to take over. Leave me alone. I push myself to run faster to try to put more distance between us as fear grips me. Ember is almost in control, and in her heightened state, she might hurt him or Lord knows what. Wait, he yells, his heavy footfalls gaining on me. Snap. I feel Ember break my resolve and take over, shifting in midair. She lands flawlessly just past our shredded clothes, turning on Vincent, teeth bared as she snaps and snarls at the wide-eyed man. He twists at the last minute to avoid her razor-sharp teeth, diving off to the side. Fuck, he hisses, stumbling and falling just out of her reach. Vincent scrambles back, eyes locked on her as he throws up his hands in surrender. Ember growls in warning at him once more before turning and taking off for the safety of the thick underbrush. I slink back to the recesses of her mind, feeling utterly defeated. I thought I had done something good, taking care of the overgrown and neglected greenhouse, and yet I even managed to mess that up. No, you didn't, Ember insists, her anger can rival Percival's. They hate me, all of them. Did you see how quickly they mobbed up? I whimper, still shaken by the changing tides. I didn't expect them to like me right off the bat, but that was more than dislike. They were out for blood. If Mackenzie hadn't shown up when she did. They don't know you, she snarls, picking her way through the thickets and rocks, heading across the valley. They never gave you a chance. What if they're right? I whisper, afraid I'll never measure up to be queen. They're not. Her reply is confident and lacks any wiggle room to dispute, so I cave, settling into the back seat and reaching out for Christian. In my worked-up state, my ability to link seems to be on the fritz, leaving me feeling isolated as my despair mounts. Suddenly, something catches Ember's attention, and she freezes, turning to face the direction we just came from. Curses and the sound of rustling brush as someone crashes through it approaches, setting Ember on high alert. She digs her paws in, squaring her shoulders and drops her head, eyes trained ahead, ready to face the unknown. Fuck, princess. Couldn't have taken a proper path, Derwin growls, whipping the last scraggly vine out of his way as he enters the clearing. Ember growls low, seeing Vincent emerge next to him. Her temper flares again, not wanting to deal with either of them, but their energy just assaults my senses, even in the back of her mind. Wait, Derwin says as he throws a hand out across Vincent's chest, freezing him in his tracks. That's not Jessie. No shit, Sherlock, Vincent scoffs. She nearly ripped my face off once already. Ember snarls and takes a threatening step forward, locking eyes with Vincent. Try me, she openly links them. No one's trying anyone, Derwin says, throwing up his hands in surrender. We just want to help. They don't help, Ember growls, moving closer to Vincent. He's no different than the rest of them. He won't protect her, already said so. Derwin turns his attention to Vincent and narrows his gaze. The heck did you do? Nothing. That's the problem, Vincent groans. I told Jessie I tried to get out of her detail. Weak. Ember snaps, circling Vincent. Pathetic. Leave. My head aches from the battling energies rolling around us, all of Ember's anger, Vincent's guilt and confusion, and Derwin's concern and irritation. Please, Ember, I can't, I whimper, wanting nothing more than space. Ember calms instantly, realizes she's adding to my discomfort, and relents, handing control back over to me. Princess? Derwin asks, inching towards me, sensing the shift. It's too loud, I whimper, feeling everything stronger now that I'm back in control. My stomach rolls as nausea rises in me. Please. Christian, he whispers, catching on. Go, he orders Vincent. You can't order me to do shit, and I'm not leaving until I know what the hell is going on. Vincent snaps back, making me wince. I swear to the goddess above, I will end you if you don't get lost. She can't have you around right now. Derwin does his best to keep his voice calm and even, but his irritation roils below the surface, making me flinch. I sink to the forest floor, flexing my paws in the leaves, trying to ground myself. Please, Derwin adds, taking a deep breath and centering his energy. The wind picks up, blowing the leaves around me as I struggle to regain control. Shock radiates from Vincent with enough force to leave me reeling like struck by a backhand, followed by more anger. Are you fucking kidding me? Vincent snarls, shoving Derwin over, his face contorted in outrage. She's pregnant. How long were you planning on hiding this shit? Derwin recovers, pushing off the ground and launching a shoulder fist into Vincent's gut, lifting him clear off the ground and pushing him off. They grunt and trade blows, and Ember surges forward once more and takes off away from the deafening ruckus they are making. When she hits an open ledge, she lets out a mournful howl that echoes in the valley below. A moment later, a mighty howl rings back in response. Christian is coming. My heart aches for him, desperate for the comfort only a mate can offer as well as the silent shelter his aura provides. She curls up on the ledge in the open, laying her bushy red and black tail across her snout to ward off the cool breeze. A couple of moments later, the undergrowth rustles, and a hulking black wolf breaks through, beelining for me. He spares the men a passing glance and a low growl, but ignores them when they drop their gazes. Little one, Cyrus whispers, padding over to me. He runs his snout across me, sniffing for any hint of damage, and sighs, finding nothing. My body instantly relaxes as he curls his larger frame around me, surrounding me with his comforting scent and warmth. Slowly, the last of the tension leaves me, and my headache starts to recede. Protected by my mate, I drift off to the rest I need to recover. Firelight dances across the room as my eyelids flutter open. Smoke and wood surround me as I blink my surroundings into focus. I'm lying on a sofa pulled close to a roaring fireplace covered by the familiar green of a guardian cloak. Propping myself up on my elbow, I feel a jingle around my neck. My fingers instinctively trace the platinum chain with Christian's ring and the vixen pendant. That only works in human form, Mackenzie reminds me, arching a brow from her seat on the far side of the room. How are you feeling? Hungover, I croak out, rubbing the sleep out of my eyes. Clothes. She nods to the end of the sofa where a black jogging set waits. I quickly slip it on and sit up, trying to get my bearings. I can feel the fuzzy effect of the migraine medication dulling my senses, but after my morning, I've never been more grateful. Christian opens a door on the far side, relief clear as his shoulders visibly relax before making his way over to me with a glass and a bowl. My mouth waters instantly at the scent of the savory stew. He sits down, and I quickly scoot over, nestling myself against his side as he wraps an arm around me and kisses my temple. Better. Much, I sigh, taking a long sip of water before tackling the stew. Sorry, baby, he whispers, drawing my attention to him. I had no idea that would happen. Mackenzie told me what they did. My heart drops, fearing the worst. He doesn't understand, I blurt out, worried for the old man. Percival. I've never felt someone so hurt and upset before. Christian growls, clearly having hit a nerve. Temper, big boy, Mila chides, joining us. She lays a hand on my temple, and I feel the familiar tingle of her magic seeping into me before she gives me a satisfied smile. I can still burn this place to the ground, just say the word. As if to prove her level of commitment, she snaps her fingers, summoning a flame before quenching it in her fist. I'd prefer it if you didn't, Vincent grumbles, coming in with Derwin. Why are you here? I groan, feeling my temper spark back to life. You don't want to deal with me, Derwin said. Go, that's your chance. This is a palace guard outpost cottage. It would look a little weird if you guys were here without me, he replies. I don't miss the glare. Christian locks on him, and instantly, I curse myself for slipping in my impaired state. Besides, contrary to what you think, your safety is my primary concern. Huh. Ember scoffs, pushing lightly to take over and have her own words with him again. So do I live here now then? I ask, looking over the little cottage. The rustic nature appeals to my simple tastes, and the idea of staying here versus the palace is very appealing. I think the people would notice if the queen was missing, Derwin deadpants. You weren't there, I whisper, shuddering at the memory. They hate me. Christian growls and tightens his hold on me, shifting his gaze around the room. They don't, Jessie. They don't even know you yet, Mila tries to offer. They turned on me in an instant, the anger and outrage, I say with a shudder. If Mackenzie didn't show up when she did, it could have gotten messy. Mac's silence is all the confirmation they need to know I'm telling the truth. Oh, you have got to be shitting me. Vincent groans as the light of recognition shines in his eyes. Fuck my life. Chapter 34. Christian. Oh, you have got to be kidding me. Vincent groans as the light of recognition shines in his eyes. Outside now, I clip, desperate to keep my temper in check, but the way he's looking at Jessie makes that impossible. Watch her, I link Mila as I get up, grab Vincent, and drag him outside. Derwin and Mackenzie follow and close the door behind us. Vincent glares at Derwin, but wisely says nothing as I drag him away from the cabin. Once we're far enough away from the cottage to spare Jessie from my temper, I let him go, as I tick my jaw and wrestle with Cyrus to maintain control. Hiding anything else from me, Derwin? Vincent growls, completely ignoring me. It was need to know, Derwin growls back, holding his ground. You don't think I needed to know that she's an empath? Vincent gapes, shaking his head. He sinks on a nearby boulder and palms his forehead. And here I thought her being pregnant was a bombshell. Goddess above, I should have been told. Why? Mackenzie challenges, locking her green gaze on him and crossing her arms over her chest. So you could treat her even more like a child? The guilt written across his face and his silence speak volumes. Cyrus's anger is like adding gas to my own, hearing how callous he's been with our mate. She was supposed to be his top priority, but now I've learned that he has not only disrespected her multiple times, but also tried to avoid accountability. We should have known sooner, Cyrus snarls. Agreed. Why are you here? I cut in. Highness. Vincent asks, not understanding my question. Why are you here? What do you want? I sigh, tired of this place and more homesick than ever before. I followed her out. I missed what happened, but Jessie blew past me, and a blind man could see she was upset, he replies, looking back at the cottage. I had to make sure she was okay. Bullshit, Derwin spits. I tried to send you away, but you wouldn't leave. Why? Derwin might be a bit of an asshole, but he has always had a soft spot for Jessie. There is no limit to what he'll do to protect her. Hell, I trust all of the Guardians, but there's something about Vincent. I thought you were hiding something, Vincent finally admits. And you were. He glares at Derwin, ignoring both me and Mackenzie. If you have something to say about it, then say it to me, I challenge, because it was my choice, not Derwin's or Jessie's. Vincent turns to me, and his lips part, but he catches himself and holds his tongue, clamping his lips shut and looking away. How am I supposed to do my job if you keep me in the dark? He finally responds with a sigh. How is knowing she's pregnant and empathic going to change anything regarding her safety? I ask, raising a brow. Vincent purses his lips, caught in his own trap without being able to justify his outrage. Do you trust him? I link Derwin and Mackenzie. Trust is a strong word, Derwin drawls. He can be a bit abrasive, but he's a solid guy, Mackenzie counters, throwing a pointed look at Derwin. I don't, Cyrus huffs, adding his 2 cents. Jessie is my world, I say, locking my gaze on him. She's had a hard life and had to deal with more than anyone should ever have to. I won't get into details as that's her story to tell, not mine, but I will stop at nothing to protect her. Something is wrong here. I pause, second-guessing what I should and should not tell him. To my surprise, his frown deepens. But you already knew that, didn't you? I ask, narrowing my gaze at him. Vincent sighs and says nothing. Tell me. There's nothing to tell. He responds like a petulant child, earning a smack upside the head from Mackenzie. The heck, Kens? Don't be a jerk and stop evading the question. Do you serve the royals or the relics? She presses on. I don't know what it is, Vincent admits. I spent weeks tracking you guys down, to the point that I was away for over a month. When I got back, something was off. At first, I thought it was just everything thrown off by your pack's arrival, but really, everything is just like it was when I left. How off? Derwin asks, stepping in as interrogator. That's the thing. The more I look, the less I see. It makes no sense. Everything appears like before, but something feels off. My wolf is on high alert all of the time, driving me nuts. Ader thinks I need a vacation. Vincent rubs the back of his neck like he's trying to work out a mountain of tension. How well do you know Ader? I ask, rubbing my beard. He's solid. I grew up in the castle, and even started my service under the last royal family, he defends. Ader has dedicated his life to this job. There's no way he's behind anything. I don't share your level of faith. Hell, I don't know any of these people, and they're giving me very few reasons to trust them. The last thing I want to do is give an unknown enemy fuel to use against me and make Jessie a target. My chest tightens the moment the words leave my mouth. Nearly every night, I dream about everything that could go wrong, which keeps me up at night. Jessie's pregnancy and her gift. This is privileged information I lead, gauging his reaction. Keep it to yourself, I don't want Ader or Baron knowing. His eyes go wide as my words register. But he's the captain of the guard. Vincent sputters. And? I challenge, arching a brow. And he should know. I said no. I let my aura flex, making him flinch back. Vincent sits quietly, his jaw twitching, deep in thought. So what's the plan? He finally asks. Working on that, I grumble, running my hand through my hair. Nothing is simple here. You're the king. You literally call the shots, Vincent counters, furrowing his brows. Oh, is that how it works? I scoff. The man literally just argued with me over an order not 5 minutes ago. The guilt written across his face says that he's aware of the irony. The plan is to straighten this mess out, but the more we dig, the more problems there are, I sigh. Such as? Vincent asks, locking his gaze on mine. Or do you plan to keep me in the dark there, too? Pursing my lips, I study the male once more, trying to figure him out. In what healthy pack are the bulk of members single warriors, elders, and omegas? I ask, looking to see how sharp he is. There were more families, Vincent automatically defends. After. Well, slowly families transferred to where they had ties. His brows knit while his scowl deepens, like he's just now catching on. Just now catching on, Cyrus huffs. He was too close to the problem. It probably happened gradually, I muse. Like rats scurrying off a sinking ship? I offer, raising a brow. Vincent springs to his feet and begins to pace as he looks deep in thought. What you're suggesting, he trails off, pausing to look at me. The royal pack can't fail. Not only would it destabilize the entire werewolf hierarchy, but the rest of the supernaturals could rebel. The color drains from his face as something big dawns on him. What? I growl, feeling a knot form in the pit of my stomach. The vampires and witches. They've been growing in numbers. If they think we are weak, they could. Dang, he gasps. The witches will make a move. They already have, haven't they? Goddess above, the dark witch. Watching him run through the pieces and assemble the puzzle is both reassuring and unnerving at the same time. He's sharp, but the fact that everything was in front of him the entire time, and he missed it until we gave him a nudge is troubling. But wait, what about your witch? Vincent asks, snapping his attention back to me. She could be. Stop right there, Derwin growls. Mila is beyond reproach. You know I trust no one, but not only do I trust her with my life, I trust her with my brother and Jessie. Vincent purses his lips and lets out a sigh. What makes her so special? She's had far too many chances to harm us all and hasn't taken them, Derwin replies with a shrug, but based on Vincent's look, he wants more. For as scared of wolves as she has put herself through a lot to help when she didn't have to. Jessie trusts her, and she can read the very essence of a person, so it's good enough for me and should be good enough for you, too. Ah, I had no idea you cared, Mila coos, walking up behind us with Jessie in tow. Not what I meant by watch her, I grumble. She's a big girl. It was come with her or knock her out, she quips back, rolling her blue-green eyes at me. You could have talked inside, Jessie mumbles, slipping up against my side and laying her head against my chest. Instantly, her cinnamon and cherry blossom scent washes over me, lulling Cyrus back into submission. I didn't want him upsetting you, I murmur, kissing the top of her head. How do you feel? Better, but chilly now, she admits. Let's go back inside. We can finish discussing it inside, I agree, ushering her back inside. Once Jessie is once more seated by the fire, I grab 2 more bowls of stew and pass her one before sitting next to her. So what else? Vincent finally asks, having taken stew like everyone else. The pack is sick, what do we do about it? And you say witches, but Mila isn't a problem. Based on your reaction, there's still more. Don't you find it odd that a pack would go after their queen? Mackenzie muses, running a pensive finger over her bottom lip. Well, they didn't go after her PRSY, Vincent offers weakly, earning a raised brow from Mackenzie. I was there, they turned on her. She's weak, Vincent says, turning to me and throwing his hands up, looking between me and Jessie. I mean, you come across as weak. Gee, thanks, Jessie grumbles. You know what I mean, he huffs indignantly. Christian comes into a room and you know the king is there, you feel his wolf and presence. You can slip in and out unnoticed. Ever think that's by design? Jessie counters with a ghost of a smirk. Why would you do that on purpose? He huffs. People's actions are very telling when they don't know who you are, she trails off, before lifting her gaze to meet his. I feel Ember surge to the front, flexing her aura. Strength just makes people hide their nature, perceived weakness draws it out. How can you do that? He whispers in awe when Ember recedes. Ember lives deeper than average wolves, it's complicated. We didn't even know Jessie was a wolf at first, I say with a chuckle. Looking back, there were so many warning signs, but at the time, she thought she was human, and we didn't think anything different. I prefer to go through life as unnoticed as possible, Jessie adds. You do understand that as queen, that's kind of impossible, Vincent deadpants, locking his eyes on her. I may not be invisible, but I'll settle for not being the center of attention, Jessie says with a sigh. I wrap my arm tighter around her, feeling how tired she is. The real question is, are you part of the problem or can we count on you? I ask, cutting to the chase. Vincent doesn't hesitate and nods. What do you need me to do? Chapter 35. Are you sure we can't just stay here? I ask, walking over to Christian, who is stretched out on a bed barely big enough for him, let alone both of us. The small outpost cottage has grown on me enormously in such a short time. It's only got a single small bedroom, but the timber construction and remote location replenish my soul. Moonlight flutters through the small window on the far side, relaxing me further. It does have its charms, Christian muses, but his eyes lock on me, ignoring everything else as he reaches out for me. It has charms, or I do? I counter, raising a brow. Christian chuckles, music to my ears, as a smile graces his handsome face. I slip onto the bed, tucking myself perfectly against his side and feeling the weight of the day catch up to me. Christian shifts slightly, tucking me even tighter, wrapping his arms around me and breathing deeply. I miss your cottage by the lake, I whisper wistfully. One blissful night after my Luna ceremony was nowhere near long enough. For the first time in a long time, we were just a man and a woman, not leaders and warriors, but lovers reconnecting. Me too, he replies, grinning as his eyes rake over me. No, I deadpan, trying to shut down his thoughts, but he only smirks more. Christian. Vincent is literally outside, and your brother is in the living room. Honestly, the man has no off button. Your switch is set to unusually, too, Ember snickers. What's worse is she's right, though I blame her and these freaking hormones. What are you thinking about? He murmurs, brushing the hair back from my face. Nothing. I sigh. It's gonna get better, baby, I promise you that, he whispers, kissing my forehead. I know. We didn't have to stay out here tonight, you know? I would have been fine back at the palace, I mumble half-heartedly. Part of me feels guilty for pulling him away from his responsibilities, and the other part of me is relieved to have some quiet time away from that place. Actually, Christian trails off with a sheepish smile. We really did need to spend the night away. My stomach twists painfully as images spring to mind for all the reasons we couldn't go back. Did the Guardians not manage to get control of the mob? Do they not want me back? Stop that right there, he growls, tapping my temple. It's nothing to do with you and everything to do with me, or Cyrus more so. And what has the Black Devil done now? I ask, grinning at him and caressing his cheek. The green in his eyes is replaced by brown, letting me know Cyrus is at the surface. Nothing yet, Christian stresses. But I don't think he'll take it easy on anyone involved if he sees them. Christian, I sigh, already knowing how he feels. There's something big there that I'm missing. Percival wasn't just mad, he was livid and hurt. I've never felt someone so wounded. And he challenges, completely unmoved. And whatever that was about, if we handle it wrong, we could just make matters worse, I press on. I can't let this slide, Jessie, Christian warns as his expression hardens. Ignoring the fact that you are their queen and what they did goes against pack law, you are my mate. I will not have anyone disrespect you. Already, I can feel how worked up Cyrus is, feeding Christian's temper. I understand what he's getting at, but my gut tells me that making an example of Percival will be a mistake. I'm not saying ignore it, I trail off, trying to think of another option. Maybe just take it a bit easier on Percival, I can feel. You and your feelings can't excuse every problem here. Speaking of which, when were you gonna tell me about Vincent? Christian grumbles. Tell you what? I ask, not wanting another argument. Jessie, Christian sighs, palming his face. What? He was an ass from day one, nothing changed, I huff defiantly. Christian flinches like I've hit a nerve. He's managed. You should have told me he was giving you such a hard time. I hate how unhappy you are here, he mumbles, tucking my hair behind my ear and running the back of his knuckle tenderly down my cheek. I'm not unhappy, I dismiss. Instantly, Christian calls me out on my lie, so I explain further. I just haven't hit my stride yet. There have been a lot of obstacles. Things are looking up though, right? I'm healthier, the gremlins are good, Ethan is thriving. He's got his own juvenile pack now, Christian adds with a crooked grin. I can sense his happiness about that development, and it's clear to see the added pride in his eyes. See, not all bad, I say with a reassuring smile. Honestly, today aside, I've been feeling better, and it makes it easier to keep everything at bay. Spending more time with the Guardians can only help. Christian sighs but nods slightly. I still wish you'd tell me. Like you tell me everything? I question, arching a brow. Christian has been equally stressed for weeks and keeps brushing me off every time I ask. The guilt written across his face is confirmation enough. It's nothing, he mumbles. That's not fair, I grumble, laying my hand on his cheek and making him look at me. You want me to burden you with every little thing, yet you share nothing with me. There's nothing. Christian, I groan, cutting him off and sliding my hand down to his chest. You know this bond works both ways, right? I feel how worried you get. You fall asleep after me and are up before me. You're not as good at hiding it as you think you are. You've already got enough on your plate, he counters. I'm pregnant, not dying, I deadpan. Christian chuckles at me, sending deep vibrations through his chest. Seriously, you heard Doc, I'm better now. And the last thing I want to do is set you back, he replies with conviction. Am I that fragile to you? I ask, unable to keep the hurt out of my voice. No. God, no. Christian replies immediately, his face twisted in disbelief. Baby, no. You are the strongest person I know, but you've been through so much. His guilt feeds back through the bond to me, tightening my chest. He blames himself for what happened to me during the war and conference, and no matter what I say, he won't let it go. Sounds familiar, Ember chides. Guess the moon goddess chose well, pairing you two. That doesn't mean you need to shoulder everything alone, I murmur, laying my head on his chest. The steady rhythm of his heartbeat, coupled with a stressful day, starts to catch up to me and makes my eyelids heavy. Have you seen my shoulders? He scoffs, flexing lightly. I have. I purr as I snake my hand up and squeeze his shoulder. But I can think of a better use for them than carrying the weight of the world. And you tell me to behave, Christian groans, pulling the covers up over us. Sleep, little one, before I misbehave. I laugh softly against him, feeling his petulant frustration. Christian kisses the top of my head, and a moment later, I'm out. Massive ancient oak trees tower above me as I survey my surroundings. Their deep, glossy green leaves rustle in the gentle breeze, making the moonlight above twinkle through the canopy. Not the heart of the lake, Ember remarks, equally as disoriented as I am. Nope, I agree, noticing a path and heading up it. The gargantuan trees remind me of the ones surrounding the palace. They have the same hum, just happier, and the barren fall branches are in wholesome relief. A short walk up the steep path and the forest opens up to the rocky mountainside, where a stunning woman dressed in a flowing white dress waits. Her straight waist-length, silver-blonde hair flutters in the breeze as she surveys the valley below. Jessie, Luca greets with a warm smile. His golden eyes are like fire against his dark hair and black clothes, making him look like a living shadow. Selena turns instantly at his voice and rushes to wrap me up in a motherly hug. I've been so worried, she murmurs, pulling back to take a look at me. Everything's okay, I laugh, seeing the ever-poised moon goddess look so flustered. Though the twins were a bit much. Selena's face lights up as she turns back to Luca. Twins. Automatically, she drops to her knees, laying both hands on my belly. They're healthy and strong, just like their mother. Do you want to know what you're having? Do I? Right now, they are nameless, faceless gremlins. Sexes would make them even more real. You're getting bigger, and you've seen a sonogram. How much more real can they be? Ember huffs indignantly. She, however, is excited to bear Cyrus pups, the more the merrier. Hush, Selena chides, gracefully rising back to her feet. You're not fat, if anything, motherhood suits you. But what about the rest of palace life? I sigh, unsure of how to respond. Not that I thought I'd rock being queen, but I never expected to be mobbed out of the palace. That good, Luca muses, studying me with his golden gaze as he purses his lips. I have no idea what I'm doing, I mumble, dropping my shoulders in defeat. This whole experience, since meeting Christian, has been me winging it, and somehow I managed to keep up. I suppose it's only natural for me to fall eventually. Charlotte was a lot like you, Selena muses. She became queen at 18 and didn't think she was ready either. Clearly she was more ready than I am, I grumble bitterly, remembering Percival's angry words about me never being half the queen she was. Times are different, Luca points out, having picked up on my train of thought. Robert's parents were still alive, and the pack was thriving. They had a normal succession with plenty of support. Must have been nice, I sigh, considering our support so far. Eli has been the easiest going and has actually reunited Chloe and her sister. Percival is certainly stiff, but quick to point out protocol and has been overseeing Ethan's education. But that's where things go south. You've got something she never had, Selena counters with a knowing look. Trust your gut and those closest to you. I nod, considering her words. Lord knows, for as rough as things started, I've become very close to Derwin and the Guardians, same with Soraya and our pack. Trusting my gut, however, is a whole other matter. My ex fooled me and cost me dearly. Some people just hide their darkness better than others, she sighs, having picked up on my train of thought. As quickly as the memories start to resurface, I push them away, not wanting to dwell on my past. I take a deep breath and gather myself once more before shifting my attention to her. So, what did you want to see me about? I ask, moving the conversation to a more hospitable direction. Selena hums, furrowing her brows. Your note? To come find you. I prompt with a sinking feeling, shifting my gaze between them. What note? Selena asks, confusion etching her features. If not from her, then who?